This video is brought to you by BetUS Sportsbook and Casino. This video is brought to you by BetUS Sportsbook.
I love that Vladdy is the last player in that countdown because he's a Blue Jay. He's going to remain a Blue Jay. Nothing is going to change there. Welcome in. It's trade deadline day. Those that have been waiting patiently, thank you for that. Babysitter got here, had to give the babysitter the rundown. So we're good now. We have a fun day in store. A lot of names have moved. That is true. We've already got the Arozarena deal. We've already got the Jazz Chisholm deal. Fetty and Kikuchi have already moved. We've got some deals that have taken place. So it's been a good run up to the trade deadline. And today, I believe we have definitely a lot of juice still to squeeze out of this trade deadline. What are the Dodgers going to do? The Dodgers, they've made some moves, but they have not made a splash. Is there a splash in store for the Dodgers? Are there teams that are done? Are the Orioles done? They traded for Eflin and Dominguez. Are they finished with their moves? What's going to happen with Crochet? What's going to happen with Skubal? Are they going to stay put? Blake Snell going to stay put? Those are three of the top names, maybe the top pitchers that are available. Yes, there is also, of course, Flarity and Taillon and Anderson that could move. So we are going to watch it all. We're going to react to it. I have a few different screens that we'll kind of move around with here as we are in the trade deadline hub, ready to track all of the moves. Again, sort of scrolling through deals that have already happened, the most notable deals anyway that have already gone down. And we can dig more into that. Should I get the flight tracker back up? Should we get flight tracker back up? Those that were here for the legendary Ohtani airplane watch live stream, that was the last time we went like 6 hours on a stream. Maybe we need to get that back up. We will we'll dig into that. But we're going to have a few different screens, a few different looks as we try to move this thing around and make it look about as professional as possible here. Trying to. It's not going to be perfect because it is just me and my imaginary producer. Action. It was fun, wasn't it? It definitely was. John the Beagle Dad's ready to get flight tracker back up. Where's Alex Anthopoulos this morning? We need to. Does anybody have eyes on any air travel from any of the general managers? We could keep an eye out for that. Munenori, you woke up feeling good. You should. The Toronto Blue Jays Kikuchi to the Astros. We have some rumors that are moving around, but the headline from the second half of yesterday, obviously the first half was the 3-team trade, but the second half of yesterday really belonged to the Braves, the Blue Jays, and the Guardians. Blue Jays trading Kikuchi to the Astros. Astros fans are pissed. Rightfully so. It was an overpay. Straight up. No other way to look at it. It's an overpay. So they're going back to the Braves. I think that is great. I think he will mash with Atlanta, and they needed that. They need to score runs. The Atlanta Braves over the last month, 25th in runs scored. Something has to change. Soler will do that. Soler was not playing well in Kansas City when he was traded to Atlanta, and he hasn't really been that effective with the San Francisco Giants. Lately, he's been hitting the ball, but if you were to classify his 2024 season with San Francisco, it's been disappointing. I think that changes when he gets back to Atlanta. They also signed Rosario a few weeks ago. They had Doval on the roster. All they're missing is Jock Peterson, but unfortunately, Arizona isn't trading anybody out. They may be trying to add a piece, but Jock isn't going anywhere. Otherwise, the band is back together in Atlanta. I like the Lane Thomas deal to the Guardians. They needed another bat. This is a Guardians team that if they grab a pitcher today, that'll be a main element that we're watching. If they grab a pitcher today, then we might start talking about the Cleveland Guardians as serious contenders to win the World Series. Right up there with they're number one in our power rankings. But that doesn't mean that you're the World Series favorite. If they get you add Lane Thomas, if they can grab, maybe they grab Flarity, maybe they grab Tyler Anderson. They got to grab a starting pitcher that they can insert there at the top of the rotation along with Tanner Bybee and put together a rotation that can compete and go head-to-head with the deep elite rotations that they're going to be going up against in October. Right now, hoping that Gavin Williams has it isn't going to get it done. So if Cleveland can do that, in addition to the Lane Thomas move, that would be great. Blake Snell likely not going anywhere, so the San Francisco Giants appears that the Soler deal is the only, it's not really a sell-off. They're not in sell mode. They were in salary dump mode. And I also think mistake correction mode, because it was clear that was not a good fit. That was not the right player for them to go after. It'll open up spots for others to play. So moving on from Soler, getting his money off the books, that was a smart decision by Farhan. You could have gotten something of significance, something of more significance back if they had been willing to take on some of that contract, but that's not what they wanted to do. So there we go. We have Soler to the Braves. That apparently is going to be the only selling move that they make. Word is that Snell's going to stay, but what if that changes? What if the offers come in? What if Flarity and Anderson go and there's still a very aggressive team or two out there that don't have their starting pitcher? What then? Maybe Snell, the conversation picks up. Maybe Chris Bassett, the conversation picks up for the Blue Jays. What are your predictions, guys? Anthony, what do you got, man? What are your predictions? With the years of control the Marlins have for Andrew Nardi, how much can they get in return for him? They have 3 years of control plus a player option for a 4th year. Based on how much these relief pitchers are going for, it would be significant. It would be multiple top 25 prospects. The question is, with all that control, how much is the market going to be too strong? Because that's the other element that I'm sort of fascinated by is what have the most recent trades done to the market? After the Eric Fedde trade, I was shocked that a starting pitcher as effective as Fedde has been this year Now, it's a 3-team trade, so it's tough to grade exactly, okay, Fedde went for this. The prospects that went back were all for Fedde, and Kopech was just a dump, and Pham was just a dump. Though I do believe if those two players had been traded individually, 1 for 1, they would have gotten something. They would have each gotten a top 25 prospect in return if they had been dealt by themselves. So I start thinking about, well, then the Eric Fedde return. This is huge for the rental market. Rentals are going to go for incredible deals for the buyers. And then the Yusei Kikuchi trade happens. And now what is the market for rentals? What is Tyler Anderson's market? You got another year for Anderson. What's Flarity's market after you see what Kikuchi just went for to Houston? Because those are better options. And I don't think anybody wants to overpay like Houston did, because that has not gone over well. That has been trounced on. So what do the markets do? And with what the relievers are going for, with what Estevez went for, with what Hunter Harvey went for, with what Jason Adam more specifically went for, a guy like Nardi, any of these relievers, you wonder, where's the market at this morning? Is it too high? And the buyers need it to come down. That is going to be really something that we have to sort of watch, because maybe the first half of today is just a staring contest. Who breaks first is maybe where we're at. Is that it is just a staring contest. Who blinks first between the buyers and the sellers, with the sellers feeling like they've got a lot of the control, with the Adam deal specifically and the Kikuchi deal being used now to set the market. I can't wait to see what happens. This is going to be a fun day. There is going to be a lot that goes on. There is going to be a lot of rumors. What's up with Luzardo, Roy? I don't think Luzardo's going anywhere because of the injury. Similar to, who else are we thinking of here? Luis Robert. Anybody that has not just next year under control, but multiple years of control, you don't have to trade them, and you can wait until their value is at its absolute highest. I would argue the Garrett Crochet situation, after the word that came out from his camp, from his management, from his agent, that killed his value. And if you're the Chicago White Sox, there's talk today that Garrett Crochet is likely traded and that Luis Robert is likely held on to. If the offers aren't there for Crochet, there's no need to trade him, because there are teams right now in sell mode. There are teams in hold pat mode. There are teams in buy mode, but they don't need starting pitching, that will all come running for Tarik Skubal in the winter. New York Mets are not going to trade for Tarik Skubal right now, but they might trade for him in the offseason. The Atlanta Braves are not going to trade for Tarik Skubal right now, but they might in the offseason. Toronto Blue Jays won't do it right now, but they might in the offseason. Chicago Cubs, I don't know if we can get a Cubs and White Sox blockbuster going, but that's just my point. The Texas Rangers, these are all teams that could trade for Garrett Crochet in the winter, but won't do it right now. So if you are Chris Getz, you have to weigh that out. Is this offer right now with these 3, 4, 5 teams that are in on him, would I do better to deal him when I have 6, 7, or 8? And you know the answer to that. You guys know the answer to that. So I am interested to see what we have going down here. Let me see here. I want to pull up. I've just been talking. The screen to my right is empty. Let's put something in that screen here. What is the latest and greatest that we can talk about? Here we go. We got something from John Heyman. Let's pull that up. Boom. John Heyman tweeting just a few seconds ago, the Snell trade chances seem more remote now after San Francisco paired payroll elsewhere. Team has great starting pitching. Snell's killing it over his last few starts. The Padres could have been a fit here. The Orioles could have been a fit here. There definitely were some opportunities to trade Blake Snell, but the Giants are still in it. The Giants aren't dead. And in that National League, even though they find themselves below 500, they're not that far out of the wild card spot. And with Robbie Ray getting back, Blake Snell getting back and pitching like he's been pitching, the San Francisco Giants have to feel like they could be out there and they could have one of the best pitching staffs these last 2 months of the season, and that would be enough to get them in. Printer paper. Thank you for the donation. I need a Flarity thing. I need a Tyler Anderson thing. Again, the Cleveland Guardians are that trade. They are that trade away from being considered a World Series championship contender. Right now, I think this Guardians team could make a run. I think this Guardians team could go deep, but I feel like the Guardians team may run out of gas. I love the Lane Thomas thing. Let's get another arm, though. Let's get another arm so we don't run out of gas. That's what I would like to see for the Guardians, whether it is Flarity, whether it is Tyler Anderson, whether they convince the Blue Jays to trade Chris Bassett, whether they convince the Giants to trade Blake Snell, whatever it is, I think we have to try to get that done. The other super chat coming in from Nick, what do you think the Yankees do exactly? So if the market for the rentals has shot through the roof with the Kikuchi deal, I think it hurts the chances. I think it hurts the chances of a Jack Flaherty trade to the New York Yankees. It just feels like that would be a tough trade to execute on at that point with how Cashman operates. I think he wants to make moves, but I don't think he's going to overpay for Jack Flaherty, especially when he's got a rotation that he's got to feel, because I feel is a capable rotation for the New York Yankees. Let's pull that up and take a look at that real quick. Look at this. We got Garrett Cole at the top. We got Garrett Cole. We got Nestor Cortez. We got Marcus Stroman. We got Carlos Rodon with a couple of good starts lately. We got Luis Gil. We feel like we have a capable rotation. Again, Rodon looking good his last couple times out. So if you have to overpay for Jack Flaherty, I don't think the Yankees do it. If the Yankees are going to overpay for anything, it'll be Tanner Scott. I don't think they will. I think the Yankees have one pitching overpay in them, and the smart thing to do would be to pull off the trade for Tanner Scott. Leave Jack Flaherty alone then. If you got to overpay for everybody today, overpay for Tanner Scott. You got Cole, you got Rodon, you got Gil, you got Stroman, you got Nestor Cortez. There are pieces here that they can work on and get through. So I would be surprised to see them go out and do that. Rob, thank you for the donation. I appreciate you, man. Hoping we got something from Mark Feinsand. I see that. It is more confirmation that the tea leaves. This is from Feinsand. Tea leaves suggest the Giants won't trade Snell today. We can put that up, and then we will get over to, we will check out Rob's super chat. There it is from Feinsand. Tea leaves suggest the Giants won't trade Snell today, but given the demand for pitching and relative lack of supply, a deal can't be ruled out. One exec put the chances of a Snell deal at 25%, which is basically what I just said 5 minutes ago. Rob, thank you for the donation. Bruce, they got it. I'm hoping for a splash today. Rob, hoping the Marlins bring in some nice prospects today and still waiting for the O's to make a statement move. Thanks for all you do. Rob, thank you. I'm with you on the Orioles making a statement move. I think they should do it. I think there is maybe I'll put it as a 45% chance that the Orioles make a statement trade today. I'll put it at 45%. I can't go over 50%. I think it would be slightly under. And as far as the Marlins, we're hearing that their other starter Rogers is gaining some traction today because we are now at a spot where when we woke up yesterday, Kikuchi was still on the board. Fetty was still on the board. We're losing names. Snell, we're hearing Snell's being pulled back. We're losing names. And if you think about the Miami situation, Trevor Rogers feels like a guy you could deal. Him or Cabrera. Him or Cabrera are the two pieces that we'll keep an eye on today. It could happen. Edward Cabrera, Trevor Rogers, either one of them, they could go. They could be dealt. No doubt about it. Anthony, and thank you again, Rob. I do believe a trade for Andrew Nardi can be had, but what my feeling is gets back to what's the market right now. I have a feeling after the Jason Adam trade and after the Yusei Kikuchi trade, buyers are probably very concerned. That's my feeling. I think we're going to have a stare down for a couple hours. I hate to say it. I think we're going to have a stare down for a couple of hours here. And Billy, you feel like we're going to get a trade in the next hour? I think we can get a trade. There are bats that can be moved. I think for pitching, we are going to have a stare down. That is my strong feeling on the matter. It's going to be a stare down for pitching. Again, we can take a look at some of the names that are potential to be moved today. You've got Crochet. You've got Skubal. Snell. Will they be moved? Tanner Scott is one of the headline relief pitchers to be moved. You've got Taillon, Flarity, Anderson. I think a Paul Blackburn deal could happen. But when we think about where could we find a deal, if a deal's going to happen early, I think the bats are probably where we could see something happen early. Doesn't rule out that a pitcher could get dealt, but I think you got with Rengifo, with Yandy Diaz, with Jonathan India, with Taylor Ward, with Brent Rooker, and others, sort of more of the B and C level prospects. I think we could see something. I think the bats, we'll see early today. I think if we see an early trade, my money would be on it being a bat. Just because I think we're gonna have a stare down for pitching. The Arozarena deal. It's if you're building your trade on, or you're basing your trade on the Randy Arozarena deal with Seattle, you're in great shape. If you're building your trade on the Tommy Pham element with St. Louis, you're in great shape. I feel like you still there were some good prospects that went to Miami, but if you're going off of the Jazz Chisholm trade, that looks you can build a trade off of that too. So the bats, I can see bats moving earlier because I don't think the market is inflated right now for bats. I think it is for pitching, for starters and relievers. That's my feeling, that it is an inflated, elevated market for pitching, and we could see a bat move. Let's see what we got. Let's see if there's anything new to put on the board. Latest is from Fine Sand. Fine Sand tweeting again. We can pull that up and take a look at that. Let's put that back on the board. All-star Kyle Finnegan is considered to be among the best relievers available, even after giving up 5 runs on Monday. Finnegan is under control through 2025, and one exec said the Nats are currently asking the moon for the right-hander. Are you looking for confirmation that the pitching market is crazy? It comes right here from Mark Feinsand, that the pitching market is high. The pitching market is elevated. The Nats are asking for the moon for Kyle Finnegan. There you go. Muscle Rarton. No Vlad would mean no fans at Rogers. Right. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is going nowhere. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. will be staying. It is a business decision. It is not just a personnel, player, roster decision. It is a business decision to hold on to Vladimir Guerrero Jr. because this team has spent muscle. What's the dollar amount? How many hundreds of millions of dollars have been invested into the Rogers Center? So the product that you're selling has to remain appealing. And if you trade Vladimir Guerrero Jr., your product goes to shit. Just putting it out there exactly like it is. Vladdy sells tickets. Bo doesn't. Scott, thank you for the donation. I respectfully disagree with that. So, and again, I will continue. That super chat came through as I was just starting my take on the whole Vladdy thing. They spent so much money on that stadium. And you're only doing that if you are going to continue bringing fans out. And what is going to continue to bring fans out? A winning ball club. Players that draw. Vladdy on his own draws. The player to trade is Bo. Unfortunately, you can't trade Bo right now because he's hurt. I put it at a 1% chance that Bo Bichette gets traded. If he was healthy, I would have it at 50%. Because a Blue Jays team with just Vladdy, it works. It's fine. That's good. That'll still draw. That team still works. You remove Vladdy and you have Bo. Think about that team. Does that team have the same juice? The Bo team, the Vladdy team. The Vladdy team has more juice. That's why Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is the player that you keep and the player that you extend. You need the fans to keep coming out. That's the business element to this. You have all of these new concessionaires and business partners that are going to be looking for a return on their investment to come into the Rogers Center and sell their merch, their food, their drinks to a packed house. It ain't going to be a packed house if Vladdy gets traded and that fan base feels like this Toronto team is blowing it up. People will run away from that park, and you'll have done all of this work to the stadium, and there's no one there. So you cannot let that happen. And trading Vladimir Guerrero Jr. would signify that we're done. The Kikuchi trade, all three of those players could be on the Blue Jays next year. The trade for Yimi Garcia, you're getting pieces back that will be on the team next year. It kind of scares me because they're adding a lot of young prospects. Any free agents? I don't. They're bringing in so many prospects, the Blue Jays, that they may not spend in free agency because they feel like they filled all the holes in all their needs. I'm kidding a little bit, but I'm not. I am, but I'm not. I'm saying there's a business standpoint. The Blue Jays need to keep them. Andrew, thank you for the donation. Any chance we see anything from the Pirates? If so, what are we thinking? So a win last night. That helps. You had the Jalen Beeks trade yesterday, adding to the bullpen. I think if you see something from Pittsburgh, it will be one of two things. It will be more like that. It will be soft buys. It will be players that raise the floor and add depth and will help the team, but not to the degree where it takes their win projection up significantly. You'll see that, or I can't rule out a chance that they make a big time splash. I can see it happening for Rooker or Ward. I don't think Luis Robert, but I could see, and I don't think Luis Robert because Luis Robert has significant dollars attached. But if you are Pittsburgh and you're thinking about how this window to compete is open, we are open to winning. So let's add whatever we're doing. We need to have the future in mind, similar to what the Chicago Cubs have been doing, going and trading for Isaac Paredes. if you're the Pittsburgh Pirates, can you deal for Rooker? Can you deal for Taylor Ward? Players that have control, not just next year, the year after, multiple years of control. So when you are in this win, now it's time to win mode, Rooker, Ward, they help you try to steal a wild card spot in 2024, and they help you try to win the division in 2025 and in 2026. I can see, because the logic is there, the logic is justified for the Pittsburgh Pirates to go out there and make a splash. Now, it may cost too much to go out and get those players. And there are other teams in that may be more aggressive because they're not in now it's time to win mode. They are in World Series or bust mode. And the team that is in World Series or bust mode is going to put forth a stronger package. So if the Phillies want them, if the Dodgers want them, if the Braves want them, they will go a little bit stronger with their package because they need to win the World Series. Pirates are just trying to make the playoffs. But they're not going to do anything to prevent their success next year or the year after. I could see Rooker, I could see Ward because it would help them this year and next year, but they could get outbid by one of those other teams that could be more aggressive. Anthony, with your question, am I hearing anything from the bigger guys who cover baseball about the Marlins trading Berger? I have not seen anything about Berger. Let me scroll back down, see what you guys are talking about. Do we have anything new? Let's check that. So, really, okay, to put the bow on this tweet from Mark Feinsand, you may not be excited about hearing about Kyle Finnegan. You may not care about him. You may not care about the Nats. But what you do need to take away from this, what everybody needs to take away from this, is that the Nats are asking for the moon for Kyle Finnegan. I believe that is probably the case across the board. Everyone is probably asking for the moon for their relievers and their starters. If we are going to see early trades, I think those early trades will come from the bats. I think that is where we will see it. Strike Blitz, you did more research last night on the waiver deadline. I think we're just confused. Players can be waived after today, but you claim them. It's like signing a free agent. You take the money. That's it. So maybe that's it. Yes, there is the waiver deadline. You can still waive players because once you get to the end of August, you have to, everybody that's on your 40-man, everyone that's on the roster, that's it. You can't add anybody else beyond that point and take them into your postseason roster. Banned. Yes, Finnegan did get lit up last night, but they're still asking for the moon. 9-inch pitcher. Sorry, got caught in the middle of a cough there. I have a out of left field question for you. If Wander Franco didn't do what he did, and do you think the Rays would still be sellers? That's a great one. That is a fantastic question. I was watching the NYY Underground guys earlier today, and because they got started early, they got to a point where they were talking about the Rays, and look, Franco, that is a domino effect that has negatively impacted this team. Wander Franco would, if he was still there, I believe then Randy Arozarena is still there. I believe Isaac Paredes is still there. I think this team would be in a completely different mode, a completely different mood if Wander Franco was still there. But now everything has sort of been thrown up and chaos is ensuing. You had the pitching injuries, that on top of it. Those two things combined, the pitching injuries last year that impacted this year, Rasmussen, Springs, and McClanahan, and the Franco thing, basically threw the plan right out the window. Why are the Cubs buying when they aren't going anywhere is a question from Kevin Kirby. Kevin, they're adding pieces like Nate Pearson and Isaac Paredes that are going to be a part of the team beyond this year. With the rumors of Isaac Paredes being dealt if you're the Cubs, it's great to grab him because somebody else could have. And then he won't be available. Man, that took so long for that to finally play. Why does that take so long? I don't know. Let's see if we've got another. See if there's anything new that we can put on the board and talk about. The latest thing from at least the people I'm following today is the Kyle Finnegan thing from Mark Feinsand. Band, feel free to light it up today. Anybody else that wants to send me anything, light me up today. Tweet at me. If you're wondering what my Twitter handle is, it is Jim Riley Live. So that's good. All right, let's do that. Yes, let's look at Heyman. It was around the same time as Feinsand. However, it is different context, different information. Yankees interested in Yandy Diaz, Luis Rengifo, Tanner Scott, Fairbanks, Finnegan, the world. They're interested in everybody. But it's an extreme seller's market at the moment. Pen and infield versatility seems to be the focus. Can't rule out starters, but prices are very high. Man, I will be amazed if we get to a situation where Jack Flaherty doesn't go anywhere. I think we're getting to a point where we need to consider that. The Detroit Tigers are currently 52-56. Lost their last 2 games, so it's not like they are creeping back up. They got to deal him. They've got to deal him. Diaz makes $1 million. Yes, Diaz is a great fit for Houston. I agree with that 100%. But this just adds, it's again, more confirmation that today, the pitching market, that is going to be, at least this morning, we're not even in the morning anymore. Well, many of you are. On the East Coast, we have crossed over into the afternoon. Those of you that are watching this couple hours, the last few hours, and I think the next few hours could be a staring contest. Who's going to blink first when it comes to the pitching? Bats, lots of bats can and will move. The pitching is going to be interesting. That is going to be the piece that I think that is the most complicated, that is the most inflated, it is the most expensive right now, is pitching. So if you are these teams, I keep saying this, I believe that these teams enter into this process similarly to how they all have a financial budget when they are signing free agents. I think they have a prospect capital budget. And how much of that are they willing to part with? And the New York Yankees, if you're going to have to be overpaying, because look, if that's what the market is, that's the market. If you have to overpay, you have to overpay. If you are going to be in that setting, you have to be strategic with your budget, with your prospect budget. And that means you have to pick. Do you want the reliever or do you want the starter? Again, I think they should be able to get a bat without having to overpay. I do believe that, though that Lane Thomas trade yesterday may have cast some doubt to that thought process, because you can argue that the Guardians overpaid for Lane Thomas. Not to the degree that the Astros overpaid for Kikuchi or the Padres overpaid for Jason Adam, but it was still a slight overpay. Still something that I think teams can, that's still a hurdle that I think teams could get over. So I think we see bats move. If you're the New York Yankees, go trade for Yandy Diaz. Go overpay for Tanner Scott. Go win the World Series. That's the play. That's the plan. That's what you need to do. You also, those of you watching, need to subscribe if you have not subscribed to the channel. We are on the road to 50,000 subscribers. you guys can help us today knock a big chunk of that out. Make sure to subscribe to the channel if you have not yet. Watching the chat, I see a lot of familiar names. I appreciate all of you being here, hanging out, spending time with me. I know there are a lot of options. A lot of options out there. So I appreciate you coming in and being here. Make sure to subscribe. Stay close to the channel. If you want to know what content is coming up, obviously we're going to be doing trade deadline grades. That will probably be up tomorrow morning. We'll premiere that. And we premiere that so the community can get back together and interact and talk about it while it's happening. So we will have that. I am ready to do a Garrett Crochet video. This whole scenario about the management making public the extension and Chris Getz's response has been amazing. It has been drama. It has been theatrical drama with the Chicago White Sox. Only if Crochet stays. If Garrett Crochet gets dealt, then there's no reason to do anything. But if Garrett Crochet doesn't get traded, and the reason is because his agent shot his mouth off, that'll be interesting. I see good vibes. I see Justin Berlin subscribing here over the last couple seconds. Welcome to BALLCAP Nation, guys. Welcome in. So I feel like there's a Garrett Crochet, even though it'll be trade related and the trade deadline will have passed. There's more that needs to be said about the Garrett Crochet situation. So we'll see how that goes. Lacey, you're hearing that the Phillies are in on Garrett Crochet. Remember, this is a big day of leverage. Keep that in mind. There's going to be a lot of leverage-related pieces of information, all of that flying around. So sniff it out. Is it leverage or is it legit? I keep pushing back on any team, anything I hear about when it comes to Garrett Crochet. If that team does not need him next year in their rotation, then I'm calling bullshit. Rico, Mark, and Sonny subscribing over the last few seconds. Welcome into BALLCAP Nation, guys. Thank you for subscribing. If you are subscribing and I'm not giving you the shout out, it might be because you have your subscriptions private. But if you have it public, I'm getting it in the feed. I'll give you a shout out if I see you subscribe. The Phillies don't need him next year. If Zach Wheeler was walking, sure. That got worked out. They just signed Aaron Nola to the extension. You got Christopher Sanchez to the extension. You have Ranger Suarez. Phillies are good, man. The Dodgers are good too. The Dodgers don't need Garrett Crochet. It was absolute ridiculous, the rumors about Garrett Crochet. I argue it's probably coming from sources that have a little bit of motivation to bring the Dodgers into the trade rumors. It doesn't make sense. The rotation is fine for next year. And the reason why I'm there, if you want to know why I'm there for that, it is because of this. Think about value points. We're going to assign a point for you helping me right now. We're going to assign a point for you being under control for next year. You can be added into my rotation next year. The Dodgers, sure. Circle the help me right now. But the part of 2025, 2026, they don't circle that. And because they don't circle that, they don't see the full value of Garrett Crochet. Therefore, they're not going to put forth the package that a team that does see the full value would. A team like the Brewers would see full value, but they're not that aggressive with their prospects. A team like the Orioles would, but they are also trying to hold on to their top 10 prospects. There are teams that a team like the Atlanta Braves would see value in Garrett Crochet. Help you right now in case somebody else gets hurt. And he's in your rotation next year when Max Fried goes out west. So those are the teams that I'm buying. But if you're trying to build a robust trade market, if you are the Chicago White Sox or anybody linked to the Chicago White Sox, you got to have the Dodgers in there, because what else is going to be a motivating driving factor for the Orioles to elevate, for the Braves to elevate, for the Brewers to get maybe a little bit more aggressive? You need the Dodgers there to do it. You need, if there's been any Yankee rumors, it's probably bullshit. Joseph, you say Crochet goes nowhere. I think I agree with that. Again, we had more talk this morning. I think it might have been Morosi saying that there was a chance that he gets dealt and Robert doesn't. I would actually flip it. I would flip that. I would say there's a better chance that Robert gets traded than there is of Crochet. Strike Blitz. Dodgers can flip Bobby Miller and pieces for Crochet, but why would you do that? And even if they flipped Bobby Miller, they still take Bobby Miller out of the rotation next year. The Dodgers rotation's still fine, even without Garrett Crochet. River Ryan, Gavin Stone, not Kikuchi. He went to the Astros. Yamamoto, Ohtani, and Glasnow. The rotation's still stacked, even without Bobby Miller. I saw my boy Peace Up H-Town in here. I still have nightmares of that Braves team as an Astros fan. Drew Thorpe, the White Sox are a high school team. If Crochet gets hurt, the GM should be fired immediately. I know. I'm with you on that. I was out here banging the drum with the whole Dylan Cease thing all off season as we kept hearing rumors and we knew that there were good offers being put forth and he kept saying no. There is certainly that element. If you don't trade him and let's say he gets hurt in September. Now, here's the thing. There's a rocky relationship there now between the player and the front office. If he doesn't get traded, how many innings do you really think he pitches in September? How many do you really think he's going to pitch? I'll put the over-under at 20. I think Garrett Crochet gets shut down if he isn't traded. They'll let him pitch in August. Hey, look what you missed, everybody. But he ain't going to pitch in September. If he does, that'll be foolish. Let me see here. We had a couple of more subscribers coming through. Notes from the road. Thank you for subscribing. Business 7 Man, thank you for subscribing. Jesse Frost, thank you for subscribing. It's everybody that has subscribed that is in the feed right now. Guys, we were only 19 likes away from 500, 15 likes away from 500. Smash that like. Let's see how far, just for fun, for funsies, because we're waiting for stuff to happen. Smash that like and let's see how far beyond 500 we can get. Let's play a like game. How far over 500 can we get? Can we get 20 over? Can we get 30 over, 40 over? Smash the like. Let's see how high we can get over 500. We're at 508. Let's see how far. Only 8. Only 8. I think it's waiting to update. I did see super chats, and I'm going to jump to those super chats in just a moment. 516. We got to have a few more in there than that. Okay, let me get to those super chats. I don't want them to get far away. Nick, Padres need him and do not care about prospects. That is true, but I think Garrett Crochet is probably going to go for even more at this point. After overpaying for Jason Adam, you start to get to a point where if you're the San Diego Padres, like Ethan Salas, the top prospects have to be included in that deal. Aaron, as a Phillies fan, we need to go for Scott if we can't land Crochet. After getting lit up last night, getting Crochet won't be bad for us at all. I like the Scott idea. I think Phillies should go after bullpen, and if you grab a starter, look, nobody's talking about or thinking about Paul Blackburn, but I think Paul Blackburn would be a great grab for the Philadelphia Phillies. He'd be a great grab for a lot of teams. He really would. Nick, Aaron, and Nick, thank you for the donations. Joel, thank you for subscribing. Welcome into BALLCAP Nation, Joel. So, and we are at 572, 575. That was like 100 spike. Thank you, guys. That's cool. That's cool. So let's talk about the Padres and their farm system and what we are going to have to part with. What is truly available? What would have to be given up if you want to go and land Garrett Crochet? Where is my screen? There it is. So the San Diego Padres top prospects, Ethan Salas, word is he is untouchable. Robbie Snelling, word is he is not available. You're going to be down here. Adam Mazer is available probably. But here's the thing. Once you get down here, look at this. The number 7 prospect on the San Diego Padres is a 40 out of 80. That's the number 7. The number 7 prospect would not show up in the top 30 for anybody else. Ryan Bergert is a 45, and he's the number 6. Graham Pauley is a 45, and he's the number 5. The top 4 prospects have some juice. After that, it is a steep drop-off. I like Pauley a little bit there, but after that, it is a drop-off, man. And if you are trading for Garrett Crochet, you've got to include at least 2 of the top 4. Straight up. You have to include 2 of the top 4 to get Garrett Crochet. And even for AJ Preller, that might be a bit much for him to try to swing. They do need a starter. And that is why I keep talking about going after the rentals, but now the rental market is through the roof. Yusei Kikuchi and the Toronto Blue Jays just screwed everybody over. That's going to hurt. That really is going to be interesting. All right. Thank you guys for those super chats. And we've got Eric Hansen and we have Cornman subscribing. Welcome in, guys. Welcome to BALLCAP Nation. Again, make sure to subscribe if you have not yet. If you are a baseball fan, we do this. Maybe you're just finding us for the first time today because MLB and the trade deadline is going to be all over and dominating the YouTube algorithm. So you may be finding us for the first time today. I appreciate that. I would love for you guys to subscribe and stay close to the channel. I like to think of myself as the voice of reason. Some may disagree with me. Some may agree with me. I am the voice of reason. All 30 teams. I cover them all. I talk about them all. They're all my kids. There are going to be times where your team is praised and acknowledged and rewarded and loved. There will be times where I love your team. And then there will be times that I'm disappointed and I loathe and I have to criticize your team. If it is warranted, either way, everyone's fair game to be praised or criticized at any moment. So I would love for you to be a part of the community. Dustin, does Miller, Roboleski, Rushing, DePaula, Morales, Outman come even close to Skubal? It would, but I wouldn't do that, Dustin. I wouldn't do that. That feels like that is just too much. It is too much. I like the idea of the Orioles trying to trade for him and using Mountcastle or Mullins as pieces to send off to other buyers, and those buyers put their prospects in the deal. That is my favorite trade scenario for Tarik Skubal. David, it could have happened, but it doesn't look like it is going to happen, a reunion on that front. John Morosi posting from Shai Davidi that Joey Loperfido is scheduled to arrive in Baltimore later this afternoon. Unclear if he will be active today. That trade really, really wreaking havoc on the market. Strike Blitz. Any team trying to land Snell right now is trying to get him to trigger the option for 2025. And why would he? Right? He wouldn't. There's no way that he would want to pitch on a one-year deal. That's why he's got the option in the first place for this year, is so that he's not pitching on a one-year deal. If he gets hurt and he can't pitch, if all year went like the first half of the year did, Blake Snell would trigger that option. But he is locked in. He is dealing. He will opt out of that thing and go get his multi-year deal. And we talked about it last night too. The reason why he didn't get a multi-year deal in the first place was because of his agent. He had multi-year offers on the table. He had them on the table. His agent would not accept them. His agent being Scott Boras. Scott Boras needs to be, if I were Blake Snell, I would follow the Jordan Montgomery route and I would fire Scott Boras. You had money on the table. You wanted to be a Yankee. Remember that? Remember when we were hearing about Blake Snell wants to be a Yankee? And then we heard that Blake Snell had an offer from the Yankees? How'd that go? Scott Boras killed that. Josh King and John Heath. Thank you for subscribing. Welcome into our community. Welcome to BALLCAP Nation, guys. Similar to how Scherzer triggered his for the Rangers, but Strike Blitz, the difference is Scherzer's 10 years older. Scherzer can operate on one-year deals or one-year deals with an option. The problem is, because again, remember, it was the rest of that year and the option for next year. I don't see Snell wanting to do that because Snell's still young. Snell still could go out and get a 5-year deal. That's what he would rather have. Because the last thing you want to do is the last thing you want is to be John Means. And if you don't know what's going on with John Means, now look, John Means was not in a position to negotiate a long-term contract as it is. He just has the worst luck of Brandon Woodruff. Brandon Woodruff, John Means, the two of them go kind of hand in hand. You don't want to be one of those guys where you're in the final year of your deal, the final year of arbitration, however it is, you are a free agent next year, and you go down with season-ending injury, and you're not going to pitch next year either. Brandon Woodruff got some money, got back on with the team, but I don't know what John Means is going to be in rough shape. Whoever takes John Means is going to be it's going to be a very team-friendly deal. John Means is going to get screwed. So if you're Snell, the last thing you want to do is be pitching on that 1 year. If you get hurt and you need to have surgery and you're going to miss next season, it would be nice if it was season 2 of 5 and you're still going to get $25-30 million next year. Spencer, as you've stated for months, Twins sell the team. This hasn't been that. This has been a decent year for the Twins. The Twins are just not, in my opinion, a team that can be overly aggressive when it comes to trading prospects away. Those of you that might be on your lunch in the East Coast or starting your lunch in the Central, I welcome you in. We are covering everything trade deadline related. I would tell you the biggest storyline happening right now. The biggest storyline happening right now in Major League Baseball is the fact that the pitching market for starters and relievers is elevated through the roof. Prices are very high, John Heyman says, when it comes to the Yankees' interest in a ton of relievers. Kyle Finnegan, according to Mark Feinsand, the Nats are asking for the moon for Kyle Finnegan. The relievers market, thanks to that Jason Adam trade, is through the roof. The pitching market, thanks to the Yusei Kikuchi trade, is through the roof. So these teams are in the buyers and the sellers are in a staring match right now. Who blinks first for any of the pitchers? The bats, it's a whole different story. We have not seen the elevated returns, the massive overpays. I would argue the Lane Thomas deal with Cleveland and Washington was a little bit of an overpay, but just a little bit. And that isn't going to prevent any bats from moving early today. So we do have that to consider. We have a look with the deal for Randy Arozarena. That is a very friendly deal for teams that are trying to make an impact, make a splash. So I will tell you that we will probably see some bats moving soon. I think we could see some. I think that will be the first trade. The first trades that we see will be that of the bats. Again, those of you that may be just hopping in, it's lunchtime. You're grabbing some lunch. We'll kind of run through the deals that have happened, where we are at, how we are feeling when it comes to deals that have taken place. Mariners grabbing Randy Arozarena and Yimi Garcia, and we have it in a couple slides, Justin Turner. I'm sorry, but as a Blue Jay fan, having to listen to all of those Vladimir Guerrero Jr. to the Mariners rumors drove me nuts. And just as a fan, I couldn't help but laugh when I saw Justin Turner go. Sorry. Mariners fans, I'm rooting for you. Randy Arozarena was an amazing trade. Good job. Yimi Garcia, good job. So we have seen the Mariners get better. We see the Cubs with Isaac Paredes getting better for the future with the multiple years of control. The Jazz Chisholm to the Yankees trade's amazing. I love that. Love that for the Yankees. Love that for Jazz Chisholm and his career. He wanted to be a Yankee. He is a Yankee. He has incredible teammates, not just from a strong personality standpoint, but from a elite talent standpoint. Going from Miami, where he would look across the locker room and he would see Jesus Sanchez and Brian De La Cruz and other players, Tim Anderson earlier in the year. Now he's in a clubhouse and he looks across and he sees Aaron Judge. He sees Juan Soto. He sees Garrett Cole. It's a whole different thing. Whole different culture. Cardinals looking great with Fetty and Pham. Won that 3-team trade going away yesterday. It wasn't even close. Kikuchi to the Astros. Again, that has had an impact on the market. The Orioles have made their moves, grabbing Eflin and Dominguez. I love Lane Thomas to Cleveland. I love Michael Lorenzo to the Kansas City Royals. Kansas City can focus on bats today. Soler back to Atlanta. Love that. He will mash in Atlanta. Do not worry at all about what he was doing in San Francisco. He will mash with the Braves. However many home runs he had already hit for San Francisco over the first 3.5 months, he'll probably hit more than that with Atlanta over the last 2 months of the season. Puck to Arizona was a fantastic move. Edman to the Dodgers is setting up to be the biggest name they get at the deadline. Are you kidding me? We got to see the splash today from the Dodgers. Mets grabbing Winker. In the end, Rizzo and the Nats win that trade. Great job by the Nationals going out and signing Jesse Winker and then dealing him for a pitching prospect that is graded. It was a 45 out of 80 graded pitcher. I think you win that. Frankie Montas to the Brewers. I don't think Brewers fans are happy about that. I see we have some Morosi to take a look at. We will refresh and take a look at that. Kopech and Rosario are two other pieces going to the Dodgers. Estevez, one of the best relievers, going to Philly. And then Adams to San Diego. Here we go. What is this from Feinstein? The Reds will be getting both Pagan. No, not that. Okay. I mean, we'll pull the Morosi thing up. Let's pull it up. It is something new. It is something relevant, something we can add into the conversation. It is not a trade, but again, it is something we can add to the conversation. Let's get back to that. Morosi tweeting about, scroll down here, Jack Flaherty, some speculation here. Jack Flaherty and Mike Shildt have a good relationship, had a good relationship when Flaherty was a Cardinal. Shildt Padres are looking to add a starter. Flaherty is available. For the last week or so, I have been all about San Diego grabbing one of those rental arms. Flarity would be a great one. Kikuchi would have been a good one. Anderson's not a rental, but he would be a good one. There are some good names to go out and grab. Flarity would be a good one for the San Diego Padres. They have to. We don't even know. We don't know if Yu Darvish is going to pitch again this year. Yu Darvish is going through some personal items, so he may be out of the equation. Yankee fans that were hoping for some maybe Jack Flaherty speculation news, I'll say this. Again, if we're in an overpay situation right now for any pitcher that gets dealt, if you are the Yankees, you then have to choose where you're going to overpay. And I believe the smart overpay would be for the relief pitcher, would be for Tanner Scott. See, Jazzy, what do I think the Royals will have to give up for Taylor Ward and or Rengifo? I mean, they're going to have to give up multiple top 10 prospects. See, Jazzy, go take a look at your prospect. You may have to give up your number one prospect. I think you'll have to be giving up multiple top 10 prospects. It will be considerable. AJA Prods and Concept 34, thank you for subscribing. I see that popping up in my feed. I know it doesn't show up on the screen anymore, but like a year and a half ago, it just stopped happening. And I'm not tech savvy enough to troubleshoot that with Streamlabs. So we still have the pop-up for the super chats, but we don't have it for the subscribers. And I don't know why, but don't forget to subscribe. The king of Yapper reporting Morosi. Let me see what we got from Craig Mish. Okay, this could be our first one, and it would be a surprise because it is a pitcher. Let's see here. Oh, I don't have it on here. Did he retweet it, though? We're going to have to pull him up. So let's see what happens here with Trevor Rogers. According to Craig Mish, the Marlins appear to be closing in on a trade for Trevor Rogers, with several teams still pushing for him. The club will then turn its attention to their relief pitching. So we could see Trevor Rogers move, and this will be interesting to see the kind of impact it has on the market, because Trevor Rogers also has multiple years of control. And what these teams need to have happen, they need to have a trade go down that resets the market, because the market is out of control right now for pitching after the Kikuchi and the Adam deal. Trevor Rogers is making $1.5 million this year and then has 2 more years of control. Arbitration 2, arbitration 3. There has been some talk that it could be the New York Mets. I would think that Trevor Rogers, with 2 years of control, I would think Trevor Rogers probably going to go for something of significance. And you guys know at this point my feeling on the New York Mets. But here's the catch to that, is that Trevor Rogers is a piece that helps you for the next 2 seasons. Trevor Rogers has been pitching better lately. His last 4 starts have all been good, decent outings. So maybe he's sort of getting it back under control. He was a very good pitcher, has had his struggles. Donnie, what's up, man? Right back to you. Salute. Dark Wolf, is there a pitcher not named Skubal or Crochet that if those prices are too high that the Orioles could try to go and get? A low-key name that could be an addition without too much cost. Dark Wolf, thank you for that super chat. I think the names after Skubal and Crochet are Flaherty and Tyler Anderson. I also am of the belief that you could deal. Let me see. Who else we got here? Those are 2 of the big ones. Jameson, Taillon. But Paul Blackburn really stands out. I would love the idea of Paul Blackburn. I would love Paul Blackburn because this is specifically for the Orioles and any other team that needs a starter for next year. Paul Blackburn is a good pitcher. He is back off the IL. He pitched on the 26th against the Angels. It was his first start since May 10th. He's started 9 games this season, but was down, earned a win against the Angels, gave up some runs, but Paul Blackburn is a good pitcher. Paul Blackburn's value may not be at its peak, but you have to try to weigh out, is his value at his peak versus, because you only got one more year after this year. Paul Blackburn's got next year, and you got a playoff run. Even if he's not at his peak, I got to think the trade-off for getting the playoff run can alter that. If you're trading for Paul Blackburn in the offseason and all you're getting is 1 year, I think you get package A. If you are trading for him right now and his value's not as high, but you get him for next year and the playoff run, I think you get package A. I think it would be the same. So I think Paul Blackburn is a name that could go. And again, you get another year. You could see the Orioles, you could see the Brewers, you could see the Braves trying to snag Paul Blackburn. All teams that need a starting pitcher right now, and all teams that need a starting pitcher next year. Micah, Jack Flaherty, what do the Dodgers do? I think you go get Jack Flaherty. I would like to see Flaherty to the Dodgers. That's my guy. Having Tyler Anderson for another year doesn't help him. Having Blackburn for another year doesn't help him. Crochet and Skubal they won't see the value. The value won't be as strong for them as it would for other teams that truly do need starting pitching moving forward. So I love the rental idea. And at this point, when we're talking about the rentals, we are talking about, because again, Taillon is not a rental either. Taillon is 2024, 2025, and 2026. And it's $18 million a year. So Taillon doesn't work either for the Dodgers. You've got Flaherty. And why am I blanking on the other rental that is available? You've got Flaherty as a possibility. I'm completely blanking. Why can't I get the name? We've got another. Who's the other rental? Why can't I think of the name? Nate Eovaldi could be a piece, big business. We'll see what they do. Chris Bassett could be an interesting option, Secret Service. Joshua Kemp, thank you for subscribing. Welcome to BALLCAP Nation. Welcome to our community. Sporty, thank you for subscribing. Again, it doesn't pop up, but if I see it, I'll give you a shout out. Big business. Do I think the Rangers let go of Eovaldi if they get a great offer? Any whispers on Trevor Bauer? Saw him pop up on 10 last night. So, yes, I called it 10. I'm convinced that one day, someday soon, Elon Musk is going to come out and say, haha, fooled you all. It's not really X, it's 10, the Roman numeral. Anyway, let's move on. I can see Nate Eovaldi, if the package is there, if the price is right, sure. But at the same time, the Rangers may feel like they could make a run and make a push. Thank you for the donation, Big Business. Thank you for the donation, Dark Wolf. Appreciate you guys. So, what was I just about to look up? Just about to talk. Just about to look something. Dave Rhodes. Thank you for subscribing. I'm going to assume that your subscription is maybe set to private. If it was public, I should get in the feed. Maybe the feed glitched, but I appreciate you letting me know. Happy to give you a shout out, Dave. Welcome. Welcome to BALLCAP Nation. Welcome to our community. Oh, that was the other thing I was going to talk about. Trevor Bauer. Trevor Bauer will not be pitching in Major League Baseball this year. There is a chance that maybe he can find a team next year. That has been my stance now for a while, that not just weeks or months, but back during the winter time, because there was a lot of Trevor Bauer talk then. My belief is Trevor Bauer will get his first chance to return to the big leagues next year. I don't think anyone's going to touch him this year. I think it'll be next year. The question about the San Francisco Bats. Here, let's check this real quick. Let me make sure. I see Feinstein tweeting 8 seconds ago. Maybe doing his thing. Okay. Nothing to worry about there. Let's go over to here and let's take a look at the Giants. And we can talk about that for a minute. Bats for the Giants. Let's take a look at the situation for the Giants. So you have Wade, you have Elliot Ramos, Patrick Bailey, Tyler Fitzgerald. If Conforto gets dealt, see, this is the fascinating thing about trading away Jorge Soler. You're looking at the equation and you're saying, wait, somebody's not here? Somebody's missing? This looks like what should be the regular 9 to go out there every day anyway. But certainly you've got the chance that Conforto gets dealt. You've got a screen keep popping up. A chance that Conforto gets dealt. Obviously, David VR at DH is not something you want to keep doing. What are we doing with Luciano? What are we doing? Does Casey Schmidt get some time here? When's Estrada back? When is Flores back? Those are two pieces because they're going to come back. I think part of it may be what's the diagnosis with them? How much longer are they going to be out? Because those are two bats you need to have in the lineup when they are healthy. And there's your second baseman. Brett Wisely out. There's your DH spot if you want. David VR and Wisely out. And you work in Estrada and Flores into that. Flores goes to DH and Estrada goes to second base. So I don't know. I don't feel like the Giants will be aggressive for a bat based on all of this. I could see the pitching. Maybe they want to grab a starter or not a starter, a reliever. I'm sorry, not the starter, but a reliever. As far as the pitching goes with Webb and Snell and Ray, they got to feel like with all the other pieces, they could probably put together one of the best rotations the rest of the way, and that could help them get in. I would think maybe they try to add a bullpen piece, but I can tell you this. I don't think they're going to overpay for a bullpen piece, so the market needs to break because the Giants don't feel like a team to me that would overpay for the pitching market. I can't see it. And as far as a bat goes, again, at some point, you'll get those two bats back. And when you do, they need to be in there every day. And you're not going to sit anybody. You're not going to sit Fitzgerald or Chapman or Yastrzemski or Bailey or Ramos or Wade. You're going to potentially deal Conforto. And if you deal Conforto, then you're looking at, okay, we have room for another bat. What's the deal with Matos, Luciano, though? I don't know. I could see San Francisco holding pat with their bats. I don't think they necessarily feel like they have to go and replace Soler. Abdullah, thank you for the 6 months on the Platinum Club. With the Dodgers bullpen performance in later innings and Phillips was supposed to be closer being awful, should they prioritize a closer over a starting pitcher? You know, I like that idea, actually, because I feel like the Dodgers have gotten to a point where maybe they don't feel like they need a starter as much as they did 2 weeks ago. And you just got to see the guys back. And this is what I'm talking about. You got Glass now. You got Kershaw. Kershaw made his debut. Glass now came off the IL. River Ryan has looked good. Gavin Stone has looked good. Justin Robleski's in there for a minute because at some point you're expecting to get Yamamoto back. There are pieces that they could go and grab. So with the situation being what it is, they may not be comfortable overpaying, but I could still see Flarity being a target. It would be an upgrade. And what if Yamamoto doesn't come back? What if Yamamoto comes back, but Kershaw gets hurt? You need to have some backups here. And I don't think you want to run the plan back from last year where your backups were young rookie pitchers that had far exceeded any innings maxes that they had ever pitched before. Again, what's not in this equation is Bobby Miller. Bobby Miller's not hurt. Bobby Miller's down in the minors trying to get it right. So this Dodgers team, the priority could shift to the bullpen. They did bring in Michael Kopech, but just wait until Kopech blows the save for you guys. I'm not putting a ton of weight behind the Michael Kopech addition. I feel like this team does need to make a splash. I see exactly what you're talking about here. They do need to go out and grab somebody. I'm just waiting for the splash. Where? Why? What happened? How are we not, with all of the trades the Dodgers have made, with all of the links to Robert and Arozarena, who they missed out on, we haven't had a Dodger splash. Were they all in on Arozarena and they're shell-shocked after that deal went down and they don't, just like, what do we do? I can't imagine this front office is going to get caught flat-footed like that. But I also feel like there's a splash to be made. Strike Blitz, Miller and Buehler took massive steps back this year. Kopech was a terrible ad. I agree with you on that. The thing about Miller and Buehler, Miller's still young. He's going to have ups and downs. I trust look, we saw him last year. He's got that mentality. He's got that ability and that mentality. I believe Bobby Miller will be back and he will be elite. Walker Buehler is trying to find his way back from the injury, the recovery, all of that. So Walker Buehler is damaged goods. I still believe in Bobby Miller. Andrew, it's not a good trades today. Here's what's happening. Again, we've got a situation where the pitching market is heavily inflated right now. You can thank Yusei Kikuchi and the Blue Jays. You can thank Jason Adam and the Rays for the trades that they executed with the Astros and the Padres for inflating the market. There was a time frame of a couple of hours yesterday after Eric Fedde was included in that deal where teams should have jumped and said, oh my God, now's the time to act because that's all it took to get Eric Fedde. Gotta go. Didn't happen. Hours go by. And then you have the Yusei Kikuchi deal, which has obviously destroyed the market for buyers. Because if you are Detroit and you are sitting there with Flarity, you're saying, hey, do you see what happened with the Blue Jays? And my guy's better than that guy. So what are you going to do for me? Bring me back something strong and we can talk. And and by the way, I'm talking to 6 other teams. The dam just needs to break. The Craig Mish tweet that Trevor Rogers, that the Marlins were getting close on a deal is sort of what you need. You need Trevor Rogers to get dealt, and you need Trevor Rogers to get dealt in a relatively friendly package when it comes to the team that's acquiring him. If Trevor Rogers goes for a haul, then we have more trouble. Referee with the super chat, Bauer is good. Kaepernick sucks on and off the field. Did a Bauer and Kaepernick conversation comparison happen in the chat? I didn't see it. No, Bauer still could be good. Bauer can still be good, but I think the teams just don't want to go down that road right now. But that could change. I think that eventually will change. 100%. Jesus Hernandez, I agree with you 100%. That was about moving money off the books, and I also think it wasn't a good fit. And maybe it was about moving money, but I think it also could have been a lot about admitting we were wrong, we made a mistake. This guy's not a good fit with this ballpark. It doesn't play here. Let's move on. I think that probably had a little bit to do with it too. D-Rod, Soler wanted out of San Francisco. Well, whether he did or didn't, I don't think I haven't heard that, but he went from San Francisco to Atlanta. He's got to feel pretty good about that. Band, Robert Murray has a trade. Let's see what we got. It's minor. It's minor. Don't everybody get crazy. Don't get crazy. It is a minor trade. Robert Murray is reporting, and this will probably pop up everywhere in a matter of seconds. Pirates are acquiring Josh Walker from the Mets. Walker had recently been DFA'd. So this is a minor trade. This is sort of on the level of the Red Sox trading for James Paxton, the Rays trading for the Astros player that I'm blanking on right now. When you DFA the guy, you likely have a trade. Josh Walker this year had not been that effective. Pitched to a 5.11 ERA over 12 innings. I'm kind of surprised that Pittsburgh even wants him. Kind of surprised. Jack, thank you for the 7 months with the Gold Club. Dodgers fans want left-handed relief pitcher Tanner Scott for a splash. They should do it. They could do it. They should do it. Go out there and get Tanner Scott. Don't fail at the deadline. If you're the Dodgers, you've got to have a splash. The Dodgers have to go out there and throw their weight around and make a splash happen. Have to. They have the prospects. They have the depth to do it. To this point, what they have given up for Edman and Rosario and Kopech will not prevent them from doing anything else. Go out there and get a splash done. This trade's kind of a dud. Pittsburgh fans, you might get excited when you see the Robert Murray tweet come out. Source: the Pirates are acquiring pitcher Josh Walker. And you go to your computer, who the hell's Josh Walker? And then you see the ERA and you're like, oh, false alarm. Secret Service, let's keep the comments about that stuff. Let's just keep it out. That's starting to get into like personal attack mode. That could get you put in timeout. That could get you banned. I wouldn't do it, Secret Service. I would stay away from that. All right. Let's see. Elephant in the room. There's plenty of political chats you can go to if you want to talk politics. Correct. I think it was more of a dig, though. I don't think Secret Service wants to have a political conversation. I think he's trying to dig. And let's just... Jimmy, who's going to pick up Jake Diekman is the real question. Good question. I don't even have an answer for that. Good question. Jack, correct about Freeman relief pitching, but he needs to try shopping on the first floor instead of the basement to make that. That has been a big gripe for Dodger fans. Is that Freeman and the Dodgers are working down in the basement. They're pulling pieces off of the scrap heap with every move that they've been making. I still think that there was a Bo Bichette to the Dodgers trade to happen, but with the injuries, squash that. Maybe the Dodgers have just everything they have been going for. It has just turned into a string of bad luck. If they were interested in Bo Bichette, he's not available. If they were interested in they were in on Randy Rosarena. Seattle swooped in and snagged him. If they were interested in Luis Robert, just the likelihood of a trade for him just keeps going down. It could just be a string of bad luck. They have been able to subtly raise the floor, but they haven't really raised the ceiling. Victor, no, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. will not be traded today. Who gets Eloy Jimenez? A question from Matt Fisher. I don't know if Eloy Jimenez gets traded today. Billy Harris, thank you for subscribing. R10 Animations and others, thank you for subscribing. Welcome to BALLCAP Nation, guys. Welcome in. Kurt Carpenter still trying to understand why the Cubs pitched Taillon last night, unless Cubs are saying that they absolutely will not trade him. Otherwise, makes no sense. Here's the thing about Taillon. We've gotten a lot of rumors about Jameson Taillon. Jameson Taillon is under contract for the 2025 and the 2026 season. So if you're the Chicago Cubs and you're thinking, hey, we want to compete next year, they are probably moving forward under the belief that Jameson Taillon is going to be there. Something is not working. There it is. Jesus, thank you for the super chat. Giants need to get below luxury tax to be buyers. I can't see them at this point. Anything that happens, give me a relief pitcher. As for the Cubs and the situation brewing there, take a look at this rotation. Hendricks will be gone. You have Steele, you have Imanaga, you have Taillon, you have Assad. Maybe Nate Pearson tries to work his way back into the rotation. He's got to stop hitting people in the head. You got Ben Brown, you got Wisniewski, you got Wicks, there are options. But as far as 2025 goes, if you're the Cubs and you want to win next year, and the trades that you have made, especially the one for Isaac Paredes, indicates that you want to win next year, you need to have some certainty in that rotation. And with Steele and Imanaga and Taillon, I think those are three pieces where you feel really good about what you're going to get. Assad can pitch well. Brown could be something good. You've got pieces that could be major contributors in that rotation. Could be is the main word. Jameson Taillon would be. And because you have him under control for a couple of more seasons, despite all of the rumors, I think they're probably operating under the belief that they're going to be holding, and they will not be trading Jameson Taillon. I just don't see. I think Taillon ends up hanging around in Chicago. So that's our one trade. Do we have anything else that is brewing? Joel Sherman tweeting. Again, there it was. I figured we would have a few either reposting or adding their context to the Mets sending Josh Walker to the Pirates trade. So what's happening this morning? We are in a log jam because of the market for pitching. We've got John Morosi talking about Flarity as an option for the Padres because of the relationship with Mike Shildt. Now, that doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean that it's going to happen. But that is certainly something that is worth considering. I'm trying to find the one element that really gives us a handle on it. Here it is. This one from Mark Feinstein really gives us a handle on what's happening right now in the market. And that is the fact that Kyle Finnegan, and we also had it from John Heyman, that the market for pitching, teams are asking for a lot. And you can thank the Padres and you can thank the Astros for that. Deadline is at 6 p.m. Eastern, but as always, keep this in mind. Deals will be made public after 6 p.m. So keep that in mind as well. Joseph, do I see any more moves made now by the Braves? I do. I still think the Braves could try to nab a starter. I think the Braves could try to nab another bat, a middle infielder, somebody to play second base. Now, the tricky thing is the guys that we're hearing about that are available, the Braves don't check all the boxes when it comes to the value. Helping me right now, under control for next year. Those are two big boxes that you're with a lot of value attached, right? The Atlanta Braves just won't have the same won't assign the same value to a guy like Rengifo or a guy like Jonathan India because they are under control for multiple years, and that doesn't really help them that much. Because Ozzie Albies will be back for the postseason. Ozzie Albies is your second baseman moving forward. So giving up prospect capital for Rengifo or for Jonathan India just doesn't work. It's like going to the grocery store and you need bread. All you need is sandwich bread. But you go to the store and you end up buying more bread than you need. You wasted your money on too much bread. You're buying hamburger buns. You're buying hot dog rolls, buns. Just stay with me for a second. You end up overspending on all this other stuff that you didn't need. And then you're like, oh, wait a minute. I got to go buy milk. I forgot to buy milk. Wait a minute. I'm out of money for milk because I wasted all the money on all this extra bread that I didn't need. So it's about assigning the value, and the Braves just won't assign that value for those players beyond this year because they just don't need that. If there was I'm trying to think of a second baseman that could fill the need for the next. I mean, well, that they went out and got Whit Merrifield for that, and then Whit hurt himself. But that's really what we're looking for here. Cornyn, thank you for the $1 donation, man. Appreciate it. I love baseball 123. The Padres, any Padres possible trades? I do believe that there is a good chance that they go and land a starting pitcher. I do believe so. Don't have any Tyler Anderson news, Mike. We'll hope that we get something there. Justin, Gleyber Torres for the Braves. You know what? Justin, you might be a genius. That's interesting. I hadn't thought about that, but that tracks. Especially if Gleyber Torres doesn't want to go play third. Gleyber Torres says he's a second baseman. Gleyber Torres is walking at the end of the year. That might be one of my new top 10 favorite trade scenarios. Who do we got to give the credit to? Justin Miles. Thank you, Justin Miles. I like that. I like that. Now, I think Gleyber Torres, if he remains with the Yankees, will have a better close to the season because he's in a situation now with New York where he's got to perform. If he wants to remain the second baseman, he's got to perform. He's got to go out there and do it. He has to be good. He can't be garbage at the plate. If you want to keep your playing time, you want to keep your spot. But I actually really like that because Gleyber, second base, could fill in. When Ozzie comes back, Gleyber will still have an opportunity to get reps somewhere. He'll be that first guy up. He'll have to move around potentially. I like it. I do like it a lot. All right. Here is what I got to do. Juan Diaz, the only trade is the Pirates and Mets. Josh Walker, it's a nothing trade. It's a dud. It's nothing of significance. If not, it is nothing of significance at all. Let's see here. So here is the deal, guys. I am going to have to run out. I gotta go. I gotta take a short break here. I gotta go use the boys' room. So I'm gonna go hop out here. I will be back though very, very soon. You can hang tight, wait for me to come on back, maybe minimize the screen and go somewhere else. But I am going to hop out. I will be back in just a couple of minutes. Let me put a be right back up on the screen here. Put that down there. Let's do this. Like I said, I will be back. Give me a few. I will be back. Okay. Let's not turn this into a thing where I have to leave for trades to happen. Can we please, let's not have this thing where, Jim's got to go away for 10 minutes to make trades, because I'll be very sad. So we do have the Yankees pulling off a trade, and maybe this is going to help the market. We'll see. Let's pull the trade up. Jeff Passan had it first, but Jeff Passan is buried here. I do like that John Heyman tweet. That is very interesting. Where is it? Come on. There it is. So Jeff Passan with the news about 10 minutes ago. I don't have a clock in front of me. Yep, there it is. That Mark Leiter Jr., he's got a high ERA, but also has a high K rate, is headed to the New York Yankees for two prospects, the number 22 and the number 29 prospect in the organization. Ben Cowles and Jack Neely will go to the Chicago Cubs. So, Ryan, it was a solid one. I also grabbed a sandwich real quick. I grabbed a quick sandwich. So, the Yankees needed a relief pitcher. Here's the biggest fear for New York Yankee fans right now, that Mark Leiter Jr. is going to be the relief pitcher addition. That is definitely not. What's up, Touchy Bases? How you doing, my man? That is not what they want to do. Absolutely. You are hoping that Mark Leiter is one of multiple pieces at this point. That is definitely the deal. Make sure you guys go check out Chad at Touching Bases. If you haven't subscribed to him, make sure you sub to Chad. Sub to Touching Bases. Lacey, it was Robbie Hyde's fault. What did Robbie do? Let's see. I'm getting a tweet that I just want to check. Chad, thank you for sending this over to me. Twins are listening to offers on Kepler, Margot, and Duran, dealing with a payroll crunch. That'll be interesting. That will be very interesting. No Toronto Blue Jays trades today, Morgan. But this is a move that we will wonder how it moves the market. Is this enough to soften the market a little bit? Because this is not a strong package for Mark Leiter Jr. Now it's Mark Leiter Jr. That is certainly not going to be enough to go and get the big names to start moving. But it is a high swing and miss, a high K rate guy in Mark Leiter Jr. And it's a Leiter, right? I believe he's related to some degree. Maybe, I don't want to say more interesting, but I did find it to be very interesting that John Heyman tweeting that the Nats are interested in Dylan Carlson from the Cardinals. He goes on to add that the Nats have helped turn Cardinals into better players in the past. Lane Thomas, Juan Yepes, Matt Adams. Dylan Carlson is a player that I had a feeling could move this deadline. I had a feeling he could move. You've got an outfield now that doesn't have any room for him. It has been a failure to launch situation, a one-time top prospect for the Cardinals, and a change of scenery could do him wonders. I felt like we could see one of those Cardinals outfielders with years of control remaining move. And Dylan Carlson just felt like the right guy. So to see Carlson get dealt, I think would be a fantastic thing. I would love to see that. Move on from Dylan Carlson. Let him go find another place to play. And if you're the Washington Nationals and you think about the situation in their outfield right now, the beauty is right now he could get some regular playing time. They have traded Jesse Winker. They have traded Lane Thomas. So this is a team that Jacob Young's a regular in the outfield. James Wood is in the left field spot, but there is an opportunity for him to play some right field. Jacob Young can play all over the outfield, but to go out and get Dylan Carlson could be a great addition. They could give him a chance to get some regular playing time right now before all of the big guys come up. Because very soon, the Washington Nationals are going to have a loaded outfield, in my opinion. I believe they will have a very stacked outfield once they start calling up their prospects. I cannot imagine that we are going to be too far away from Dylan Cruz and players like that. So before that happens, you could go get Dylan Carlson and see what he's got. I think that would be a good trade. I think I would like that. I'm rooting for Dylan Carlson to get out of St. Louis because he's got nothing. He's got no opportunities left there. It's done. Hollow, thank you for subscribing. Again, any new subscribers, I see it. I have a feed that shows me the subscribers that have their subs set to public viewing. So if you subscribe, I will give you a holler. I'll give you a shout out. Thank you for subscribing to the channel. We'll keep an eye on that Minnesota Twins news. We'll see what happens there. I got to think we might actually have a shot because we've already added over 100 subscribers today. We've added 150 subscribers since we got going. And I don't know, we're 300 and change away from 47,000. I wonder if we can grab that today. Subscribe if you haven't yet. See if we can get there. Mark, what's the story with Josh Bell right now? Last thing we knew is he was placed on waivers. Placed on waivers. So he could be traded. John the Beagle Dad, yes, you did. You got a pitcher. You got a swing and miss pitcher. You got a guy with some strikeouts. I think that is a good addition. That is a good thing to have. We are close to 1,000 likes. We are 18 likes away from 1,000. Robert Murray with a tweet. Let's check that out. Keep subscribing, guys. I see it keeps ticking up. We keep adding more subs, so keep subscribing. Again, today's a day where YouTube favors the MLB algorithm, so you may be finding me for the first time. We've been doing this for a couple of years now. Make sure to subscribe. Stay with us. I want you on the journey. I want you on the road with us. Here we go. A trade that is grabbing the attention of Jeff Passan and Bob Nightingale and everybody. We have the Red Sox finalizing a deal to acquire right-handed reliever Lucas Sims from the Cincinnati Reds. It looks like Robert Murray beat him to the punch by about 40 seconds. But we are going to have another trade here as the relievers are on the move. These are maybe some of the lower tier relief pitchers. I thought we could see some bats moving first, but we have Lucas Sims. Let's grab Robert Murray. He had it. He beat, again, Passan by just a couple seconds there. Red Sox are acquiring Lucas Sims to add into their bullpen, which is a nice addition for them. Bullpen pieces. We're looking to add pieces. Boston doing that right here with the addition of Lucas Sims. $43 games this year for Sims. ERA of 3.52. A whip of a rather high whip of 1.42. But more importantly, I want to pull up his baseball savant. In fact, we need to get baseball savant ready and teed up over here. That's more important. We got a good K rate. We don't have an elite K rate, but we have a good K rate. And what we have is a pitcher that's using his sweeper, does not give up hard hit contact. Throws his sweeper about half the time And when it comes to average exit velocity, when it comes to hard hit rate, he is up there towards the top of pitchers in baseball. That's important. That's what you like. Boston adding a pitcher. We're going to be very interested to see what the return package is here. Let's see if we can get this on the board. We'll focus on the piece going to Boston for a minute, though. We'll take a look at that. There is Lucas Sims and his Savant page. I like that we're not giving up hard contact. And whiff rate, K rate, all above league average by a decent amount. It's a good trade. This is a nice addition for the Red Sox bullpen. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's also take a look at how he will fit into that Red Sox bullpen. At least I want to. It's not letting me. Let's pull this back up. We'll focus on that while Baseball Trade Values goes through the motions. Actually, I think I know what happened. Hold on. Didn't put the dash. So the Red Sox bullpen, adding him to this group. Let's take a look at the stats. You'll see how he fits in. Kenley Jansen, we like. There's some decent pitching here when it comes to swing and miss, strikeout, high K rate stuff. Lucas Sims may be right up there as one of the higher K rate pitchers that they're going to be deploying now out of that bullpen. Adding him into the mix now gives them Kenley Jansen, gives them Zach Kelly, Bernardino, Winkowski. Adding to a decent bullpen getting a little bit better here with this Lucas Sims deal. So I like it. It's a good deal. What's up, Josh? We have something from Joel Sherman. Let's see. Do we have the return package? There's more from Lucas Sims. Okay, we have the return package from Joel Sherman. Let's get that on the board. Here we go. Joel Sherman with the tweet. Ovis Portes. Ovis Portis is the piece that heads back to the Cincinnati Reds. As far as where he landed or he was with the Boston Red Sox in their organization, this is not a top 30 guy. So you're grabbing a piece that upgrades the bullpen. You gave up nothing of consequence. This is something that I believe the New York Mets should be doing. Every single trade for the New York Mets, if you're doing it right, is going to look like this. It's a player that you can't find on that team's on your top 30 list, and it is a player that's going to help your club. It's going to help a component of the team. So this is a good job bringing in Lucas Sims for nothing of any consequence. So this is good. John the Beagle Dad, I wish I had the time. You know, it's funny. Shorts are actually take a lot of time to do, oddly enough. And unfortunately, with time being a hot commodity, I am just not able to focus on shorts as I would like to. I would love to do it. Something would have to suffer. Something would have to fall and go down because shorts. That is sort of that's the thing right now on YouTube. If you want to grow your channel, you got to be pumping out shorts. That's how you're going to grab subs. But I kind of want my subs to be into and down with the long format stuff, with the live streams. And if they're subscribing to me for shorts, Probably don't watch the live streams. They probably don't watch the long-form content. Shorts, I do them every now and then, though. They'll pop up. Could the Phillies get Robert CDH2? I believe they could. Just a matter of how aggressive do they want to be. I see Brian, I see Rick, I see Steve subscribing here over the last couple of minutes. Tanner King, Philip O'Connor, Rick Lang, R&R Investments, Hollow, Guillermo Garcia. Trying to see if there's anybody else that I need to give a shout out to. Everybody that I see on the feeds. Thank you all for subscribing. Welcome in. What are my thoughts on getting Skubal? I don't think Tarik Skubal is going to be traded. I think he will end up staying put. I think the package to land him, I think it is going to cost too much. I think that there is a Oriole team that could do it if they were willing to part with a significant amount of prospects, but I don't think it's going to happen. Waltero, you are a longtime subscriber. Waltero, thank you. To all of my longtime subscribers, thank you guys. So I feel like when it comes to the Orioles and Skubal, too many top prospects have to be dealt. The Orioles have been talking about dealing Mountcastle, dealing Mullins. If you can ship them off for prospects and then use those prospects in the Skubal trade, do it. But if you are not doing the Skubal trade, then don't trade Mullins or Mountcastle. So it's got to be a 3-team trade. They have to be involved. It could be a 4-team trade. Have we ever seen a 4-team trade? Off the top of my head, it doesn't ring a bell. But I'll work one up for you right now. The Baltimore Orioles get Tarik Skubal and Kenta Maeda. The Houston Astros get Ryan Mountcastle. The Atlanta Braves, now the Braves just got Soler. Who needs a center fielder? The Philadelphia Phillies get Cedric Mullins. And the Detroit Tigers take 2 prospects from Houston, 1 prospect from Philadelphia, and 4 prospects from the Baltimore Orioles. Baltimore Orioles headlining it with Sammy Basayo. That's how it happens, and that's a lot of moving parts. So it is highly unlikely. Highly unlikely, period. Anyway, highly unlikely. I see we have a tweet that we need to give some attention to from Ken Rosenthal. Let's see what he has. Ooh, this is a good one, guys. This is a good one. Yes, this is a good one. And is it a bomb? Lacey, it might be a bomb. I don't know. How excited are we about Trevor Rogers? I do like it, though. This is a good one. Oh, Norby's going. Shit. Okay. All right, let's pull this up because we get the 2 elements together. So we've got a big one. We have this is our biggest deal of the day. We are also hearing from John Heyman at the same time that the Pirates are interested in bats and are considering Brian De La Cruz. But this is the big one here because Trevor Rogers, with multiple years of control, this tells you that Crochet, Skubal, you can cross some things off here. You think about domino effects here. The Orioles are trading for Trevor Rogers. I mean, Skubal's not happening. It is 100% done now. Never anymore does anybody need to talk about Tarik Skubal trade rumors because it isn't going to happen because this was the team that could do it, and they just traded for a lefty starter that is going to be in this rotation for the next couple of seasons because that's Trevor Rogers' deal. Trevor Rogers has 2 more years of control beyond this year. He's been pitching better lately. We saw a really good year from Trevor Rogers a couple of years ago. He has not been able to get back to that level, to that kind of player, but there is the upside. And obviously the Orioles are buying that upside. What was that year? Trevor Rogers, it was in 2021 was his best year. And we all came into 2022 thinking we were on the cusp of something really good, and he struggled big time. Only made 4 appearances last year. This year, over 21 starts, is 2-9 with an ERA of 4.5. But again, it doesn't tell the whole story. He has been better lately. This is a nice addition for a team that needed to prioritize a starter that could help them not just for this year's playoff run, but for future years. It is not and the reason why I hesitate to say that it's a bomb or anything like that is because this is a player, I think in the end, it will underwhelm most Orioles fans. Because it is not any of the big names that you've been hearing about. When you look at what he's done over the last couple of seasons, you're not going to like that. When you look at his baseball savant page, you're not going to like that. So this will be one of those trades that Orioles fans are going to have some feelings about, especially with Connor Norby on the way out. It looks like Jeff Passan is tweeting, giving us a little bit of an update here. We'll get into that right now. Orioles are finalizing a deal to acquire Trevor Rogers from the Miami Marlins. Infielder Connor Norby and one other player are headed to the Miami Marlins. Who could that player be? That's the question. Connor Norby was the number 5 prospect in the Orioles system. Saw him just the other day. Was at the O's game. So Connor Norby is one of the higher ranked prospects in that farm system. Going to Miami now. And he was a guy, we had Ryan Ripken on the podcast. Connor Norby was a player that was always a possibility to be traded. And the fact that we're here seeing Norby going for Trevor Rogers is interesting because would have thought that Connor Norby would have been it. So what we're looking at is Connor Norby is the centerpiece of a Trevor Rogers trade, whereas Connor Norby could have been an extra piece, not an extra piece, but adding to the bulk of a larger package. Instead, he'll be the centerpiece for this Trevor Rogers deal, which again, that's a lot of blue, guys. Throwing ground balls, great. That extension, that plays. Fastball looks like it's coming in faster. The fastball is averaging 92 miles an hour. So with that extension, maybe the four-seamer looks like it's coming in at like 96 or 97. I don't know, man. I mean, it's a big name. It's not a big name. It is a name. It is the Orioles. It's a starter. It probably means the Orioles are done. I'm going to say the Orioles are done after this trade. Just don't see anything more. Because they traded for Zach Eflin already. Next year, Eflin is under control as well. So next year's rotation. Guys, this is also Kyle Stowers is the other piece. Let's get Feinsand's tweet up. Connor Norby and Kyle Stowers for Trevor Rogers. Let's move this out of the way. So there's the deal. Rogers and Norby for Stowers. No. Let me fix that. Norby and Stowers for Rogers. Next year's rotation for the Baltimore Orioles. This is telling you how they feel about their chances to re-sign Corbin Burnes. Because with Rogers and Eflin, with Kramer and Grayson Rodriguez and Cade Povich, you're starting to see, or Chase McDermott, you're starting to see the pieces for next year's rotation coming together. And I wonder how Orioles fans feel about that. Lacey, you feel like the Orioles got fleeced? Again, I feel like Connor Norby would have been better used as a piece of a larger package than the centerpiece of a package. Mark Graves nails it. Rogers doesn't make the difference in the playoffs. I don't think Zach Eflin does either. This feels like another... I'm sorry, guys. This feels like... And I think they're done. I believe that they are done. This is a... This is shaping up to be an underwhelming Orioles trade deadline where they tried. You can say the same thing about last year. They tried last year with Flarity and Fujinami. I didn't like that then. They're trying with Eflin and Dominguez and Rogers. They tried. And as long as you can say you tried, you can't... You at least shelter yourself from some of the criticism, but I think I'm with you here. This is I don't like it. A lot of you are saying overpay. I can't disagree with it. I'm sure if we pulled up baseball trade values and inserted it in, it probably looks like an overpay because I'm pretty sure Connor Norby had a really strong value and Rogers probably didn't because Rogers has been just not good. Last few starts have been better. Bergie hates the deal as an Oriole fan. Jared, Eflin and Rogers help you get to the playoffs. They will be rocked in the playoffs. And they don't need, Jared, to your point, I agree with you on that, but they don't need them to get to the playoffs. They're going to the playoffs anyway. Rob, thank you for the donation. As a Marlins fan, I'm pumped to have Norby. Watched him play here last week, and he looks great. Us Marlins fans need some small wins. This is a good deal for the Marlins. This is a... Man. So this becomes a win for the Orioles if they are able to turn Trevor Rogers. Let's let it play. I'll say this. This can only end up being an Orioles win if they fix Rogers. If they get him and they turn him into the guy he was back in 2021, then this can be a win for the Orioles. If they don't do that, and he is just a guy that is going out there and he's a back of the rotation guy and, you know, every third start looks good, then you lost this trade. You lost this trade big time. Now, what if Connor Norby, what you're hoping is Connor Norby turns into like Jordan Westburg. What if that doesn't happen? I'm watching Connor Norby. I was at the game yesterday. Connor Norby was late on fastballs. And if you're the Baltimore Orioles, you are, and this is another reason why I felt Norby could go, was because they had brought him up. They had seen him at the major league level. They did the same thing last year with Joey Ortiz. They brought him back. You saw him at the major league level. I feel like they're making the decision that Connor Norby isn't going to fit into the plans. I'll also say this. Let's do this. Let's update this. Latest news. I'm going to knock my drink over. Let's not do that. Okay. And we have to lose the Kikuchi to the Astros piece. You're hoping that Norby basically turns into Jordan Westburg. If that happens, outstanding. You win. This will be interesting. How this works. Let's see. John Heyman's got something. Okay, let's keep moving. It's moving fast. I love it. It is not a trade, but it is a rumor. So we have spent we've talked this one through. Again, final bow on this one is that this looks like an Orioles or a Miami win that the Orioles are going through again and sort of just dipping their toe into the type of aggressiveness they need to actually dive into. And Trevor Rogers there could be some Orioles fans really frustrated here. So I get that. Yeah. I think, okay, I'll wrap my head around that. AV Nurse Patrick, thank you for the donation. Maybe. RO2, I don't. I'm sorry. I wish I did. Maybe they can snag a bat. Maybe. We're going to pull up Heyman here in just a second. Ethan, thank you for the donation. So, all right, let's get to the Heyman thing. We are going to move on from this Orioles, Marlins, Norby for Rogers, Norby and Stowers for Rogers. Let's get over here to the Heyman piece because it is giving us a little bit of update on what is happening for Jack Flaherty as he remains one of the top arms potentially on the move here. We've got hearing that the Dodgers, the Yankees, and the Red Sox are among teams with interest in Tigers' top right-hander Jack Flaherty. Flaherty makes sense. If the Yankees are trading for Flaherty, remember they're out there. It is public knowledge that Nestor Cortez would be on the move if they trade for Jack Flaherty. But how much is Jack Flaherty going to cost? Is Jack Flaherty going to cost what it took to get Yusei Kikuchi? You look at this Trevor Rogers trade and you try to think about how it might impact the market and how it might impact future deals. Obviously, you cannot compare Flaherty and Rogers because Flaherty is a rental. Rogers has multiple years of control. Flaherty has been pitching great. Rogers has not. So you can't really use these two trades. They are not apples and apples. They are apples and kumquats. So I can't. Am I not going to get demonetized now for that? I hope not. This is like going to be a 7-hour stream. There's no way they're going to find that word and they're going to shoot me down. But this is a scenario where I think we still will probably have an overpay situation. The Tigers will still be using that Astros trade as the framework. And therefore, it's going to be possibly an overpay to get that deal done. Evan Curry, Norby isn't that good. That is still to be determined. That is still to be determined. There are people that like Norby, people that don't like Norby. That tells you something. When you have a strong group that do, strong group that don't, that means he just hasn't proven himself in either direction. When everybody's on the same page, we'll be at Connor Norby's peak or bottom. CDH, thank you, man. Appreciate that. Spencer Flaherty probably going for a top 100 prospect and a couple 45s. I mean, look, who's grading who here? When you look at Fangraphs reporting, scouting for the 3 prospects that went to the Toronto Blue Jays made it look like the Blue Jays had traded Tarik Skubal. If you looked at Fangraphs and their prospects, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but you get my point. It looked like they held the Astros front office up at gunpoint to get the job done. If we're mirroring that for Jack Flaherty, I don't. Now, if you go to MLB.com, it's a little bit kinder to the Houston Astros and how they had ranked and how they had graded the players. So it just depends on where you're looking. But at the end, it's a strong haul, and it's not the immediate reaction to it is bad. And there are definitely going to be GMs that are like, hey, what happens if we overpay for a rental starter? And until that happens, they don't know, which means the likelihood of it happening is high. But then once it's happened and you see the backlash in the media, you see the backlash by the fan base, then you're like, oh, that's what happens when we overpay for a starting pitcher. Let's overpay for something else. John Heyman with something new. Let's see what we got here. Let's pull it up. It's more Heyman stuff. Let's see. Let's put it on the board here. We'll talk about it. We got a Feinsand thing. What's this Feinsand? Let's see. Mark Feinsand tweeting, can you guys see that? There it is. Hearing the Nats and Cards have discussed a deal involving Carlson and Dylan Floro. Could happen in the coming hours. Carlson has no place in St. Louis, but Nats view him as a change of scenery candidate, which they just went through with Jesse Winker. They would have Carlson for longer, though. That would be a good trade. The John Heyman piece right here. White Sox thoughts. Braves and Dodgers are among teams that make sense for Crochet. God. The Braves, yes. I'm sorry, the Dodgers, no. Robert makes sense to keep with Mariners, Braves, Phillies, and others filling outfield needs. Other vets who could be moved, Brebbia, DeJong, and Lopez. DeJong has to go, right? There's not a lot of shortstops available, and there are teams that could use a shortstop, even if it's not a starting shortstop, but the bat, the backup, the injury insurance policy. There are teams that could go for Paul DeJong. Like the Braves could be a great Paul DeJong fit. The Dodgers could be a great Paul DeJong fit. There are so many Paul DeJong potentials. He has to move. As far as the Crochet talk is, Braves, yep, all day. You can sell me, and I will continue to buy the logic for Garrett Crochet to go to the Atlanta Braves because they need him for this year. And they're going to need him next year moving forward because Max Fried is leaving. The Dodgers do not make sense for Garrett Crochet. I'm sorry, they just don't. Their starting rotation next year is set. The value box for next year, the Dodgers are not able to check that box. There are other teams like the Braves that can, and therefore I would think the Braves would come forward with a stronger package because they check both boxes. Robert makes sense to keep with the Mariners, Braves, Phillies. Why not Robert to the Dodgers? Why not that? Robert to the Dodgers. The Mariners already traded for Randy Arozarena. I can't see them trading for Luis Robert too. Can't rule it out 100% because they need so many pieces. Braves, after the Soler trade, if the Braves are getting Luis Robert, I'd be fascinated to see. I got to think somebody on the active roster has to be in that trade. And if you're the White Sox, I don't think you want anybody on the active roster because the clock ticking means nothing. Like, I'm sorry, means everything. The fact that these are players that already have service time accrued, the White Sox want none of that. Phillies, it has been my favorite match this whole way, has been Phillies and Luis Robert. But this gets us back to, we keep circling around Crochet and the Dodgers. I don't get it. I don't see it. I know the Dodgers are going to be looking for great pitching. But if you're going to have to pay a premium, I still think Jack Flaherty is going to cost you a lot less than Garrett Crochet, and Jack Flaherty is the puzzle piece that fits better. Dodgers fans, if you get Jack Flaherty, I think you should be excited. Ecstatic if you get Jack Flaherty. Let me check. Anything further on that? Question mark? Start reaching out to maybe a little bit of my network. No Jays trades yet, Morgan. Wabu will become a member if the Dodgers trade for Flaherty. Let's go. Come on, Dodgers. Good point. Thank you. Nick, exactly. Let me ask you this, Dodgers fans. Would you rather have Garrett Crochet or Roki Sasaki? Because I think if you trade for Garrett Crochet, you are out on Sasaki. And they are connected. Those two would be connected most certainly. If you give up the prospect haul for Garrett Crochet, that's just, but Nick Patrick, that is fourth dimensional thinking. You are thinking of, Nick is a genius. You've got all Dodger fans, Roki Sasaki, that is at the top of the wish list, right? And that is a possibility right now. If you trade for Garrett Crochet, the odds of being in on Sasaki will be high. The odds of landing Sasaki will drop. Your rotation next year, if you have Garrett Crochet, is Ohtani and Yamamoto and Crochet and Glasnow and Miller or Ryan or Stone or Sheehan or any of these guys, right? There's no need for Roki Sasaki. You have to allocate funds, allocate dollars and prospect capital in areas of need. Like that thought, Nick. I like that thought. I think that definitely, Matthew, I think it does. I think it 100% does. You will have no reason to sign Sasaki. You will not have the need. I mean, I get it, they could always trade other. I mean, that's the other thing. The guys that they have in the rotation. So if you're going to sign Sasaki, then you got to trade guys out. You got to trade players away. So you're going to trade Glasnow away. You're going to trade. You're not trading Yamamoto or Ohtani. That's stupid talk. That's drunk talk. I don't see it. I don't see it under any circumstances. And quite honestly, I would rather roll with River Ryan, Gavin Stone, Bobby Miller. I'd rather roll with those three over Garrett Crochet and still have a nice open spot in the rotation for Sasaki in the wintertime. That's what I would much rather do. The Braves, Donta, yes. Give me the Braves and Crochet all day long. That's my new, now that the Orioles are out, that's my new favorite Garrett Crochet destination. It's the Atlanta Braves. It makes sense. It checks all the boxes. It's brilliant. And the Crochet contract situation, I wonder, with his agent leaking out the information like they did, do front offices, do other teams look at this and they're like, are we going to have a problem with this guy? Are we going to have a problem with this guy's management? That was an unprofessional thing to do. I don't know if we want to touch that. I don't know if we want to go near that. If that's how that management looks. If something's going on, they run to the public space to put shit out there. I'm just feeling that is something that would be maybe a turnoff to other front offices. So our big trades for the day so far: Mark Leiter Jr. to the Yankees, Trevor Rogers for Connor Norby. We do not have any traction or any movement on any of the big names to this point. Those big names being Crochet, Skubal, Snell, Robert Ward, Rooker, Scott, Taillon, Flarity, India, Anderson, Diaz. I'm on the Blackburn train. I may be the only one. Or Rengifo. And we are at a point where we are less than 4 hours. We are 3 hours and 45 minutes from the deadline. John the Beagle Dad, not supposed to air dirty laundry. Exactly. just don't think. I think there is a matter of want versus need. And it may be exciting, it may be desirable to go for the want. But you have to keep in mind the need, because the need is going to help you win the World Series. The need is going to keep you going year in and year out. The want can blind you from the need, and then you end up missing. You miss out somewhere else. Don't think we need to do that. Morosi with a tweet a minute ago. Dodgers current rotation: Glasnow, Kershaw, Stone, Robleski, and Ryan. Retweeting the John Heyman tweet about the Dodgers' interest in Jack Flaherty. That's the move. That is the move. Brandon, who would the Braves give up for Garrett Crochet? So I got to think AJ Smith-Shawver or Hurston Waldrep go in that deal. I think one of those two. Nacho Alvarez probably goes in that deal. Let's pull the Atlanta Braves top prospects up, and we can dig through that real quick. Here we go. You've got AJ Smith-Shawver or Hurston Waldrep. I think one of those two go. You got J.R. Ritchie and you got Owen Murphy. I think one of those two go. Plus Nacho Alvarez. Maybe you can get into a world where instead of taking one of these two, maybe you can get into a situation where you take one of these three and then one of these three, and then you're gonna need to grab two or three more from down here. So AJ Smith-Shawver, Owen Murphy, Drew Hackenberg. I think if we're talking about the centerpieces, the stuff you care about, because you're truthfully not going to care if Mario Baez is added into the deal, but the meat of it, I think you got to have one of these three. Those are the two centerpieces, and then you are grabbing stuff. You're probably grabbing two or three guys from this 7 to 16 or this 7 to 20 range. I think that's what you're probably doing. Maybe more, actually. Out of these 6, you may have to give up 3 of them. So that's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about. The Fell, here's the thing. If the Dodgers get Crochet, they can always trade him off this season or move him back to the bullpen next year. I wouldn't do that because, again, the prospect, you're not just trading for Crochet. Think about this from your side. Think about this from the Dodgers side, too. Think about everything they're giving up. They would give up a huge haul for Garrett Crochet to just trade him in the winter. That doesn't work because then you start having to track. Well, we gave up River Ryan, we gave up Landon Knack, we gave up Gavin Stone, and we gave up Gavin Lux and another piece, and now we're trading him. So you won't get that package back in return after the wear and tear of this off of this playoff run. You'll get a lesser package in the winter for Garrett Crochet than what you gave up now. And there's always the risk. There's always the injury risk as well. So you wouldn't trade for him right now and then spin around and then trade him in the offseason. Just go get Jack Flaherty. I'll say this. I think Jack Flaherty could probably be as effective of a pitcher for the Dodgers the rest of the way as Garrett Crochet. Will Jack Flaherty have the eye-popping strikeout numbers? Unlikely. Let's see. A tweet is coming from John Heyman right now. Let's put that on the board. Who had that? That was a Heyman thing. Yeah, this is the situation right now with all of the top relievers. I'm not sure, guys. I'm not sure what is going to happen when it comes to these relievers and who actually gets dealt. Marlins said to be asking for a giant return for dominant lefty closer Tanner Scott. Actually, that's understandable in this seller's environment. We know that Kyle Finnegan, the Washington Nationals, are asking for the moon. I'm just saying. There is the and I get back to the Yankees about this. If you are going to overpay, how many players are you going to overpay for? They already went out and got Leiter. Does that mean they are done? If we get to the other side of the deadline and the Yankees haven't traded for Tanner Scott, don't be surprised if a couple hours later there is a report that comes out that says the Yankees, after they got Leiter, felt good. Like we've all seen those reports to some degree after a transaction period, that the team felt good with what they got with the other guy, even though you, the fans, look at that other guy as a massive, underwhelming acquisition. We got Josh Bell on the move. Let's see. Craig Mish. You know, the fact that I'm not following Craig Mish, or I'm following him, I just don't have him added in for Craig. Is he going to the Diamondbacks? Yep. Bell to the Diamondbacks. That is coming from Craig Mish right now. Ryan, what is a nice bullpen arm the Cards could target? There's a lot of them out there. There's a lot of them. You could go after Tanner Scott. You could go after Kyle Finnegan. You could go after Nardi. There are a lot of relievers. The Blue Jays still have Trevor Richards available. There's a lot of them. Let's get this Josh Bell trade up here on the board to dig into it. Christian Walker has left with a strained oblique last night, so Josh Bell is the pickup. Craig Mish with the details, and I need to get this right because there's too many pieces coming out of Miami right now not to be following Craig Mish. So Josh Bell is headed to the Diamondbacks. Probably isn't going to cost that much. Let's update the latest. There we go. We should not be doing that. Let's do this. Get it all in there. Here we go. That's better. So we have Josh Bell going to the Arizona Diamondbacks. Josh Bell's been hitting the ball lately. Josh Bell, prior to being waived, had been playing some good baseball. I'm going to pull up the splits to speak intelligently to it. But he had been playing well, I believe, in July. July was a good month for Josh Bell. I feel like Josh Bell just needs some motivation. 6 home runs in the month of July for Josh Bell, a 476 slugging in the month, a 785 OPS. He's been very up and down this year. In May, he had an 838 OPS. In July, the 785. But the problem is he had a 500 OPS in April and a 650 OPS in June. So Josh Bell has been very up and down. Bell has been very up and down. Nicholas, you hate the trade package the Cubs got for Leiter Jr. Yeah, they didn't get much. They got 2 of really no main consequence at all for the 2 of them. Yes, I'm with you on that. Leiter's a good swing and miss arm. He's a good piece of the bullpen, and it really didn't take much. Didn't take much at all. Jack with the super chat. Hey, I'm a huge baseball fan, and I got banned from Giraffe Neck Mark's site. Jack, what'd you do? Jack, what did you do to get banned from Giraffe Neck Mark? Is Mark live right now? I'm not sure if Mark's live. I actually don't know who is live at the moment. I know who I think is live at the moment. I know Robbie. I know Robbie's live. I know NYY Underground is live. I assume that pretty much everybody that has a baseball channel is going to be live right now. Jack, sorry for that. Thank you for the donation. You got a home here. You said you were a Dodger fan? No. Really? That shouldn't do it. That shouldn't do it. What is happening? Is there somebody? Okay, so we have Bell to the Diamondbacks. It's, again, a fine move. A good fill-in piece there for Arizona. We'll see what happens with Christian Walker, but they needed to grab somebody. Bell would have been a good grab for the Astros. This isn't going to cost much. This is not going to cost much at all. We don't have the piece going back to Miami, but it's going to be insignificant. 100%. It will be insignificant. You're just kidding? Okay. It is this guy had the Yankees trade first. Rob Zamparelli had the Yankees and Mark Leiter trade. Congratulations. Mike, thank you for the donation. Do you think the Brewers will make any more moves? Mike, I really don't think so. I think the Brewers bullpen is probably set now. Not bullpen, but rotation with the addition of Montas. I will not, I just don't think that we'll see anything more from them. I want to pull up this. Let's pull up Milwaukee. Let's put them on the board. Let's see what does Milwaukee need? You need Christian Yelich to get back. You need that. The rotation for the Brewers is set with Peralta, Savali, Myers, Ray, and Montas. That is now set. Whether you like it or not, that is the Brewers. That's it. Weber, thank you for the donation. That is your 10th super chat on the channel. I appreciate that. I don't see them. They're not going to need a trade for any other starters. They're getting Devin Williams back. That's like a trade deadline addition without having to get anything up, because that is going to be a big help. They've got some good pieces in that bullpen. Unfortunately, here's the deal, and this has got to be frustrating for Brewers fans, is this is a good team that could win some games in the postseason, but that's about it, and I kind of feel like that's the goal. You got to hate that, though. You want the Milwaukee Brewers to be thinking World Series or bust, and they just aren't. They would like to win the World Series, but they're not going to mortgage the future to go out and load up for a run this year. They're just not going to do that. They have to be there. One of the teams that have to be thinking about 2025 and 2026 while they are thinking about 2024. And when you're doing that, you really are not able to focus on World Series or bust. Let's see, Spencer, you said Heyman is saying that it is a deal for cash. There you go. I'll buy that. So this Milwaukee team is trade for Luis Robert and make Garrett Mitchell a part of that package. But I think the mindset is probably more so, let's try to get Garrett Mitchell going. Develop what we have. Jack, the best move for the Dodgers. Do they need pitching or no? Yes, I believe you could add a starting pitcher. I believe you could add a rental. I love the idea of Jack Flaherty. I think that's where we're at. I love the idea of Jack Flaherty for the Dodgers. That would be my move. And then go sign Sasaki in the offseason. Ran Matendo, 77. If Robert is off the table, then I don't think the Dodgers go for Crochet. they'll push hard for Flarity. Yeah, maybe if you end up having a combo deal, if you can get the two of them, and it looks like extreme value, maybe then we can start talking about something. But even then, save the prospects. Just go get Robert. This is going well. This is a little bit smoother than last year. Last year, I had my deadline hub and I didn't like it. It was clunky. I wasn't able to move back and forth between Twitter and the notifications. I was trying to do too much stuff on my own in the background, but having this and having that separate, that other window to pop up, I'm liking this. This is good. This is pretty good. I'm liking how this is feeling. This feels good. Dodgers have interest in Flarity. That it is the Dodgers, it is the Yankees, and there is one more team that I'm blanking on that John Heyman tweeted about a short while ago. Band, you want me? I got to pull up Michigan. I'm telling you, Craig Mish may be winning the day. When we give out trade deadline grades, Craig Mish may get an A all by himself. Wait, I'm following him and I don't see anything. Four minutes ago from Craig Mish. I'll just read it. Tanner Scott is expected to be moved before the 6 p.m. deadline, and at this point, it looks like they are looking at potential deals for Bryan De La Cruz as well. Hold on to whatever you got, folks. That's what I'm talking about. That's the kind of talk I like. Strap in, hold on. Oh. Really? Kind of starting to feel like the Braves, if they do trade for a starting pitcher, it'll just be a depth move, a depth addition, something to add maybe towards the back of that rotation, an insurance policy, a veteran in case somebody goes down. Mark, you feel like De La Cruz would be a great fit for the Braves? De La Cruz could fit into a number of spots, and with his control, Trevor Brown, a team like the Royals could be a good fit for Bryan De La Cruz. Spencer, if your Twins trade Duran, like the reports, I don't know. I know there's a report out there that with a payroll crunch that the Twins are dealing with, that they could be dealing Duran, they could be dealing Kepler. Man, oh man. Yeah, I think I would have a little bit of whispers going on if there was any Crochet to the Braves thing, and I don't have that. So I think we're going to kind of lean more in the direction of it possibly being that veteran depth for the rotation kind of move. And exactly, Mark, the Braves took on all of Soler's money. That Glaber idea was good. That was good. It's a long shot. It's a good idea. It's a long shot, but it's still a good idea. Again, if you have not subscribed, make sure to subscribe to the channel. We are over 46,700. Today, MLB dominates the YouTube algorithm. So some of you may be finding me for the very first time. Would love for you to subscribe. We talk baseball all year long. We've been doing this for a couple of years now. We've gotten good at it. Make sure you subscribe. Stay close to the channel. Turn the alerts on. So if you want to make sure you find us again, make sure to subscribe. We are pushing towards 50,000. That is the goal right now. We're a couple thousand away. In the near term, we're only 284 away from 47,000. So helping us get to there will be a great jump towards the overall goal. Let me check and see what we got here. And I got a couple contacts. I have a couple. I don't have many sources. I don't have many contacts, but I have a few people, and I try to work some things in. There is no way Termarr Johnson is being dealt. I see that MLB Deadline News is tweeting, and thank you, Ben, for sending it to me, that Termarr Johnson was just pinch hit for in the 9th, down a run. So there is a hug watch going on with the Pittsburgh Pirates and Termarr Johnson. Termarr Johnson feels like one of those prospects that if you're Pittsburgh should be untouchable. Feels like he should be absolutely no chance, untouchable. He's a part of the future. I don't know if we're working on the trade for Luis Robert or Brent Rooker or something like that, but Termarr Johnson cannot be traded. This is a 55 out of 80 graded prospect. We got a good hit tool, power tool, run tool, fielding. He checks so many boxes. He is a 50. I actually would say that the overall 55, he's probably should. Look, we got 55, 55, 50, 50, 55. Hey, man. I like Termarr Johnson. I would maybe bump him up a little. I mean, we go in groups of 5, so I get it. I would bump him up. I'd make him a 60 out of 80. If he's at 20 years old and these are his grades. Right now, he's at A-ball. He's doing well at A-ball. He was crushing home runs off of major league guys in spring training. I wouldn't trade him. Where's he fit in the top 100? Because that's the other element too here. He's got to be high. He's only 74. Shoot. Yeah, I guess that makes him a little expendable. I thought he was higher than that. Maybe in Baseball America, he's higher than that. Maybe Baseball America ranks him higher. I feel like he was higher than 74. Was he higher last year? He was 26 last year. So they bumped him back from 26 to 74. Ouch. He's a good veteran presence, a guy that will be a leader in that clubhouse. I think it's a nice move. It's a nice move. Didn't cost you much. It's a good grab. Thank you for the donation. Trevor. Thank you, man. This Termarr Johnson thing, again, if anybody's just tuning in, you're like, what are you talking about? And MLB Deadline News tweeted out a hug watch. Termarr Johnson pinch hit in the 9th inning, down 1. They pinch hit for Johnson. I got to think we'll get more news on this and why that happened. If we don't, maybe there's a deal looming. Look, Justin Turner came out of the Blue Jays game, and then there was a Justin Turner trade announced like 5 minutes later. So maybe it doesn't take too long. Sam, thank you for tweeting that at me. Maybe we don't have to wait too long on an explanation here. Termarr Johnson's a good prospect. I am very surprised that he went from 26 overall to 74th overall. What? Because he didn't hit 350 at A-ball last year? He was 19. I would have at least kept him in the top 50. Now, the trouble is that he hasn't bounced back. And he's having a lesser 2024, a worse 2024 season. If that were to continue and MLB.com does the same kind of adjustment, they would move Termarr Johnson out of the top 100. Because we have only seen the on-base go down, the slugging go down, the OPS go down, and he's still playing at A-ball. Haven't seen the power. We're seeing a ton of strikeouts. Man, I don't know. I got hopes for a guy who's 20 and is figuring it out. Dude could have gone to college. Took him out of high school. Could have gone to college. If he'd gone to college, we wouldn't be going through this. Is he on the move? That is what we will keep an eye on here. Let's see. John Heyman is tweeting. Uncertain if Jameson Taillon is still out there in trade talks, but in case, his 10-team no-trade list does not include the Yankees, the Mets, the Dodgers, or the Padres. Taillon is one of those guys that fits for the Mets if the Mets are going to make a trade because of the multiple year element. I don't want the Mets trading for any rentals that require them to give up anything of consequence. And I think that the Jesse Winker trade kind of pushed that a little bit, but it's okay. It's nothing that's going to, get me worked up. It's fine. You want to try to make the playoffs. You're probably going to make the playoffs. Great. That pitcher that you dealt, maybe he's good. He's not going to project to be an ace. If he ends up being in the Nats rotation in that 4-5 spot and you make the playoffs and Jesse Winker has some good moments, it's a fair trade. Trading for Jameson Taillon, knowing that you'll have him for the next couple of years in that rotation, works. So we'll see what they do. Let's get back over to the latest. We'll put that John Heyman tweet up on the board. We can talk about Taillon a couple minutes longer. Remember, everybody, our live stream today is powered by BetUS. Right there, the link is down below. 125% bonus on your first 3 deposits up to $2,000. That means if you sign up and deposit $100, they'll give you $225 to play with. I'm just saying. It's not a bad deal. Fine saying, just tweet a mark. Let's see. What does he got? Nationals and Angels appear to be the two teams most interested in Dylan Carlson. I ended up, Trevor, I'm sorry, Mr. Super Chat. I got you, though. Oh, no, we talked about that, the Justin Turner thing. There's another one I feel like I glossed over. Where was it? Let's see. Para, thank you for the donation. Don't see it. Let's see here. Maybe it's over here. Maybe I can find it in the feed. It was from Weber. Weber, thank you for the donation. It's been more than 10 minutes now. I'm sorry I didn't get. I think I acknowledged it, but I just kind of moved on from it. Padres Cease trade was magical at this point. It was a good trade. It's a good trade. And boy, could you imagine if San Diego didn't have Dylan Cease? Oof. Oh man. With the pitching rotation issues they've been having. Shout outs to Field, SSC, Heavens Grace, Random Hero, Russell Mitchell. Thank you all for subscribing here over the last few minutes. Samuel Lopez as well. Quicktastic47. Thank you all for subscribing. Welcome to BALLCAP Nation. Welcome to our community. And thank you for helping us get to our goal. I'm at this point, I'm obsessed with the idea of getting to 47,000 while we are live. We are 275 away from that goal. I think we could probably get there between now and 6 o'clock. Make sure to subscribe. If you're just finding us, make sure to subscribe. So where are we at here? And I didn't overlook you didn't overlook my super chat, but you did overlook a normal chat I made that I thought was pretty super. And I'm going to scroll up. I need to find Ann's comment. I like Ann's personality. If that's what we got, Ann's personality gets an A+ here. And the Giants didn't play yesterday. Was the whole roster pulled in case of a trade? I'll say this. I kind of feel like if you're a team like the Giants, you're at a disadvantage by not playing the day before the deadline. Right? I kind of feel like you wanted that game yesterday to get an even better gauge because it's so zeroed in right now on what you're doing if you won on Monday or you didn't win on Monday. The Rangers won yesterday. I think that made it less likely that they swing a trade and move any more pieces out the door. If they had lost yesterday, maybe that changes. So we will see. And that's all good. We got to do that sometimes. There's no way you are a liar and a fool. No shot. Do we have any more trades? It's gotten a little feels like it's gotten a little quiet here. Josh Bell being the big one right now. Cash considerations. The Josh Bell deal is complete. This Jameson Taillon piece, we can talk about that for a minute. So, Yankees, I don't know. Dodgers, just focusing on these teams that are listed here. No to the Yankees. Yes to the Mets. No to the Dodgers. Yes to the Padres. The only element that I sort of hesitate with the Padres is that it's $18 million and it's 2 more years of that. And while he's been good this year, I feel like San Diego, when you're thinking about next year, when you're thinking about the year after that, are you going to regret that you have him? Let's see, some super chats are coming in. Jack, Giants need to reduce payroll by about $16 million to get under the penalty, thus the Soler trade, but still need more to get there. That's Conforto. So if they can trade Conforto, they'll be there. And I think that they will trade Michael Conforto. And they'll get nothing back. Just a salary dump. Ryan, what could you get back for Carlson? Ryan, probably not much. Dylan Carlson is a true change of scenery guy. He has no value. If he has no value to the Cardinals, how can they deal him for literally anything? So for that, I would not expect, I don't even think you would see a top 30 prospect. Maybe somebody, in that 25 to 30 range, but it feels like you would do the deal for Carlson. You would go and try to find that player on the MLB prospect pipeline top 30, and you wouldn't find him. That's the player you would get back in return for Dylan Carlson. There's also probably not a market. Conforto again feels like the guy there, but there's probably not another. There's not like there's 3 or 4 or 5 teams also bidding for him either. There's another reason why probably nothing. Thank you, Rob. I gotta. Part of me's thinking about this. When it comes to selling pieces, trading players away, and the pieces they're getting in return, the Blue Jays are winning that right now. The Marlins might be second. I think the White Sox botched the Eric Fedde trade. Eric Fedde, Tommy Pham, Michael Kopech, after seeing what they got in return, should have traded them all separately. I think Chris gets lost on that one. The Blue Jays have gotten a ton in return, and they have pieces that are going to help them next year and pieces that are going to help them down the road. Blue Jays have done a fantastic job, and the Marlins here, if they can trade De La Cruz, if they can trade, if they can trade Scott and get a big return back, I think we're talking about when we're thinking about the sellers that are winning. I think we have the Blue Jays. We have the Marlins teed up to be right there. The Angels could be there. They got to trade Tyler Anderson, though. They got a good return for Estevez. Don't stop, trade Tyler Anderson. Let's see what we got here. Fine Sand is all over this Dylan Carlson thing. Logically, the Cardinals could use Carlson to get Dylan Floro from the Nats. Or Luis Garcia from the Angels. That I can't see that. Okay, look, I've been wrong before. I will be wrong again. How in the hell, guys? Think about what we're seeing relievers go for. Dylan Floro has been really good for the Washington Nationals. Luis Garcia has been really good for the Angels. It's got to be Dylan Carlson and blank and blank. There's no way Dylan Carlson would have to be in the package. Dylan Carlson is a name, but he would be a throw-in. It's got to be. Because Dylan Floro is too good. Look what Jason Addo went for. Dylan Floro is too good. And we know where the market is right now on those kind of relievers. Dylan Floro is too good. Luis Garcia is too good. It's got to be Carlson and 2 or 3 other pieces. Definitely not straight up 1-for-1. And if it is, and you are a buyer, run to the phone and start making phone calls because the market for relievers just came down. That would be, it has to be part of a package. That is the Fine Sand deal. Band, let me see what you sent me. Final race for Yandy, Diaz, and teams, according to sources. The Yankees, the Mariners, and the Astros are in. The Pirates are out. That is coming from Francis Romero. Let's grab that because that's a big name. Yandy Diaz being on the move would be big. 3 minutes ago, Francis Romero, for those that don't know, baseball sports reporter, BBWAA member. We follow him. He has sources. He's telling us that the final race for Yandy Diaz are the Yankees, the Mariners, and the Astros. Pirates are out. That trio, the Yankees, the Mariners, and the Astros, are crazy. That's an amazing trio. Comment live in the chat who you think gets them. Out of those 3, comment in the chat who gets them. Did the Yankees get them? He does. He does, Ryan. I know he's got the service time, but he doesn't play. And when he has played, he hasn't been good. Has something changed in the last couple of weeks? He doesn't play. Dylan Carlson this year has 24 hits in 121 at-bats. I don't need to tell you the batting average for you guys to know that that's not good. And he's got 12 walks on top of it. Dylan Carlson, and this is what he did last year. This is what he did the year before that. Dylan Carlson needs a change of scenery. And Dylan Carlson on his own, even with those years of control, I don't think is enough to bring back even a rental reliever. Yandy Diaz. Yankees, Mariners, or Astros? If I make a prediction, if I had to make a guess here, I would say the Mariners. I would say the Mariners because I think they would be more aggressive. The Yankees could use Yandy Diaz, but the Mariners, I believe, will feel the need, a greater need. And the Astros have something that the Yankees and the Mariners do have this, but unfortunately their superstar has not been playing that well, and the Astros superstar was. The Astros have Kyle Tucker coming back in the month of August. So, yeah, the first base thing doesn't look that good. The Astros could go grab a first baseman off the scrap heap and get by. The Mariners cannot do that. The Mariners need to add another bat. I was all about the Lamont Wade Jr. thing, but the Giants are not going to move him. I need a guy like Yandy Diaz. That's a great fit for the Mariners. And when it comes to the Yankees, I don't know. If you're the Rays front office and you have these 3 teams in on him, are you going to trade him to your division rival? I don't know if you would. I think you might bypass him. You're going to look for the best offer. And if the Yankees have the best offer, you might reluctantly take it. But if it's close, I think you'll lean Mariners. I feel like the Mariners are the way to go. What else do we have here? Wally. What's up, Wally? You got your fingers crossed for Yandy Diaz. Dominguez not getting traded. Yeah, that Dominguez thing popping up, is so unlikely. And hey, guys, listen. As a YouTube content creator, as somebody that talks baseball, it was out there, man. The easy clicks, the easy grabs were there. Jason Dominguez getting traded? Jackson Holiday getting traded? I didn't do it because it's a 0% chance. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. going to Seattle? I could have done that in the last 2 or 3 days. 0% chance that those things happen. So you know what? Maybe I'll bring it up in a live stream and dismiss it. But I'm not going to go crazy. And you'll say, well, Jim, wait a minute. You've had the Tarik Skubal stuff. Come on now. I believe there was a above 0% chance of Tarik Skubal happening. I do believe that Skubal could have been dealt. But the Orioles just don't want to part with the prospects. Wally, my man. That's right. Peter, why is Cal Quantrill not being spoken about as a sneaky starting pitcher option? You know what? You're very right about that. That's a fair comment here. Cal Quantrill is definitely another piece that somebody that team should be going for, and I think he will be dealt. You're right, 100%. Cal Quantrill is sort of flying under the radar, and he's going to get dealt. There are teams that could definitely use him. How much time does Cal Quantrill? Is he? I can't remember if he's a free agent at the end of this season or if there's any more time. He does have one more year of arbitration. So with another year of control, Cal Quantrill, that could have been an Orioles move. I actually think you probably could have gotten Cal Quantrill from the Rockies for cheaper than Zach Eflin. Oh boy, here we go. Second guessing the Orioles again. But I think you could have, instead of trading for Zach Eflin, you probably could have traded for Cal Quantrill. You'd be paying less. You would have the year of control next year. Here we go again. Second guessing the Orioles. Why are the Rockies refusing to trade Ryan McMahon? Rockies fans that are die-hard defenders of that front office, earmuffs time. The Rockies front office is stupid. All right, you can take your earmuffs off now. The Rockies believe, that front office somehow believes that this team at some point is going to win something. And if they do, Chris Bryant and Ryan McMahon are going to be the center of that. I think if the Rockies are ever going to really compete in that loaded division, we're a couple years away. And at that point, the Ryan McMahon experience will be winding down. You'll be getting towards the end of that contract. I do think they should trade Ryan McMahon. I think they should trade Ryan McMahon. They have made mistakes in the past. Don't be surprised if they hold on to Cal Quantrill. They held on to John Gray, what was it, last year, 2 years ago? They held on to Trevor Story inexplicably. They don't know what they're doing. I could run the Rockies better, and I'm just some dude. Yeah. Trevor Story, the icing on the cake is when Trevor Story comes out after the deadline and says, I don't know why I'm still here. That's a quote from Trevor Story on the Rockies after they didn't trade him at the deadline. Cool. Oh, I feel bad for Rockies fans. Mike Rodriguez, MLB insider, former analyst for the Cubs in Spanish. Mike Rodriguez, according to various sources, the Yankees are looking to strengthen their rotation, and Jack Flaherty is one of the targets. And we have a trade. We have a trade from Passan. Wait. Giants, what are you doing? This is why we're here. This is what we're here for. Well, I thought it was just are we done with the salary dump now? Are the Giants done with the salary dump after this? This is the Cleveland starter that they needed. This is it right here. You're now going to go into the offseason with Cobb in that rotation along with Bybee and the rest of the cast. And the San Francisco Giants, who, again, I guess they figured he was expendable. When I think about the San Francisco Giants and my talk of, well, hey, you know what? We got Snell is firing. We got Alex Cobb coming back. We got Robbie Ray is back. We can have one of the best rotations in baseball the last 2 months of the year. Well, he just traded one of the pieces to that thought process. Alex Cobb is $10 million, and when you adjust it for the rest of the way, this probably gets the Giants out of that salary, out of that luxury tax, out of that salary cap situation. That's a good point, Ann. Cobb was supposed to be back a while ago. That's a good point. But Cleveland's not going to trade for Alex Cobb if he's busted and he's not going to be pitching. I got to look it up. What is the latest on Alex Cobb? Let's see here. Real fast. Should be able to get this. Latest on Alex Cobb. This is from Sunday. A blister pushed back his return. I'm going to read it. Cobb popped a blister on his right index finger during his final rehab start on Friday, which will push back his season debut. This was on Sunday. He was supposed to make his debut this week. It's another delay for the veteran righty who has been on the shelf all season due to hip and shoulder injuries. The blister isn't expected to be a significant hurdle for Cobb, however, and he should be able to make his season debut next weekend. So look for Alex Cobb to be there with his hip, his shoulder, and his blister all together this weekend for the Cleveland Guardians. That's funny. So blisters are a bitch, man. Pitchers, you get a blister on one of these things, oh, you're screwed. But damn. Aaron Sanchez for the Toronto Blue Jays lost a whole year with a blister. Popped the blister. Gross. My imagery. Remember when Trevor Bauer cut himself and it was just like bleeding profusely? I know blisters don't bleed profusely, but that's what I'm imagining is Alex Cobb is like standing there and it's just it was a gusher. I'm grossing you out. I apologize. So Alex Cobb is going to the Cleveland Guardians, and Cleveland, I would think, is going to do their homework. They're going to do their due diligence. They're going to feel good about the hip and the shoulder and the blister. And Alex Cobb fits into this rotation now that is, I mean, this was an area that this Cleveland team needed to improve on. We're going to pull up the situation here for the Guardians and their rotation. Yeah, this is a good get. I like this grab. Let's put it up on the board. Adding Alex Cobb into this group. You have Bybee at the top. Williams has been working his way back. We're still waiting to really see Gavin Williams be Gavin Williams. Ben Lively has been good. Carlos Carrasco has been, considering his age, considering what you expected to get out of him, it has been good stuff from Carlos Carrasco. He has, what do we got? We had 95 innings. We had 19 starts. He's a guy that you don't want Carlos Carrasco to pitch an inning in the postseason, but taking innings, getting some wins here and there, giving you a chance. I mean, it hasn't been all the time, but I thought Carlos Carrasco's career was over. But he's been he's been out there answering the bell, 19 starts. I believe that's every single time through. He's been a guy that you can rely on, which not rely on, but you can is healthy compared to Bieber went down, McKenzie went down. McKenzie's now down in the minors trying to figure his thing out. So you have Bybee, Williams, and Cobb. I mean, you see this rotation, and you're like, oh yeah, Cleveland definitely needed a starting pitcher. Logan Allen's got to get right. Tristan McKenzie's got to get right. If those two could get it going, If Allen and McKenzie could get going, you have Cobb, you have Bybee, you have Williams and Lively. You'd have a good rotation. So I like the addition of Alex Cobb. I think this is a good one. Do we have the return? Is my question. Do we have the return here yet? Anything more from Jeff? Jeff pitching, tweeting a minute ago, Alex Cobb hasn't pitched yet this season after undergoing hip surgery, but multiple evaluators who saw him pitch in rehab appearances came away impressed with his stuff, and Cobb's competitiveness is renowned. This should be a good addition for the Guardians. Well, if Jeff says it, there will be no Alex Cobb slander allowed. I wonder who's going back. Last night, Susan Slusser had the return package before anybody else for Soler. Let's see. She has not tweeted, so we will have to wait and see what the return package is. Ken's got it. All right, let's see. Jacob Bresnahan and a player to be named later are going to the Giants. Where is Bresnahan on the Guardians? Let's see. Bresnahan is... Ooh. Bresnahan is clear. Yee. He's not even a top 30 prospect. Salary dump. They got nothing. You got nothing for Alex Cobb. This is why Giants fans hate Farhan, because they traded Jorge Soler for nothing. You traded Alex Cobb for nothing. You constantly come up short on top free agents. Look, I know they got Chapman. They basically, I feel like they lucked into Chapman. You did get Snell. That's another one they shouldn't have gotten. That Snell should have been a Yankee, but the agent. But they got him. Man, this is why Giants fans hate their front office. Wow. Guys, keep smashing that like. I want to see if we can get to 2,000 likes. We are just about at 1,400. Hit that like, and let's try to do a like spike. How far? We're only 5 away from 1,400. How far beyond 1,400 can we jump? Make sure to hit that like. Play along with us if you haven't hit the like yet. Let's see how high we can fly. We're also only 26 subscribers away from crossing another subscriber threshold. So if you haven't subscribed, please do so. Help us get to the goal today is to get to 47,000 subscribers. We are 236 away from that. Mark, thank you for subscribing recently. Finney, thank you for subscribing. Sal, the blue and orange car gaming, thank you for subscribing. Those are some of the recent subscribers that I see in there. Who thinks that Robbie Ray will come back to the Blue Jays? Morgan. That's next. That's what's next. Large turkey. And that's, I think, the other part that hurts because Alex Cobb has been there for a while now. He was there in 2022. He was there in 2023. He had been a good pitcher for them, sort of rebounded his career with them. Alex Cobb was one of those Rays pitchers that, as a Blue Jays fan, I hated when we had to go up against Alex Cobb. Then he went to the Orioles, and something happened in Baltimore. He was not good his first year in Baltimore. Then he got hurt, and then he just kept getting hurt. Only of his 3 years in Baltimore, only 1 year did he really pitch a full season of those 3. Then he went to the Angels. Only 18 starts in 2021. Again, dealt with more injuries, but it was a year that looks like, hey, maybe Alex Cobb is getting back on track. And then in San Francisco, back-to-back seasons with 28 starts. This year, dealing with the hip and the shoulder thing, but you got to feel like he was building something. He was sort of just a career reborn with the San Francisco Giants, and he's gone now for nothing. So I think Giants are probably Giants fans are probably bummed out to see Alex Cobb, A, to see Alex Cobb go, and B, to see him go for nothing. It's too bad. Too bad. We just got like 20 new subscribers. Thank you guys. SD Mike, Robert Sullivan, Aaron LaRussa, any relative to Tony, David Orta, Editor Cooks, Eric Stevens, William Schmidt. You guys popped up on the feed. Thank you for subscribing. Welcome to our community. Welcome to BALLCAP Nation. That is what I lovingly refer to you guys in the community as. Mark, you feel good about what AA is probably cooking up? I think they could do something. Baby Pearl, where are we in the chat? Chat's moving kind of fast, man. We got 1,400 people in here. Chat's moving. If you really want to be noticed when we get up to this level, there are just the mods stand out because they've got the wrench. The members stand out because they've got the highlighted badge. And obviously, Super Chats not only stand out, but they grab the attention. Spencer, why not trade Snell? Because the Giants still want to make the playoffs. What's going on with Sherman? Let's see. I don't see anything from Joel Sherman 8 minutes ago. Ferguson traded from the Yankees to the Astros. That was one of the lefties that they had. Why would they trade Ferguson when he was one of the lefties? Wonder if they feel good about grabbing another lefty. He was not a lefty that I think they would have felt great about rolling out there, trotting out there in the playoffs. That's why we're talking about, a guy like Andrew Chafin and more, more dominantly Tanner Scott. All right, let's update this. We've got Cobb to Giants. Really? It can't all fit? There we go. Jack, pretty sure the Yanks traded for Caleb from the... They did. They traded him from the Dodgers. Oh, wait. I put Cobb to San Francisco. Ha ha. Oops. Sorry. That's funny. I don't know why that's funny, but I think that's funny. There we go. Cobb should still be in San Francisco. That's a Freudian thing. That is Freudian all the way. I feel like he should still be in San Francisco. Dark Reaper, not happening. Spencer, you got one? Sorry, Ann. I apologize. Let's see here. Will the Giants buy still? No, not at all. This is all about getting money off the books. They're not going to do anything. They're not going to buy anybody. Rays most likely to be traded in the next 2 hours. Zach Littell, Pete Fairbanks, and Yandy Diaz. Diaz, the big one. What's Jack Curry got? Is this more about that? I think that's more about the Ferguson trade. Yep, that was Ferguson trade stuff. Okay. Back here. All right. And we had heard regarding Yandy Diaz that it was all about Seattle, the Yankees, and the Astros. So what do I think happens with Ross Atkins in the offseason, Jim? I think he has earned job security with this trade deadline that he has had. The Yusei Kikuchi thing is the star, but the entire body of work, all of the trades he has executed on, I still think you can see a Trevor Richards trade. This job, he has done a fantastic job, and it has probably bought him job security. I would have thought if he had bungled this trade deadline, it would have been the nail in the coffin. So Ross Atkins is probably fine. Butt Munch Cookie, hey man, better late than never. Glad you're here. Thoughts on the Brewers' needs after losing Yelly, Powers Jr.? Honestly, we were looking at the Brewers a short time ago, looking at the roster. The guys that are there are the guys you're going to probably roll with. The Brewers are a team that has to think about 2025 and 2026 while they are thinking about 2024. And they cannot mortgage those next couple of seasons just to try to make a run this year. So, unfortunately, I think the Montas trade, you just got Devin Williams back. So, the bullpen has been strengthened from within with his return. Montas adds to the rotation. As underwhelming as that is, kind of felt like we were geared towards the Brewers probably having an underwhelming deadline. And it's not because they don't want to make a splash. It's because they have to think about 2025 and 2026 while they're thinking about 2024, which means they can't be crazy with their prospects. AJ Preller is thinking about 2024 and only 2024. He'll think about 2025 in November. Brewers are thinking about it right now. So because of that, it's different mindsets, it's different temperaments when it comes to those deals. Z Woodhouse, Francis said that Verdugo is getting interest. I mean, the Yankees could trade Alex Verdugo. You've got a player that is a little bit expendable. They got a lot of outfielders there. Francis Ramiro tweeting, some teams inquiring about Alex Verdugo. Another source doesn't rule out that he could be part of a trade before the deadline. So you would be dealing Verdugo to another buyer. Who's your trade partner? When buyers are working with buyers, where are you sending Verdugo? Send him to Kansas City. Send him to Pittsburgh. But if you're doing that, are the Yankees fine with the prospect, or do the Yankees want something? Hey, I got a deal for you. See, the Pirates are in buy mode, so this wouldn't happen. But how about Verdugo for Aroldis Chapman? Who says no? Verdugo for Chapman. Let's go. Morgan, who wants to see Bellinger to the Blue Jays? Morgan, not me. That contract is too complicated. It's not that it's complicated. It's that it's a problem. His contract is a problem. I knew this would mostly get no's. There's a couple of there's at least one yes in there. I would get a kick out of that. 1,500 likes. Thank you guys for getting us up to 1,500. That's pretty awesome. That's pretty good. We're 500 away from the goal. So keep smashing that like along the way if you're enjoying your time here. Do I think the Astros are done, Christian? I do not. The Astros need a first baseman. Now, they may not be willing to pay the freight for Yandy Diaz, but I could still see them grabbing somebody. I mean, think about this, guys. Everybody, Combat Legacy, I don't know, Luis Robert, I think it's unlikely that he's on the move. Here's their teams. There are teams that could grab him, but I think it's unlikely. Think about this. Came in today with the trade deadline hub, and we had this together. We had the names. Oh, let me get this out of the way. We had all of the big names, and we've now been going for almost 4 hours, and I got started late. I got started like an hour after everybody else did. None of them. I think at this point, it is safe to say, you know what, let's do this. I don't want this to turn into a prediction thing, though. Should it turn into a prediction thing? I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna turn it into a prediction thing. Let's just leave the question marks there. At this point, I think it is highly likely Crochet, Skubal, Snell, Robert all stay put. I think that is those would be the odds-on favorites for that to happen. You've got the other side of the board here, Taillon. I mean, he could stay put. Flarity, India, Tyler Anderson, Yandy, Diaz, Paul Blackburn, Luis Rengifo. None of them have moved. These are our big names heading into today, and not a single one after 4 hours has moved. We've seen some other ones, but none of the big names. Is that going to change? Hold my lean. Welcome back to the BALLCAP Nation Gold Club. John, you want to see Dominguez? I don't think Dominguez is getting dealt. I don't see it. Anyone know when BALLCAP should come back from injury? Word is that he could have one more rehab start and then be back out there. Genocidal Gerbil. Love the name. I'm pissed at the Astros for trading Loperfido for Kikuchi. At least go for Flarity instead. Give up McCormick before Loperfido. Ugh. You're right. It was an overpay. I would have thought that you could have taken that package and landed Jack Flaherty. That didn't happen, though. Surprisingly. Yeah. Tiger Town. Flaherty should be moved. All right. The guys that are likely to be moved. And Ray, welcome in. I see you subscribing. Stephanie Blanc, thank you for subscribing. DJG, Ewelyn, thank you for subscribing. There's a few others, but the feed is all glitchy right now. Thank you guys for subscribing. Again, we are trying to push to 37,000. 37,000? I just shorted myself. 10,000 subscribers. We're 46.8. Would love to get to 47,000 today. So again, if you like baseball, make sure to subscribe. This is a big day for YouTube, the algorithm, MLB, all tying in. A lot of times MLB gets buried with the algorithm because football gets more traction, basketball gets more traction, cats get more traction. So today's a day for baseball. So those of you just finding me for the first time today, welcome in, subscribe, turn your notifications on, come back. We talk baseball all year long. All year long. And I like to think that I'm the voice of reason in all of this madness when it comes to baseball and news and trades and all that fun stuff. Feel like anonymous VODs, right. We could probably grow this to 2,000 viewers if I just put cat videos up. Just like that. We'd grab another 500 viewers. Ooh, cats. Let's go. Got to get a big name to move. The Braves traded for a cat. They should. It would increase the attendance. All right, so let's roll back over to roll back over here. Take a look and see what is the latest. Latest from Joel Sherman. Cobb is the plan is for Cobb to make one more rehab start and then join Cleveland after that. It's quiet. It's quiet It's too quiet. John, I thought I saw that Dominguez could be back before the end of the year. It is too quiet. Something's going to happen. It's been 25 minutes since the Cobb deal. It's too quiet. Something's going to happen. Houston, Texas, Dave. Vladdy will be going nowhere. Let me see here. Again, we got that. I'm just scrolling through. Okay. I think it might be the calm. It's gonna be. I feel like the last. Once we get to 5 o'clock, that last hour could be insane. Caleb, I think the Rangers are going to hold pat. I don't think they do anything. And not trading Nate Eovaldi and not trading any of the bullpen pieces, they're still not buying isn't the right way to put it, but they're showing belief in the current team. And I think that's not a bad thing. This Texas Rangers team is kind of just waiting for it to click. SD Mike feels a blockbuster is coming. Design Dudes, I do think the Dodgers will do something. Should the Braves get Rengifo Mark? I don't think so. I think that there are other needs. Brave Thrills, pass and nuke soon. Brave Thrills, do you remember Apple Plays? He was one of our regular dudes in here, and I don't know where he went. Maybe he's hanging out in the background. I don't know. What happened to this man? He was one of our regular Braves guys. Maybe I said something to piss him off. I don't know. But he was one of our regular Braves guys. Where'd he go? You think you remember? I feel like he was a regular. Did somebody in the chat say something to piss off Apple Plays? G-Rob, do the Dodgers need Scott? I wouldn't say they necessarily need to pinpoint in on him. He would be an upgrade for sure. I don't think they need to pinpoint in on him, though. Very quiet. We'll throw this up there. Again, guys, if you haven't subscribed to Touching Bases, go check them out. John Clark is sleeping. Dusty does not like the Braves. Not at all. Go Phillies. What if, though, Dusty, the Mets are playing the Braves? Dusty, who are you rooting for when the Mets and Braves are playing? That's my question to you, Dusty. Spencer, do I think the Guardians are done? Cobb? I mean, it's a perfect move. And a low risk, high reward deal like that. We saw them go get Lane Thomas. So you added Lane Thomas, you added Alex Cobb. The Guardians are probably done. I would say they're done. Suki girl, you have an in-person meeting from 4 to 5. Blow it off. No, I'm kidding. Still waiting to hear who Dusty roots for. There it is. He roots for the Braves. I hate the Mets with every ounce. I had a feeling there was a team you hated more than the Braves. I had a feeling. And I had a feeling it was the team from Queens. Frank, do I see teams going for IKF or Kiermaier? IKF, possibly. Kiermaier, I don't think so. If I were to rank Blue Jays that still get traded, I would say Trevor Richards 1, IKF 2, Chris Bassett 3, Kiermaier 4. That's how unlikely I think a Kevin Kiermaier trade is. I don't think anybody wants to give anything up for Kevin Kiermaier. Not even their 100th ranked prospect for Kevin Kiermaier, unfortunately. It's one of those funny things that happened this past offseason. IKF was out there saying, hey, nobody wants me. Nobody's coming for me. And the Blue Jays gave him $11 million. A guy that's like, yeah, nobody wants me. Here's $11 million. What? Sportsdom, do I think the Diamondbacks are done? No, I can see them. I can see Arizona still adding. Bell is a replacement for Walker. Puck was a great addition. I think I would say this for Arizona. If something falls to them, something falls just right, I can see them do it. I don't think they're going to make a splash, though. We have a Passan tweet to take a look at. I'm going to pull it up here on the screen. I'm not going to look at it on my phone. We not only have Passan, but we have a bunch of other guys. Let me try to guess what this is. Ben Nicholson-Smith tweeted follow. So we went Passan, then Ben, then the two big guys, Feinstein and Heyman. Is it a Blue Jays tweet? Is it a Blue Jays tweet? Lacey says, whoa. Okay, let's see what happened. Please don't. Please don't. What? I don't even know how to pronounce his last name. Somebody phonetically type it in the chat, please. I like that Kansas City. See, I felt like Kansas City was going to probably just focus in on bats now because they, with the addition of Lorenzen, could move Marsh. I can't say they suck. I can't do that. That would be irresponsible of me. But Lucas, who's got it? Urseg. Nicholas Urkeg. Urseg. We're going to go with Urseg. Lucas Urseg is a piece that should not cost too much. But again, that irrelevant. I felt like Kansas City would focus their prospect capital at this point for bats. Now, maybe the bats are going to cost too much, so we're going to try to bolster the bullpen as best we can. Because this Kansas City team still needs two bats. They have not addressed that. They have not gone out and grabbed the bats that they need to, I think, really be competitive. The bullpen is going to be good. You're going to have a solid bullpen. You have Hunter Harvey. You have Alec Marsh moving into the pen. And now you have Lucas Urseg in the equation. So the bullpen is strong. Now we need the bats. Brave Thills, you found it. He hasn't uploaded in 2 weeks. Maybe he's taking a break. Good move by Kansas City. I'm not going to add it to the latest. I want to try to keep the bigger stuff to latest. Eric, I do believe Cleveland's done. Horner to the Mariners. Tintin, I cannot see... Or Tian, I cannot see Nico Horner being traded at all. I think he will remain with the Chicago Cubs. I don't see that happening. Thoughts on the Marlins? They have a chance to be real winners at the deadline if they make the moves that are necessary. Trading Tanner Scott, trading Brian De La Cruz, bringing in more prospects. They have a chance to be real winners at the deadline. We can pull up Lucas Urseg and his baseball savant. Take a look at what he has, and you're going to like it. There's a lot of red here. This is the... That's nothing. This is the piece heading to the Kansas City Royals. Breaking ball by run value is his best pitch. His slider is his best pitch. His changeup sucks. But his breaking ball, that slider, that's good stuff. They don't hit the ball hard off him. He generates a ton of swing and miss. For that, though, 41 Ks over 36 and 2/3 with that kind of, with a whiff rate and a chase rate in the 80, above the 80th percentiles. But they don't hit the ball hard off him. He can generate swings and misses. That's big. The breaking ball, the slider, is his best pitch. That's going to Kansas City. And 29 years old, only in his second pro year, showing a nice improvement year over year. You're going to have a lot of control with this guy. This is going to be a pitcher that you can have control over there for a couple more seasons. It's a good get by Kansas City, and it's a good get because Hunter Harvey also has another year of control. So Kansas City's building a team that they will carry through to the 2025 season as well, which is smart. I like that. That is cerebral. That is Baseball Savant for anybody. I see the question there from Luda. Strike Blitz, you got him. Yes, that is Baseball Savant. You will find more information than you could possibly need on any player with this website. I think it's good. Again, our live stream today is powered by BetUS. Make sure to check them out. Link is down below. 125% bonus on your first 3 deposits with BetUS. If you mess around with any of the rest, you have to check out BetUS, especially with that offer. That means if you put $100 in, you get $225 to bet with. Every sport, quick payouts, #1 online sportsbook. All sports, get in on some football futures right now. Revisit some baseball futures, the World Series predictions right now. There's still a lot of money to be made. Those money lines are looking good. Make sure to check it out. Miles, no, it's not happening. And we all know that's not going to happen. Let's see here. Somebody telling me that Mark Feinsand tweeted. What else do we got? Cleveland with the victory over Detroit. Detroit's got another L in their bag. More motivation to trade Jack Flaherty. Everything right now is about Lucas Erceg. It's a nice addition. It is an addition that helps you beyond this year. So for that, I like it. Erceg. All right. Mundeezy, thank you for subscribing. Andrew Martinez, thank you for subscribing. Make sure to subscribe again. If you're just finding us for the first time, this is a big day on YouTube for baseball. We are dominating the algorithm. MLB Trade Deadline, it is dominating the algorithm. It is all over the place. What? No, his stream didn't. Oh, the collab. Probably... He and I are going to... Now, we have a podcast, too. I've done a bad job about that. I've got a podcast, and you guys should all check it out. And I am doing a terrible job of promoting my own podcast. Make sure to check out the Barreled Up podcast. Please do that. That is my podcast. That is where I bring in guests. We talk about... And I've had Bob Nightingale on the podcast. I've had Ryan Ripken. I've had Brett Boone. I've had a litany. I've had Foolish Baseball, Stark Raving Sports, Draft Neck Mark. Robbie Hyde has been a co-host for a good portion of the ride there. Make sure you subscribe to the Barreled Up podcast wherever you get your podcasts. There's a plug for the pod. Make sure you guys do that. So, hold my lean. I have a feeling like that he and I will probably get together to dissect the trade deadline tomorrow. There's a very good chance that tomorrow he and I get together because we have to collab on a podcast. Kay Visara, thank you for subscribing. Have not had Obama on yet. Anagami, no, that has not happened. That will not happen. Braves got to run out. All right, man. Are the pods live or pre-recorded? Well, sometimes we record them live here on YouTube, but they are pre-recorded. Again, wherever you get your podcast, whether it is Google, whether it is Apple, whether it is Spotify, we are there. Sometimes it ends up on YouTube. Sometimes it does not. So you want to be subscribed so you can grab the content. And sometimes you will only get half of the episode on YouTube. The full, complete episode will be on the podcast. So you definitely want to subscribe. Binky, I think that's what you want to have happen, and I think that is what should happen. Waiting on a trade. The Flores family, thank you for subscribing. Erica, thank you for subscribing. Welcome to BALLCAP Nation, all of the new subscribers out there. Happy to have you here. No Crochet news right now. It's all quiet on the Crochet front. Who are the top 3 winners so far? That's a good question, actually. And this might not be a bad time to consider who the winners are. I think Kansas City's done a very good job with their bullpen. I think Toronto has done a very good job with the prospects that they're getting in return. Cleveland has done a good job grabbing Cobb, grabbing Lane Thomas. Top 3 winners, though. Give me your winners so far, guys. I don't think the Rays got enough for Randy Arozarena. And I don't think they got enough for Isaac Paredes. They did an amazing job with John Adam. I'm with you on the Orioles. This is an underwhelming deal so far. Cubs are looking pretty good with the addition of Isaac Paredes. I like that. Seattle grabbing Garcia, grabbing Randy Arozarena. Those are 2 nice moves, but they have more that they need to do. Because part of what's happening is that there are teams right now that are positioned to come out of this trade deadline with a grade of A. But if they don't do anything else the rest of the way, they could find themselves with a B- or a C. If the Seattle Mariners don't do anything else, I'll probably give them a B-. Right. Diaz, Fairbanks, and Lau to the Mariners would be amazing, and you think you have the capital for Seattle to do that. Brandon Lau is going to cost a lot because there are some club options, and they are cheap club options. But the problem is he has been injured a lot. Fairbanks would be a nice grab. You're right. You do have the capital. That is a lot to move because you also have to think that all 3 of those players individually are getting offers. And if you're the Mariners, you're going to have to then beat out all of those. You're going to have to beat out offers for all 3 of those players in one trade. That may be tough to do. But you're right. I would like that if they pulled that off. William, thank you for the donation. Bauer's I think Bauer will pitch, have his best chance to be back in the big leagues next year. I think somebody might give him a shot next year. I don't think there was never, in my opinion, there was never a chance he was going to pitch this year. It's quiet. Garrett Cole has been scratched from tonight's game due to general body fatigue. Yeah, I mean, hey. Waiting on a Tanner Scott trade. Waiting on a Jack Flaherty trade. Those 2 feel like they are going to happen at some point. I'll be shocked if Jack Flaherty doesn't get traded. The Tigers have some explaining to do. Because here's what we do know is that there is a very elevated, high price tag on all of the pitchers. But at the end of the day, you still got to deal them. And these buyers, I'm telling you, we're seeing some deals happen, but we're not seeing the big names drop. And I think that's because there is a staring match going on. Who's going to blink first? Who's going to blink first between the Detroit Tigers and the 5 teams they're talking to? Who's going to blink first between Peter Bendix and the 5 other teams he's talking to for Tanner Scott? I think that we will have these deals, but they may have to get close to the deadline because the sellers will have to start to let that feeling of loss sink in. The loss being the lost opportunity, the lost prospects by not dealing the player. And right now, they don't have that. And they're not going to have that until, again, we get beyond this point. Until we get closer to the deadline. They're going to feel like they can just try to ride this thing down. Predictions for teams of Fairbanks, Rengifo, and Anderson. Fairbanks could go 10 different places. Rengifo, I really like the Kansas City fit there. And again, let's add Kansas City in with, or let's add Ward in with Rengifo. Let's do a twofer. And then Anderson, again, we're looking for a team that could use the fact that he's got another year of control. Atlanta could play. Milwaukee could play. But Milwaukee might be done. Atlanta might be satisfied. This Tyler Anderson market is getting kind of interesting. We have a pass and tweet. Let's check it out. Again, I'm going to play the same game I did last time. I'll see if I can guess it this time. So we have the pass and tweet, but we don't have like a flurry after that case. So it can't be too big. Texas Rangers are finalizing a deal to acquire lefty reliever Andrew Chafin from the Detroit Tigers. That's got to give you, I mean, look, the Rangers, that's the indicator of what their mindset is. They're not selling, they are buying cautiously. Andrew Chafin's a good reliever. I don't want to talk him down at all, but Andrew Chafin's not Tanner Scott. But grabbing Andrew Chafin means that one of the fallback options, if you don't get Tanner Scott, is now off the board. Good job by the Texas Rangers swooping in, because if Tanner Scott, and if you're Detroit, maybe wanted to wait, because if you are Detroit, and let's say Tanner Scott goes to the Yankees, and the 4 other teams that were hot for him miss him, what would they do next? They could call you and start a bidding war for Andrew Chafin. Now, maybe Texas is on the line and they say, dude, you pull this trade now or we got to deal with somebody else. And the Detroit Tigers are like, okay, we're not gonna mess around with this. So that is an interesting trade. Do we have more? We have more with more people, right? Whoa. Do we have something big? Hold on. Everyone's telling me to go check out Ken. Why did I click on John? Ken Rosenthal. What do we got? There's one of the bats. There's one of the bats we're looking for. Paul DeJong is going to the Kansas City Royals. I like it. This is a good move. This is a bat with some pop. They need that. Paul DeJong's defense plays. Now, he's obviously not going to play shortstop there because there's Bobby Witt Jr. Maybe Paul DeJong's going to go to second. Is that what we're going to do? We're going to move him over to second base. I like the bat element. I mean, maybe you can't grab Paul DeJong and just use the bat, put him at DH because you've got Fermin and you've got Perez, who I think you want out there most days, and one of them gets a DH spot, and Pasquantino gets a DH if you're looking to give him a breather. Maikel Garcia is your third baseman. Michael Massey's your second baseman. Where the hell's Paul DeJong going to play, guys? He will help the Royals. Yes, Brandon, they need a bat. But where's he going to play? Let me pull up, let's put the screen up. Where is he going to play? He's not going to play third. That would be the next logical position, would be third or then second. But with Garcia and Massey, I don't think you do that. And you don't trade for Paul DeJong to platoon. So we get 2 deals back-to-back here. We get Andrew Chafin to the Rangers, and we get Paul DeJong to the Kansas City Royals. And I'll be honest, this is kind of a head-scratcher. DeJong provides nice infield versatility to the Royals, gives them a chance to be in the playoff hunt. This is from Bob Nightingale. But I don't know. I don't know if he can DH. I don't think you would want him to DH. Michael Massey maybe moves to DH. I got is DeJong playing at second a better option than Massey playing at second? You got to have his bat in the lineup. So they're going to DH, second base, whatever it is. DeJong's going to do that. You really lock into Perez and Fermin in a platoon role there behind the plate. I don't know, man. Like Pasquantino could DH. And then maybe Massey goes to first and DeJong is at second. I guess the problem is this. Complaining about the Royals. What they needed to do is they needed an outfielder. MJ Melendez is not that dude. Hunter Renfroe is okay. Really, where I felt that you could really pinpoint the addition, the improvement for the team is in left field for MJ Melendez. And that's not going to happen. Maybe they'll move DeJong into left, or maybe Michael Massey moves to the outfield, or maybe Michael Garcia moves to the outfield. I don't know. I'm trying to figure this out. Strike blitz. DeJong could play outfield. He might have to. Maybe he's the new left fielder. Probably would feel better about him in left field than MJ Melendez. I know you would feel better about the bat. I guess that's got to be it. That's got to be it. What are the Angels waiting for? They're probably waiting for the deadline to creep closer, because as the deadline creeps closer, they might feel like they have more leverage. DeJong to the Royals. They needed the bat. I like that. So Kansas City swings 2 trades here in the last half hour. Ursig, the reliever, and now Paul DeJong. KC getting better. Oh, wait, KC and KC and Cleveland are playing each other right now. I had not looked at this. Have not looked at the schedule today. Switching, just go across the way. All right. What time is it? It's 3:53. No politics. No politics. If there's politics in here, mods, you have the right, you have the approval to don't ban the person, but throw a 5-minute timeout on anybody that is, from this point forward, anybody from this point forward talking politics, 5-minute timeout for anybody that's talking politics. There is no the Crochet update is that there isn't one. And for that, likely, he's not going to go anywhere. Big Bad Brad, thank you for the donation. Have the Dodgers managed the deadline correctly? Will they land an elite starter like Crochet or Skubal? I think it just really depends on what is your level of what's your level of approval? What's your approval level here? They have raised the floor a little bit. They have added more depth, but I think there are a lot of people that feel like they're picking off the scrap heap, that these are underwhelming moves. Tommy Edman, Michael Kopech, where is Ahmed Rosario? Where's Luis Robert? Yeah, you keep where we missed out on Randy Arozarena. I think they need a splash. Big bad Brad. I think they need a splash. I truly do. That is what they need. They need to make a splash. Jacob, are the Braves done? They might. No, I can't say that they are done, but they might be done. I don't think they are done, but if they are, if we go through the next 2 hours and nothing happens for the Braves, I won't be surprised. Zolan, nothing new on the Cubs lately that you wouldn't have heard anywhere else. I don't think Crochet, and at this point, I think Skubal is 0% chance. 0% chance. Do the Phillies do anything else, Godfather Clause? I think that the Phillies could. I don't know if it is a certainty, though. I don't know if it is a certainty. Let me see here. I'm going to answer some questions. You guys keep firing questions. I am going to order a pizza. I'm seriously going to order a pizza. John Clark is lacking. Mark, you don't believe the Braves are done. I think they could be. But I'll put it this way. I won't be surprised if they're done. Thoughts on the Astros? I think they got fleeced by the Blue Jays, and I think that trade might have screwed up the Jack Flaherty market. I don't think the Cubs are done, but they could be. I gotta get the kids upstairs. They gotta get some food here. Do I have my wallet? Son of a God dang it. See, now I gotta go get my wallet, and like 300 people are gonna leave. But I have to go do that for a moment. And sadly, I am going to have to take another less than 5-minute break. I will be right back. Okay. What do we got? Craig Bish, JT, Chirigo, Seattle. Hey! I am the only one of all of the baseball people. Look at that. Let's see here. Where is it? Paul Blackburn. There it is. I am the only one that was out here talking about. Stop it. Stop it, Lacey. Stop it, Brave Trails. I know you're being funny. I am the only one talking about Paul Blackburn and being dealt. And Paul Blackburn is on his way to the New York Mets. I like it. I have been clamoring. I haven't been clamoring for anything. I have been talking about Paul Blackburn getting dealt, and it is happening. He's going to the New York Mets. This is a solid deal. He is a good pitcher. You get him for next year as well. I'm interested to see who they give up for Paul Blackburn, but this is, look, if you got to give up a decent prospect for Paul Blackburn, I'll be okay with it because Paul Blackburn's going to help you right now. Most importantly, Paul Blackburn's going to help you next year. Next year, they have a chance to be back in World Series or bust mode, and Paul Blackburn will be a very good starting pitcher. I like that. Let me see here. So that's good enough. That is good enough to put on the update our details here. That's a good one. And that is also finally somebody that is on the move from the trade deadline board. Finally. It's amazing to think that it took this long to finally get a name off of this board. Beginning to think it might not happen. That's not true because obviously Flarity is going to get dealt. But we are able to put the New York Mets right there. Paul Blackburn to the New York Mets. Yandy Diaz could still be dealt. Rengifo should be dealt. Tyler Anderson should be dealt. Flarity should be dealt. Taillon in India could stay put. Scott should be dealt. Rooker, Ward, Robert, Snell, Skubal, Crochet may all end up staying put. But Blackburn is on the move, and it is a good move for the New York Mets. Good job. That's a good job by the Mets. I think SD Mike at this point can't rule anything out at this point. Well, here's what I do think we can rule out. I think we can rule out Tarik Skubal from this board. And I think we're getting to a point where we can probably rule out Jameson, Taillon. Those are the two that I feel like we can most rule out. And if we're going to do that, I guess we could indicate that I just don't think it's going to happen. I'm taking Skubal out of the equation. That was a long shot anyway. I think after the Cobb trade in San Francisco and their money situation, I think that we can take Snell out of the equation too. So I'm pulling Skubal and Snell off the board. That's it. Everybody else, I still think it could happen. Crochet could, Robert could, Ward, Rooker, all could. So we'll kind of live there. Again, I don't want this to be like a predictions thing, but just feel like it's just those are not going to happen. It's good though. It's a good move. Let's put this up. Taking a look at the Mets rotation the rest of the way. Again, Paul Blackburn is back. So you're going to add him into the rotation immediately. Next turn through, he will be there. Taylor McGill, gone. Taylor McGill, pardon me. Manaea, Severino, Quintana, and Blackburn. With McGill or Peterson, I guess probably Peterson would be the guy that stays in the rotation. Peterson stays in. McGill, how many more options you got on him? There's still 2 more options, so McGill either goes to the bullpen or gets sent down. Rotation upgraded, and it is rotation element, a rotation element for next year. That is important because the New York Mets and the situation, you have Manaea, who can opt out after this season, which would be smart for him to do. So you probably don't have Manaea. You're at the end of Jose Quintana. You only had Severino for 1 season. So when you start thinking about, oh, crap, we have to rebuild a rotation for next year, Paul Blackburn is in play. Senga, Blackburn, Peterson, they're going to have some work to do, but for right now, and again, he's a piece for next year. It's a good move. I think that's a good job by the New York Mets. Now we will see what it takes to get Paul Blackburn. I don't see. Oakland will receive. Oh, Oakland's getting Mason Barnett from KC in that Ursig deal. Okay. See what it takes to get him. Steve, we don't know what the Mets gave up yet, but we'll find out soon. If I were to guess, it's a starting pitcher. It's a starting pitcher with another year of control. I think you probably are going to give up something a guy you've heard of. I think you probably give up somebody good. Let's wait and see, but I don't think you're going to be able to get him for nothing. You're gonna have to give something up. That is for sure. What did the Rangers give up for Chafin? I do think we saw that. I thought we saw that, but maybe we didn't. I don't think we have that. I don't know if that's been made public yet. Scrolling through everybody that was posting about the trade, they're catching up on what Kansas City is sending Oakland. So at some point, they'll probably catch up on what the Tigers or what's going in the other direction for for Chafin. That's a good lefty grab. That's a good lefty. They needed another reliever. They get that. The Texas Rangers are going to be a team that's trying to get back into it. Hepatitis. Friedman is working on a shit sandwich. Yeah. Dodgers fans can't be happy. After yesterday's trade for as a part of that Tommy Edman trade, the 3-team trade, I am certain every Dodger fan was very confidently and boastfully saying, it's just depth. It's just an add-on. It's nothing. It's not going to stop us from doing anything else. And here we are now, less than 2 hours away from the deadline passing, and we are still waiting for the Dodgers to do something of significance. Do the Dodgers need another bat? I think they could use another bat. Yeah. Mookie's out right now. I don't know when Muncie's going to play. Gavin Lux has been hitting a lot better. Had a very nice July. There is an upgrade for them to make with the bats. There's also guys that are coming back. They may feel like they don't need to do anything because they feel confident Muncie will be back. We know Mookie will be back. They may not feel like they need to do anything. And they're focusing on pitching. And at the moment, I feel like a lot of the pitchers, the names we've been hearing about leading up to today, because we're seeing a lot of names move that we had not heard about, but a lot of the names that we have been hearing about may be held on to the fact that these are held up because these teams are trying to, the sellers are trying to get a king's ransom in return. SD Mike Robert Jr. to the Mets, maybe in the offseason. If the New York Mets miss out on Juan Soto in the offseason, that's their move, is Luis Robert. And that's why the White Sox should not trade Luis Robert here at the deadline. Because there is going to be a Juan Soto sweepstakes that is going to be epic. An epic Juan Soto sweepstakes. And those teams that miss out, they're going to look to plan B. And if Luis Robert is still sitting there with the Chicago White Sox, and Luis Robert had a great September to close out the 2024 season, teams are going to come running for Luis Robert. Sean, you're telling me to check out Will Salmon. He is saying that the return package, or the return, I guess, piece, thank you, Sean. The return piece is Cade Morris. Just that one, a 1-for-1 trade here, and it is Cade Morris, which, if that is all it took, that is an incredible trade for the New York Mets. I gotta think that there's more. I know Paul Blackburn's just coming back from an injury and he'd spent a lot of time out, but if it's only Cade Morris is the number 25 prospect. He was a 3rd-round pick in 2023. He's down pitching for Brooklyn right now. He's pitching okay. But that would be surprising if that's it. Paul Blackburn doesn't suck. Now, Paul Blackburn's not a Cy Young pitcher. Paul Blackburn is not a number 1 or a number 2 in your rotation. No, he's not. But let me throw this out at you. Paul Blackburn or Yusei Kikuchi? Who do we think has a stronger 2-month stretch here? I cannot definitively say it will be Yusei Kikuchi. There is a chance Paul Blackburn is better for the Mets down the stretch than Kikuchi is for the Astros, and Kikuchi is going to be a free agent, and Paul Blackburn has another year of control. And if it's only Cade Morris after all of that just went for Kikuchi, this would be a great trade if this is what it is. If this is the deal, then this is great for the market to maybe get the market moving. Paul Blackburn, if healthy, I believe Paul Blackburn is a solid 3-4 kind of guy. He can pitch up to a 3. If he is your 4, you have him set up for success. I'll put it that way. He can pitch up to being a 3 in a rotation. If you need him to be more than that, you're setting him up for failure. But if you have him in at the number 4 spot in your rotation, you have him set up for success. That's kind of Yusei Kikuchi. I'm describing Yusei Kikuchi. He's a guy who can pitch up to a 3, but if you put him in at the number 4 spot, which is where he's been for the Blue Jays, behind Bassett, behind Gausman, behind Barrios, then it's Kikuchi. I'm describing Yusei Kikuchi to you in describing Paul Blackburn. So, if it's only Cade Morris, that would be I'll call it a steal for the New York Mets. If it's only Cade Morris. I got to order this pizza. Ben Rivera, I know. I'm not a Yusei Kikuchi. I'm not a Yusei Kikuchi fan. He's had his moments this year where he has been good. He's had his moments this year where he has been bad. I think Paul Blackburn's a good pitcher. I would take Paul Blackburn over Yusei Kikuchi. And the Astros just took Kikuchi for 3 prospects. All right, let's get this food delivered. Balco, how about the most? How about the most? Any Orioles fans that were not here earlier when the trade went down, how are you feeling about the Orioles and their trade deadline? I do not think, SD Mike, I assume you're meaning Ha-Sung Kim. No, I do not believe that he will be dealt. Jared, I think you say best is better than Blackburn's best, but Blackburn is more consistent. Fair. I would take Blackburn over Cobb, Strike Blitz says. Fair. Lamar Lackey, thank you for the donation, man. Happy to see you in here. Typical Mets. We never get the big fish. Paul Blackburn isn't even better than any of our starters. Lamar, I disagree. Paul Blackburn is better than Taillon McGill. Paul Blackburn. I want to make sure before I say something that I'm not shooting myself in the foot here. Because there's one more guy that I'm like, I don't know. I kind of feel like he's better than Taillon McGill. I think if he was out there pitching every single day, I think he would be putting up a similar line to Jose Quintana. Call me crazy. If he was out there every single day, similar line to Quintana. Similar thing. You would have starts where you're like, yeah, this is my guy. And then you would have starts where you're like, ugh, we could use an upgrade. That is a 3-4 kind of guy in a rotation. So I would, and it sounds like you got him for the number 25 prospect in the organization. And if that is the case, Lamar, that's a good deal. So it is confirmed. It's now coming from a bunch of other people. Andy Martino, Anthony DiComo, Joel Sherman, all confirming Cade Morris for Paul Blackburn. That's a great deal. Cade Morris for Paul Blackburn, that's a solid trade. And that's the kind of trade you need to maybe help the market along. I'm not saying that Paul Blackburn is at the same level as Flarity or any of those guys. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is Paul Blackburn just went for a player that is in Cade Morris. He's a 40 out of 80 graded prospect for a starting pitcher that is under control for next year as well. And if you go under Paul Blackburn's track record, there is a decent pitcher here. I think it helps you. Let's see here. He pitched. Let's go to 2023. Let's put Paul Blackburn up here. This was a full season of Paul Blackburn. We only have 9 starts in 2024, so with the sample size being what it is, 51 innings, I'm going to go to 2023, where we have 103 innings worth of work for Paul Blackburn. It is not excellent, but look at his breaking ball run. His breaking ball and his off-speed pitch by run value are in the 87th and 83rd percentiles. Guys don't hit the ball hard off of him. The average exit velocity, the barrel rate, the hard hit rate, it is hard to hit the ball off of him. The guy throws 6 different pitches. Ben, thank you for the donation. I'm glad you are happy here, and I wish your Pirates good luck. I don't know if Lamar is still here. Lamar, I hope you are still here. Lamar, I hope that this makes you feel a little better, because Paul Blackburn, look at the last year. Breaking ball run value, off-speed run value. He's the same pitcher this year as he was last year. We just haven't seen enough of him yet because he was hurt. But he's still going to be throwing 6 pitches. He's still going to have an effective breaking ball and off-speed pitch. It plays. Lamar, I think you should be happy. Again, I know people are moving all over the place. People are moving around. But look, take it. Even his chase value. His chase value is 63rd percentile, which equates to, let's think of it like a hitter, and let's think of it like OPS plus. That would be an OPS plus of 113 on the chase rate. I like it. I think it's a good move. I think it's a good move. I guess I like it more than Mets fans do. I would have thought Mets. I don't know. Mets fans. I don't know how many Mets fans we have in here, because I know there's probably some Mets content creators that are out there doing their thing. Wardy's probably doing his thing. P-Pops, you like him. Mets fans that are happy with Blackburn, 1. Mets fans that are dissatisfied, 2. Maybe the problem is you start thinking about Blake Snell, you start thinking about Garrett Crochet, you start thinking about those guys, and those guys are just not going to happen. It is a good thing. Dark Reaper, you're going to miss Blackburn. That's a good point. I think every Athletics fan is going to miss Paul Blackburn, and that should tell you something. During the offseason, we had this conversation about Jonathan India. There were trade rumors about him and the Blue Jays. And Blue Jay fans were like, no, I don't want that guy. But every single Reds fan would tell you, no, don't trade him. We don't want to lose him. If the fan base of the other team is going to miss him significantly, that tells you something. We're getting some ones. We're getting some Mets fans that are happy with Paul Blackburn. I think it's a good move. Also, consider who you are this year. You are not a World Series or bust team. You are a team that is just trying to make the playoffs, which is weird. That is a weird place for the New York Mets to be. This is supposed to be a World Series or bust team. That's just not what it is this year. So this is the kind of move, Paul Blackburn, this is the kind of move that a just trying to make the playoffs, this is the kind of move that kind of team makes. All right, should we do extra cheese? Got to do extra cheese. 1 for extra cheese. 2 for regular cheese. It's got to be extra cheese, right? It's got to be. Extra cheese. Excuse me? Epic stuffed crust is not available on extra large? I don't want extra large. Oh, I'm in the wrong part. That'll do it. Extra cheese. Is there anybody out there that goes no cheese? Is there anybody that goes no cheese? My daughter peels the cheese off these things. I don't get it. I'm paying more money for extra cheese and she's there peeling it off. What are we doing? Okay, extra cheese. The boy likes the extra cheese. The girl's peeling it off. What are we doing? Ken has something? This pizza's never getting ordered, is it? Yes. 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 This is interesting because the Twins are trying to. Oh God. Okay. I'm not gonna get excited, but here's what we know about the Twins' state of mind and the state of things for the Twins. They're trying to shed payroll. They're not going to give the Blue Jays anything. They're not going to give the Blue Jays anything that crazy. This will be a nice little piece, but Trevor Richards this year has had his moments. He's been up and down. He was up enough to warrant being in the trade market. We've been hearing about him for some time. His ERA has gone up lately. Mr. Mike loved the trade. Didn't have to give up a big prospect for this, considering the market, and Stern's masterclass continues. Mr. Mike, you and I are locked in. I'm with you on that. I agree. Trevor Richards. Twins fans are going to look up Trevor Richards and they're going to be like, what? Literally, that's going to be it. They're going to open up. They say, ooh, we traded for a Blue Jays reliever. How'd we do? Who'd we get? And they're going to open it up and they're going to see a 4.64 ERA and they're going to say, what? He was really good in May and June. Really good. 11 appearances in June, 2 runs allowed, 2 earned runs allowed. And again, he was good in May, not giving up base runners. But in July, it kind of all went to hell. We got more. What do we got? I think I saw some in the chat that might have just spoiled it and gave it away. AJ Preller, considering what he gave up for Jason Adam, I can only imagine what he is going to give up for Tanner Scott. And this is exactly why, if you're the Detroit Tigers, you got to be kicking yourself because of the teams that wanted Tanner Scott. The Yankees wanted Tanner Scott. The Dodgers wanted Tanner Scott. And he's going to San Diego, and Andrew Schaefer's off the board. AJ Preller is bolstering that bullpen in an extreme way. It is pending a medical review, but the San Diego Padres are getting Tanner Scott from Miami. Jason Adam and Tanner Scott. They're not getting any starters, but they are bolstering the bullpen. Look at that. Lacey's bummed out. A lot of people are going to be unhappy. There are going to be some very upset people. It'd be too much of a splash. Mike, it would be too much of a splash. Mr. Mike, again, thank you for the donation. Wow. That's our big one. Is this the biggest one of the day? This is, look, I know the Baltimore thing with Trevor Rogers, but that's kind of underwhelming, that move for the Orioles. This is the biggest splash of the day so far. And how it impacts the other teams. Dodgers, Yankees, mad. Those fan bases right now, no way. Those fan bases are pissed. Tanner Scott to the Padres. For who? Let's move quick on this, guys. Ken and Bob and everybody, let's move quick. Can we not sit and wait like 3 hours for the return package? For the Trevor Richards deal, Jay Harry is headed to the Toronto Blue Jays. So those just hopping in. We have 2 relievers dealt back to back. We have the Minnesota Twins sending Jay Harry to the Toronto Blue Jays for Trevor Rogers. Jay Harry is the number nothing prospect for the Minnesota Twins. So that's a good job. If you're Minnesota, you gave up nothing for Trevor Rogers. Good job. The Padres are getting Trevor Rogers. That's the big one. It is the biggest splash of the day. And now we wonder, also Brian Hoeing is headed to the Padres. Now we wonder who's going back to Miami. Wabu, I know you've been here. Dude, legendary stuff. Those have been here. That we're pushing 5 hours now. Those that have been here the whole time, or at least been in and out the whole time, I salute you guys. Thank you for being here. I know. I don't know what the Dodgers are doing. This is another miss. Here's what you don't want. This is what you don't want. You don't want to see a package that underwhelms you. Marlins are getting several players in return. 4 for sure. Big haul here. Let's put Craig Mish up there because that's now what we're tracking. The excitement, the news has broken that Trevor Rogers is on the move, and maybe the dam is going to break now and we'll see more moves coming faster and more furious, because this was one of the big ones that could have been holding up some other moves, and now you'll see the Yankees, you'll see the Dodgers, you'll see the teams that missed out get more aggressive for other pieces because they can't sit on their hands. But the Yankees, I'm telling you, the Mark Leiter thing, that might come back to screw Yankee fans. I'm just saying, don't be surprised if you're reading tomorrow in the New York Post that the Yankees, after they traded for Mark Leiter, felt like they had improved their bullpen enough and they were done at that point. Not saying that's going to be in there, but I wouldn't be surprised if that is going to be a component here. 4 players for sure headed. Do we have more from Craig Mish? Robbie Snelling is going to the Marlins. Adam Mazur is going to the Marlins. Holy shit. Oh my God. Is it worth it? Guys, Tanner Scott's free agent at the end of the year. I feel like this is a good time to add that in. Tanner Scott's gone at the end of the year. Oh. For Graham Pauley? Craig Mish is lighting it up. Graham Pauley, Adam Mazur, Robbie Snelling. This is prospects number 2, 3, and 4. No other relievers will be traded today, ladies and gentlemen, because the San Diego Padres just absolutely nuked the market. Snelling is 2, Mazur is 4, Pauley is 5. They have no more prospects left. Guys, this is a trade that could cost A.J. Preller his damn job. He knows that he's gone. He knows that Tanner Scott's gone at the end of the year, right? This is an incredible overpay. Generational overpay for 2 months of Scott and no playoffs. I think they'll make the playoffs, but no, you're right. And it's fine that he's spamming that. Mods, let it be. Leave it. It's fine. He's right. That is a holy cow fleece of the century. Yeah. This just made the Jason Adam trade with the Rays the other day look fair. Oh my God. I can't believe it. Is there anybody else? Is there anybody else? Oh, and Jay Bashirs. Well, who's he? Again, anybody after like number 6 is irrelevant. It does not matter. Maybe he's somewhere back there, but it does not matter. Let's see. We do have the full deal. We can put that up there. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. This is the highlight of the day. How do Padres fans feel? Oh my God. Yankee fans, you happy you didn't do it now? Dodger fans, you happy you didn't do it? I'm serious. If you feel like this is a fleece, type fleece in the chat. Everybody right now, spam fleece if you believe that this is a fleece. If you think it is legit and a good trade, I don't know what to tell you. Oh my God. Type fleece in the chat. Spam it. Believe in Bendix. Yes. Bendix wins the day over AJ Preller. I cannot believe it. This is amazing. Yeah, that's the consolation here for everybody that wanted Tanner Scott. The one thing we worried about was that you would look at this and you would say, uh-oh, that's what he went for? Like, we couldn't match that? Well, no, nobody was going to match this. This was insane. This is absolute insanity. Yes, fleece all day. Keep it coming with the fleeces. Holy cow. I am shocked. Wow. Big business with the super chat coming in. This is crazy. Been driving and I'm late to comment, but I'm shocked for Chafin. I trust Bochy and a good bullpen. Big business, thank you for the donation. It's a good deal. Yankee fans are unhappy, but Yankee fans, when they see that this is what it costs, you're probably okay. What do you think that Bendix turned down? Like, if the Yankees had an offer on the table, this is an amazing deal. Snelling, Mazer, and Pauly. They literally have one prospect left. They have one. One. There's one left. Preller rolls the dice. SD Mike, you don't think he's done? He's got to be done. Salas is all that's left. Salas is the John Travolta in the room, kind of looking left to right, wondering where everybody went. Like, that's what it is right now. Yeah. No, that's a solid one. I like that. I think that's a good move for Texas. I mean, look, where's that super chat even? The chat is moving very quickly right now. Good vibrations. Number 2 and number 4, and there's another one. No, it's not just that. It's number 2, number 4, and number 2, 4, and 5 all go to Miami. Lamar, I don't think none of the big teams in the NL are going to lose sleep against Paul Blackburn, who throws 92 miles an hour. Lamar, telling you, man, I think you're going to like him. I think you'll be surprised. I think you will be surprised. It's crazy. This is crazy. Let's see here. I have to update this first. I mean, it's just it's amazing. This is the trade of the day to this point. And I don't know if we're going to top this in terms of a trade reaction. Lamar, you're too hung up on velo. Don't be that hung up on velo. Now you know why Friedman's cried. The market is out of control. That is why. All right. We are going to order this pizza. Let's do it. Finally going to order the pizza. Tanner Scott delayed pizza delivery. Padres bullpen now is going to be pretty. It's going to be a good bullpen. They don't have any pieces left to go and get a starter. So any hopes of Jack Flaherty, any hopes of Tyler Anderson, you name it, forget it. I don't think the prospects that are left after Ethan Salas are enough to go and grab any of anybody. I think that anybody wants to know, are the Padres done? I believe yes. Now the Padres are done. AJ Preller just put his phone down. He's heading out to play golf. His deadline day is done early. What a deal. Delivery time as soon as possible. Delivery address. Delivery options. Tip your driver. Payment method. Passan has a Scott return. It is incredible. Why can't the Mets be aggressive like the Padres? The Mets are not in World Series or bust mode right now, Lamar. I do think the Diamondbacks could do something, Quinton, but I think it's unlikely. But I can't rule them out. I think the Padres are done. The Mets probably are done. Michael, thank you for the donation. With the price of arms now, I doubt Friedman makes any splash moves. He's going to have to wait until we get closer to the deadline and try to hope that somebody like Jack Flaherty's still out there and Detroit's holding on. I could still see that. I got to think the Dodgers have something up their sleeves. Will the Giants trade Doval for Mountcastle? Boy, Jesus, that would be awesome. Adding Doval to that bullpen for Baltimore. I know he's been a little erratic, but I think that would be a good addition. Mountcastle. I can't see the Orioles trading Mount. Well, yeah, maybe. That actually has some legs. That could happen. Diamondbacks are in on Flaherty. Is that coming from Heyman? I see some people telling me to go check John Heyman right now. Red Sox are among teams interested in Luis Rengifo, but there's a gap in the talks for Rengifo. I want to leave this up for a minute because this is just dominating. Let's see. Passan had the full return. Here it is. It's bigger over here. I do kind of like that trade. I know the Dodgers. I know, guys. Dodger fans. I know you want it. Top available lefty reliever now. That's a good question. At this point, we've seen. Nardi is available. Moore is available. Nardi is available. Let me get back to that super chat. King, what's up, man? This is the first time I've seen you in here. I'm glad to see you, man. Thanks for stopping in. Mets need to get Chafin. Wanted him for years now. That would have been a good one. He does seem to keep popping up on the Mets radar. King, how you feeling about King? If you're still here, how are you feeling about Blackburn? I like it. I like it for you guys. Right, yes. And Andrew Chafin has been traded to the Rangers. Will Smith. That's funny. Does Spencer Jones get Yandy or Fairbanks? Oof. That's a tough trade. That is a tough trade. Spencer Jones for Diaz and Fairbanks. I would hesitate on that. I don't think I would do that. I don't think I would pull the trigger on that. JT Royals, I think the Royals might be done. A decent back end of the rotation piece. We were talking about him. He can pitch up to a 3. If you put him in at the 4 spot, you are setting him up for success. His breaking ball and his off speed are top 20% of the league by run value. He's a good pitcher. He's not Justin Verlander. He's not Max Scherzer. He's not of that ilk. He's not one of the top 5% of the pitchers in baseball. But that's not where the Mets are at right now. My prediction for Flarity to go, I would love to see Dodgers. Let me see what Heyman's got. We've got Tyler Zuber going to the New York Mets. And again, the Red Sox interested in Luis Rengifo. Andy Martino. Mets are in on relievers. Remember when we thought the Phillies gave up a ton for Carlos Estevez? That looks like nothing compared to the haul the Padres just sent the Marlins for Tanner Scott. Relief pitching prices are insane this year. Can the Nats take advantage with Kyle Finnegan? Let's update the player board here. Tanner Scott. To the Padres. Again, I don't think Skubal or Snell are going anywhere. As the minutes pass, so do I think the chances of Crochet or Robert. At this point, Ward and Rooker may be closer to the deadline. They are those bats with multiple years of control. Robert has more money attached to him. Ward and Rooker are in the arbitration years. Difficult to get deals done for them, but they could help so many teams. You have to wonder if they will open up and do a deal there. Again, thank you guys for coming in. Make sure if you have not yet, hit that like if you are enjoying your time here. If the deadline is doing it for you, make sure to hit that like. Subscribe to the channel if you have not yet. Again, we have a goal today of getting to 47,000. We are about 100 subscribers away from that. We have an hour and 10 minutes until the deadline. If you haven't subscribed, please do so. And don't just subscribe, but subscribe and come back. We talk baseball all year long. We've been doing it for years. This is a good day for baseball to get sort of promoted on YouTube. The algorithm is favoring MLB and trade deadline talk. So this is a good day. Many of you may be finding me for the first time. So thank you guys for coming in. I do appreciate that, and I'd like for you all to be back here, and I'd like you to help. I'd like you to be a part of our community. So thank you guys for spending some time. Crochet for Beatty and Parada. Who says no? There you go, Jimmy. I know the Mets wouldn't. Dodgers starting to look like the Lakers. Andy's pissed. Pizza, SD Mike, I just finally hit submit. It is currently baking. That's what the pizza tracker's telling me. King, Mets have officially announced the Paul Blackburn acquisition from Oakland for minor league pitcher Cade Morris. With just over an hour remaining of the deadline, I am hearing the Mets aren't done. Looking for bullpen. They are looking for another bullpen piece. And when it comes to what they gave up for Paul Blackburn, it's a great deal. They did not. My son's favorite place to get pizza is from Papa John's, so we got a Papa John's pizza. Today's live stream is not in any way sponsored by Papa John's, and I am not encouraging any of you to go get Papa John's. Today's live stream is sponsored by two entities. One is my podcast, the Barreled Up Podcast. Wherever you get your podcast, make sure to subscribe and stay close to that. I work with Robbie Hyde a lot on that as my co-host. We've had tons of guests. We've had Bob Nightingale on there, Brett Boone, Foolish Baseball, Stark Raving Sports, Wardy NYM. I mean, it doesn't end. We've Doug McCain. We've Ryan Ripken. We've run the gamut. Make sure to subscribe to the podcast. And we are also powered by BetUS. Link is down below to sign up to BetUS. 125% bonus on those first 3 deposits. If I were the Braves, I'd dangle Fried to the Dodgers to turn him into Crochet. Fried being a free agent, the Braves need Fried. Manuel, thank you for the donation. We'll let this one slide. It is all good. Peter Bendix for president. Peter Bendix, the Miami Marlins, winning the deadline. Zolan, are the Cubs done? They just might be. Cubs might be. If they're buying pieces, they're buying for future years, and if they're trading anybody, at this point, there's only one name that comes to mind. Only one name comes to mind, and that's Hector Neris. Greg, thank you for subscribing. I see you subscribing. Jason, thank you for subscribing. Baha Noda, thank you for subscribing. Devil Woman 56, thank you for subscribing. Who else do we have here over the last couple of minutes that has subscribed? Again, in the feed. Dalek Sec, thank you for subscribing. Mark Cruz, thank you for subscribing. Again, welcome all. Elias Ledesma, thank you for subscribing. James DeSavage, Chris Cochran, Chris Smith, thank you all for subscribing here in the last few minutes. Welcome to our community. Welcome to BALLCAP Nation. I'm happy to have you guys here and on board. Blue Jays today are quiet during the deadline. Well, hold on. Wait a minute. We got the Trevor Richards. And really, that was the only other one that was a certainty, was Trevor Richards. Mike, welcome to BALLCAP Nation. Welcome to the Gold Club, man. Thank you for signing up for that. Thank you for doing that. You'll get your name highlighted. You get a free Super Chat redemption every month. You get a badge. You get the emoji access. So thank you for signing up and becoming a member. Again, a lot of you might be finding me for the first time today. I am glad that you did. And I hope that you stay close and continue on with us moving forward. I like to think that I'm the voice of reason when it comes to Major League Baseball. I get a little excited, but also can talk it straight down the line. Where are we right now with any more deals? Ken Rosenthal. Anything you could get for Trevor Richards is good. If they could have traded Trevor Richards a month ago, they would have gotten something better. But they didn't, and they didn't get much in return. We are 1 hour and 4 minutes from the deadline. Can you feel it? Can you feel it? Snell, I don't know. I don't know if we're going to see a Blake Snell thing happen. Shug, I know. Are the Dodgers going to do anything? I don't know. We are creeping up on 2,000 likes. Can we get there? 148 to go. Ryan, you would like Dylan Floro to the Mariners. Any more on the Cardinals trading Carlson? That's quieted down. It could still happen, though. Strike Blitz, what's up with Tyler Anderson? Look, So the names that are over here that we came into today thinking they could be traded, it has been nothing. Rooker, Ward. We've got some rumors about Robert that he could be traded. Crochet, rumors that he could be traded, but nothing hot. We've got a ton of names here. Jameson, Taillon. I don't think Taillon going anywhere. Jack Flaherty, where's he going? Jonathan India. We've had rumors there. Probably not going anywhere. Tyler Anderson, we've had rumors. Yandy Diaz, what's happening? Rengifo, let's go. These deals need to get done. Let's see. Again, thank you guys. Those that sub, we just jumped up 30 new subscribers, so thank you guys. Where are we? So the return for Chafin. This took some time. Rangers are sending Joseph Montevello and Chase Lee to Detroit for Andrew Chafin. How do we think about that? That is the package going from Texas to Detroit. Montevello and Lee. Joseph Montevello is the number 27 prospect in the organization. Lee is unranked. It's a good deal for Andrew Chafin. It's one of those deals where I think some of the other teams might say, why not? Why not us? Why couldn't we have done that? Andrew Chafin's good. Wally, need Gleyber Torres to be traded. Wally, we had a thought brought up earlier about Andrew Chafin, not Andrew Chafin, Gleyber Torres and a fit with the Braves. It's beautiful. I don't think it's going to happen, but it's an amazing thing. That thought process, needing a second baseman just to get you through to the postseason, waiting for Ozzie Albies to come back. If Ozzie hits any snags and doesn't come back, then Gleyber is your second baseman. Gleyber doesn't want to move off of second with the New York Yankees. Gleyber's going to be a free agent anyway. He's a goner. Gleyber to the Braves plays. Don't know if it's going to happen, but it plays. Strike Blitz, technically almost 3 years, but the OG account got hacked by Bitcoin sellers who hacked my channel. Damn it. Strike Blitz, yes, I know. You have been here. You have been very regular, very regular, long-time supporter. Thank you. And I don't mean regular by regular. You know what I mean. John. Yeah, Chad Green could be dealt. Think about, so that's why you see what these relievers are going for. Chad Green could bring you a nice return. Zachary, you want me to check out Francis Romero again? What's he saying? Yankees and Astros are the teams making a final push for Yandy Diaz. 1 hour to go. So let's see if we can get a Yandy Diaz deal done. We're not really hearing anything on Tyler Anderson. We're hearing Red Sox for Rengifo. We're hearing nothing on India. We're hearing a couple of teams for Flarity. We were hearing Yankees. We were hearing Dodgers. Taillon, it's been quiet. Tyler, did the Dodgers do enough? I would say no. But at the end of the day, they have incredible talent on the team and can still win the World Series even if they don't make a splash at the deadline. I would have thought that it could have been worthwhile. Roman Anthony, top Red Sox prospect, scratched from the lineup today at AA Portland. We have a hug watch for Roman Anthony. No way. Roman Anthony for Luis Rengifo would be highway robbery. Can't do it. Can't do it. That's just my gut. Could look it up on baseball trade values, could sit here and think about it for 5 minutes and talk myself into it. I wouldn't do it. No. Wouldn't be able to do it. Crochet, maybe. I don't think so. If anything, it's for Crochet. Right. I mean, that's where you're starting to look at prospects of that degree. I mean, remember, Tamar Johnson was scratched by the Pittsburgh Pirates a couple hours ago in the 9th with 1 out. What happened to that? Nothing. In fact, well, let's try to figure out. Can we? Does anybody have anything about why he was scratched? Oh! Did you? Okay, hold on. Did you guys see that? You didn't see that. I'm going to play this. So this is from a guy, Christian C. Wolf PGH. Didn't see it live, but Tamar Johnson was removed from the game today because of his reaction after grounding out in the 7th inning. Okay, I'm going to play this. It's only a couple seconds. We don't have anything to worry about with that, but you'll see why. Let's go back over here. This is amazing. You're going to see this and you're going to be like, holy shit. Okay, let's pull this back up. And let's see, make sure you guys can see the screen. There we go. Here is Tamar Johnson grounding out. Spiked his bat. Spiked his bat backwards and almost hits the umpire, almost hits the catcher. That's why Tamar Johnson was benched, pulled in the 9th. Now, it's interesting that so had he been, they're saying he was pinch hit for in the top of the 9th. So he went back out into the field and played in the bottom of the 8th or the bottom of the 7th and the bottom of the 8th. It's interesting that they would let him remain in the game for defense and then pull him. Let's see what we've got here. A couple to dig into. We'll look at Feinsand and we'll look at Bob Nightingale. First, Mark Feinsand. For those who wondered whether the Blue Jays might reverse course and trade their controllable players, including Vladimir Guerrero Jr., sources say Toronto has no plans to move Vladdy or any other big-name players signed beyond this season. You're welcome. Bob Nightingale. 1 hour remains until the trade deadline with 2 of the game's biggest starters still on the market. Garrett, Crochet, the White Sox, and Jack Flaherty. Oops. Maybe that's some foreshadowing. The Dodgers continue to be engaged on Crochet and Flaherty, and he mistyped saying that Jack Flaherty was already a Dodger. But confirmation, if you needed confirmation, that there was no shot that Vladimir Guerrero Jr. was ever going to be dealt. You got Ferguson to the Astros. Poor Bob. Flaherty to the Dodgers confirmed. It's funny. But Vladdy was never going to get dealt. Will Crochet be dealt? I think it's unlikely. Flaherty's got to be. Jack Flaherty has to be traded. You can't hold on to him. I do believe the Orioles are done, yes. And that is disappointing. Too many, I know, but I do believe that they're done. I don't think Bellinger's going anywhere. We are only 99 likes from 2,000. That is the goal. 99 likes from 2,000. Can we get there? If you have not used your like yet, Let's do it now. We are less than an hour away from the deadline crossing over. We are 53 minutes away. Let me see here. There's that. Would a Flarity deal be worth more than a QO comp pick for the Tigers? Well, that's what you have to weigh out here. That is most certainly what they have to weigh out. It should be. Based on what you say Kikuchi went for, based on what the pitching is going for, it wouldn't be for Fetty if they got a return similar to Eric Fetty, but it should. There are teams that have now missed out. The Yankees have missed out on pieces. The Dodgers have missed out on pieces. That creates a desire, a burning feeling in your stomach. Damn it, we got to do something. We can't sit on our hands. And for the Yankees, you're getting to a point. Remember, landing Jack Flaherty, it was that was a two-tiered system, right? John Heyman tweeting, Roman Anthony scratch has no relationship to a trade. He's basically untouchable. So don't worry about or get excited about a Roman Anthony trade. Seems like that is not going to go down. What was I going to do? Oh, I remember what I was going to do. Guys, we're only 20 likes away from 2,000 now. Only 20 to go. Let's see. Last year, the trade deadline stream, let's see. In 2022, we had 1,853 likes in 2022. In 2023, we had 2,200 likes. Got some work to do to beat last year's crew. We're over 2,000, but there's still 2,200 was the final like count on last year's live stream. There's still time, but it is 200 to go. We have reached the goal, so thank you guys for getting us there. So here's the question. Let's see. See if we do it. Blue Jays today just treated. Wait, what? Red Sox are still looking to add a lefty reliever. The Blue Jays today, guys, are pumped about maybe that being Genesis Cabrera. Sure, let's go. Anybody and everybody. Send them. Send them all. Do you think the Cubs are done now, Zolan? Again, the one piece I could see moving is Hector Neris. Zolan, that's the only thing I think is they could move on from Hector Neris. I can see that. Mantis, you're ready to trade Chad Green. Yep. Peace up, H-Town would like Neris. Yeah, I would think a lot of teams would. Now, here's what could happen, though. We got to be careful. You got to thread the needle here. The last thing you want to do is go out there and be stubborn and have this enormous asking price and then not trade your guy. Hey, one thing we're watching right now is the Colorado Rockies. They haven't traded anybody today. And to this point, what's their only trade has been Jalen Beeks, right? That's it. Cal Quantrill, Ryan McMahon. There are names out there, and the Colorado Rockies, to this point, there's still an hour for something to change because remember, even after 6 o'clock, deals are going to come trickling. The Colorado Rockies are sitting on their hands, screwing it up again. And Mears, yep. These guys. I'm sorry, I said Ryan McMahon. I meant Brendan Rodgers. There's 3 Rockies that should be dealt. Elias Diaz. Don't forget about Elias Diaz. Brendan Rodgers. And Cal Quantrill should all be traded. We now have less than an hour. There is literally no reason to keep them. None. Oh, good job by the Pirates. Good job by the Pirates. Josh, thank you. Money for you because you're better than Hyde and Wardy. Those my guys, though. It's all in fun. Team BALLCAP Nation. Thank you, Josh. Robbie and Tyler are my boys as well. They do a good job. Thank you, Josh. I get it. I get the joke. It's good. I like it. Let me get this. I'm trying to get over here because we have a trade. We have a trade that I like. I really like this for the Pittsburgh Pirates. I'm hoping they don't give up much. Brian De La Cruz is headed to the Pittsburgh Pirates. Brian De La Cruz has a lot of control here. And because of that, it could boost the return to a level that I don't know if I want my Pittsburgh to go to. Brian De La Cruz is not even in arbitration yet. Next year will be arbitration 1 for Brian De La Cruz. So you're getting him for 3 more years. But when you think about Pittsburgh, when you think about their outfield, that's an area where they could use an upgrade. Josh Palacios, I think he was one of the guys that was kind of fun. You've got... Yes. You can upgrade on Ji-Hwan Bae. You can upgrade on Joshua Palacios. And that is what we should be getting with Brian De La Cruz here. Good young player this year. 18 home runs. 245 batting average. 289 on base, so he doesn't draw a lot of walks. But we're seeing at least in terms of the home runs, we're seeing him take a step forward. We're seeing his slugging is about level with this year over year, but we're seeing some more power. If he can become a 30-homer bat, this would be phenomenal for the Pittsburgh Pirates. Again, remember, there's 3 more years after this with Brian De La Cruz. So in that time period, can he become that kind of bat? I don't know. Maybe he remains a 20-homer bat. That would still be an upgrade over Ji-Hwan Bae and Joshua Palacios. I want to see what they get in return. I'm glad they did it. I like it. What I'm curious about, Shim. Oh, we have the return. Is that it? Is it one piece headed to Miami? That's what it seems like. It looks like the return piece is going to be Junsuk Shim, a right-handed pitcher, 45 out of 80 graded prospect, the number 17 prospect in the organization, is what it looks like is the return here. Let's see here. Brian De La Cruz. Shim is part of the return. So we don't have the full return here. That's part of the return. And he is the number 17 prospect. This team, I believe, should deal from their wealth of pitching. So as it stands right now, when you think about the Pittsburgh Pirates, let's put the Pittsburgh Pirates up on the board. I love that we got Pirates buying, we got Royals buying. This is good stuff. This is good for baseball, for these teams to be in buying modes. Let's think about Pittsburgh, though. I'm going to pull them up here on the board. We'll switch screens. While we do, again, I just want to remind you, we are powered by BetUS. Link is down below to check them out. Number one online sportsbook. 125% bonus on your first 3 deposits. They have everything you could imagine. Live betting, props, futures, everything. Every sports, they've got it. Link is down below. Make sure to check out BetUS. So when it comes to the Pittsburgh Pirates, we are going to be adding in Brian De La Cruz, either over Palacios or Bay. One of them will move. We'll get Brian De La Cruz in there. This team should deal from the wealth of pitching. Look at this. Okay, so you've got Skeens, you've got Keller, and injured right now, but obviously is a big part of their futures, Jared Jones. Those three, plus down in the system right now, you have Bubba Chandler, who is a very well-regarded and well thought of pitcher in the organization. He's at AA. Bubba Chandler's probably in the mix next year. Braxton Ashcraft is currently pitching at, pitched most of the year at AA. He's received a promotion to AAA in the last few weeks. He's pitching well there as well. You are starting to see a situation where if they wanted to make a splash, Thomas Harrington, he's been pitching very well down in the minors. It starts to look like this Pittsburgh team with Skeens and Keller and Jones as 3 of the sort of the centerpieces for this rotation, and with really 4 guys down in the minors right now with Chandler, Solometo, Ashcraft, and Harrington pitching well-regarded prospects. You might be able to deal one of them and get something done here. This is probably as big as they're going to go, but just thinking the opportunity for Taylor Ward or the opportunity for Brent Rooker, I think it's there with that pitching sort of at the center of it. They're getting to a point where they could move one of those top pitching arms. I like what they're doing. I like what we're seeing here with only 40 minutes to go. I got to think we're getting close to a point where they're done, where the Pittsburgh Pirates won't be adding much more. But this is good. Okay, we have more from Craig Mish here to take a look at. Let's open back up our Twitter feed and take a look. Marlins will also receive Garrett Forster as a part of the deal. Garrett Forster is the number 18 prospect by MLB.com's pipeline. So Shim and Forster, number 17 and number 18 for Brian De La Cruz, who is still maturing into the player that he is going to be. I like this deal. If this is it, if it's these 2 pieces, Shim and Forster for Brian De La Cruz, good job. I don't need to open up baseball trade values and run it through there. I don't need to do that. This is a good trade. This is a good deal. I don't think Snell's going anywhere, Lacey. I think we're done. Good job. Good job by the Pittsburgh Pirates. Now, we are still waiting for some of those big names. We are still waiting for the Rockies to do something. And I bring that up. You might say, why is he bringing up the Rockies? Bringing up the Rockies because they have botched the deadline time and time again. They have Cal Quantrill. They have Elias Diaz. They have Ryan McMahon. They have pieces they should be able to move. Francis Romero, thanks, man. Francis Romero is tweeting that the Pirates and Astros are working on a deal. Pirates and Astros. Let's get Francis up here. What would these two be coming together on? Guys, we are 103 likes away from beating last year's stream, so keep smashing that like. Design dudes, I don't know what the hell the Dodgers are doing at this point. I don't have a clue. Brave throws Connor Joe to the Astros. They could do that. They could certainly do that. I mean, we just pulled up the Pirates depth chart, and Connor Joe sitting on the bench. Connor Joe gets hot, though. Connor Joe has his moments. There hasn't been many lately. That's a good fit. I don't know if that's it. I don't know if you're speculating or you've got it. But Connor Joe is certainly an interesting piece. If you do that, I'll say this. Strike Blitz. Chapman. Dude. Do you think Aroldis Chapman could go for a top 10 prospect right now? I kind of feel like he could. With what's happening, I kind of feel like Aroldis Chapman could go for a top 10 prospect. I could see Connor Joe, though, but I think they like Connor Joe, and he's versatile. He could play the corner outfield spots. He could play first base. If Roddy Tellez gets hurt, Connor Joe is your everyday first baseman. So I think for that reason, they probably hold on to Connor Joe. That's a good guess, though. That would play, but I think they probably hold on to him. Aroldis Chapman, I can't see Chapman going to the Astros, though. What the hell would Pittsburgh and Houston be doing? They're both buyers right now. I know, Brave Trails. That's I'm not. So Chapman to the Astros is not necessarily a thing, but just Chapman in general. I feel like Chapman would bring a pretty solid return. Well, oh, wait a minute. I think I know. I think it might be, do you see all of this extra starting pitching? I'm not saying it's Bailey Falter, but could Marco Gonzalez or Martin Perez be had for not much? And if you traded Martin Perez or Marco Gonzalez, if you traded one of them, do you think Pittsburgh would miss them? And they would be good depth piece additions for a team like the Astros. So potentially this would be one of the lesser known, sort of under the radar, Marco Gonzalez, Martin Perez, potentially. If that's what they're doing. I'm surprised that we got it. I'm surprised that we see that. Yes! 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 I know. That's exactly it. That's why I just got excited. Hold on, let's play. I don't even know what they're getting in return. I'm just excited that they did it. Here it is from Jeff Passan. The Pittsburgh Pirates are acquiring IKF from the Toronto Blue Jays. Just send me some Pirates merch. That's all you need. Just send the Blue Jays some fabric to make some hats. That's all I need in return for IKF. I don't need anybody. Send me some brooms. Send me some plastic to make plastic cups. Whatever, dude. I never was a fan of IKF. Do you want to know why? And I know there were people that liked IKF. IKF felt like the poster child of all of the wrong moves that the Toronto Blue Jays have made over the last couple of years. And they have made some good ones, but they made some really bad ones. They went way overcorrecting on certain elements to this club, and I just felt like IKF was like, if you put somebody on a t-shirt, it would be IKF. I'm sorry. I'm glad. Rob, thank you for the donation. Flashman, what's going on, man? What's up with this deadline? Underwhelming. Come on, crew. I'm hoping they do something. I'm hoping your Brewers do something. I just got a shot of life. Holy cow. Cerudals, that's you got me. You got me. You found my one racist bone, and it's I hate Hawaiians. Get them out of here. I'm kidding, obviously. That is not even close to true. IKF to the Pittsburgh Pirates. Let's go. Bubba Chandler for IKF. Yeah, I think that would be perfectly fair. Oh, yes. Tamar Johnson. Just bear with me. I'm going to be funny for a second. Tamar Johnson was pulled earlier today. It was all masked by his little bat spike when he grounded out. No. That's not it. It's because the Toronto Blue Jays were working on IKF for Tamar Johnson. And don't say it can't happen, because Ross Atkins got a return worthy of Garrett Crochet for Yusei Kikuchi. So don't tell me it can't happen. Let's see here. What are they really? Do we know what they're getting? I love it. Sorry. This is great news. This is great news. Can't put it past them. Pirates trying to stay in the race, acquire IKF. I love it. Good. Matt, I think the Guardians are done. I truly do. We are less than a half hour to go, or at a half hour. Tell everybody to get in here. Tell your friends. Tell everybody to get the hell in here. No, wait a minute. Somebody just texted me something. I can't imagine that. No way. That's got to be a speculation thing. No, I see it, Chad. No way. No. That can't happen. I mean, look, I would love that. The reaction will be amazing. I mean, I would love it. Thoughts on another O's deal, Evan? I don't think it's going to happen. I think they're done. We are creeping up on last year's like goal. We need like 50 more, and then we have more likes than last year. Who are the Blue Jays getting? Announce it. Say it. Jeff, say it. Say it. IKF for Tamar Johnson. Say it. But speak it into existence. Speak it into existence. That's not Tamar Johnson. That's not how you say his name, Mark Feinsand. You said the wrong name. You spelled it incorrectly. We got to get... Mark Feinsand just had himself a moment. He spelled Tamar Johnson wrong. He spelled it Charles McAdoo. Charles McAdoo is the number 29 prospect by MLB Pipeline. He is a 40 out of 80 graded prospect, currently down at AA. At A and AA this year, he's been hitting altogether a 932 OPS with 14 home runs and 17 steals. This feels like a guy that you see at number 29, but the next time they refresh this, he's climbing. Maybe he works his way to, the top 20. He was a 13th round pick in 2023. Seems like a guy that is overachieving to me. Last year at A-ball, a 922 OPS. This year between A advanced and AA. He's currently playing at Altoona. This is a guy that seems to be overachieving early for a 13th round pick. That guy's going to the Toronto Blue Jays. I will take that all day long. That is another win for Ross Atkins, who has secured his job moving forward with these deals that he is executing on at the deadline. McAdoo is a good return. Charles McAdoo would be the number 5 prospect in the San Diego Padres farm system today. So don't tell me it's not a good return. You know him, right? Charles McAdoo, okay, he wouldn't be number 5, but Charles McAdoo would probably be top 15 in the Padres organization. I'm only half joking. We have passed last year's like goal. Thank you all for that. That's pretty cool. I like that. Thank you. We have a half hour to go. We have a half hour to go. Who's going? Give me your predictions. Give me a prediction. Lincoln Smith, right. We have a half hour to go, and what? That's old news. We have a half hour to go, and we still have some big names and even some under-the-radar names that we still thought would move that have not moved. Elias Diaz has not gone anywhere. Cal Quantrill has not gone anywhere. Jack Flaherty, nowhere. Tyler Anderson, nowhere. Luis Rengifo, Taylor Ward, still hanging out with the Angels. Kevin Pillar, nothing. The White Sox, they dealt Paul DeJong, but no Crochet, no Robert. There's a lot of pieces here that are still sitting there. Yandy Diaz has gone nowhere. Brent Rooker, nowhere. Flashman, you would like Snell to go to Milwaukee. William, the Blue Jays are dumping payroll. They're doing something. We got to see. I'm going to say, here's my prediction. I'm not going to predict a name or a team. I'm going to predict that we get seven trades. I'm going to say 7 trades between now, maybe 8 trades between now, announced, between now and 6:15 Eastern. I'm going to say we get 7. I think things are about to get crazy because teams are going to have to move off of their asking prices because you can't hold on to Jack Flaherty. It is a failure. It will be. Now, listen, there are teams out there. There are fan bases, the Milwaukee Brewers, the Los Angeles Dodgers. You will say, hey, if we don't get this guy, it's a failure. You may be disappointed. What's up, Wonder Davey? You may be disappointed, but it is even more of a failure if you are the Colorado Rockies and you don't trade your players. If you are the Angels and you don't trade your players. If you're the Tigers and you don't trade Jack Flaherty, that is more a failure than the Dodgers not trading for Jack Flaherty. It's more a failure if you're holding on to stuff for nothing because you were being hard-headed in your ask. That's a failure. So we need to see some of those teams that are holding firm, that refuse to blink. Now it's time to blink. It's time to blink. It's time to make moves. It's time to get things done. No more sitting on your hands. Get the deals done. We have less than a half hour to go. It is time. It is also time, if you haven't yet, to sign up for BetUS. The link is down below. 125% bonus on your first 3 deposits. Make sure you check them out. If you've tried the rest, you need to be on with BetUS, the number 1 online sportsbook. Check them out down below. You find the link. And also make sure you subscribe to my podcast, the Barreled Up Podcast, wherever you get your pods. I don't know if the Phillies have anything more in them. Heaven's grace, you would love to see Yandy go to the Astros. I mean, it's a fit. We've heard so much. What have we heard? We've heard so much about Yandy. We've heard a ton about Flaherty. We've heard a ton about Dylan Carlson. There's just some deals that are some players that we keep hearing about, and I gotta think we're close. It's gotta happen for some of these names. SD Mike, I don't think Yandy's going to Atlanta, but I can see Yandy to New York or Seattle or Houston. They have to do it. You got to. Let's see. What's going on with Craig Mish? What's going on? I don't see anything new. One more trade's coming. This is wild, he says. Uh-oh. Okay, let's try to guess then. Let's try to guess. Craig Mish says one more trade's coming. This is wild. For Craig Mish to say this is wild, he's either two things. It's a culmination of the entire day, and the entire day is wild, or the trade is wild. Who could it be? If we're thinking about a Miami piece that's on the move and it's wild, are we talking Edward Cabrera? It could be Edward Cabrera. It feels like it's Edward Cabrera and that's it. Andrew Nardi is available. Andrew Nardi himself wouldn't be wild, but Andrew Nardi could add on to a wild day. Oh, he just said, oh my God, more trades, not one trade. You're right. Right. He says more trades coming. This is wild. Another Marlins trade impending. Who? It's got to be Edward Cabrera. God, could they swing a Luzardo trade? Luzardo's value is terrible. Luzardo's value is not there, but could they deal Luzardo? If the offer's strong enough, you could see it. So I'm going to say long shot Luzardo. More likely Edward Cabrera. Give me your prediction. Everybody right now in the chat, give me your prediction. Are we big? Are we big time in it? Are we talking Luzardo Cabrera, or are we going soft and we're going Berger or Sanchez or somebody like that? What do you got? From a Marlins perspective, what's the piece? Oh my God. You can hold on the predictions. Daniel Alvarez Montes is tweeting the Mets are acquiring Huascar Brazoban from the Marlins. Relief pitcher, 34 years old. On the year, a 2.93 ERA over 30 innings, 34 Ks, 11 walks. Mets adding a bullpen piece. And it is probably not going to cost them much. I got to think there's more. I can't imagine Craig Mish is going to get excited about that. Maybe he would. So you guys know MLB Deadline news, right? You know that. You know that he kind of aggregates stuff, pulls stuff in from all over. And, look, the guy's got his finger on the pulse of all the different talk that's going on and does a good job. I got to imagine the guy just lives 24/7 to just to spread the news out there. I'm going to pull up his latest. Again, he doesn't make anything up. It's just it's the deadline news. It's what he's hearing. It's where it is. Here it is. This is fantastic. Orioles top prospect Jackson Holliday scratched from the Norfolk Tides lineup per Rock Cabaco, right? Rock Cabaco with the Orioles. With Connor Norby out think about this for the Baltimore Orioles. Connor Norby just was traded to the Miami Marlins. The Baltimore Orioles, Connor Norby, until the trade went down, Norby had been up because Mateo was hurt. I'm going to think that this is Jackson Holliday is going to step in there and probably make it back to the big leagues with Connor Norby on the move. That probably opened up a spot for Jackson Holliday to get the call back up. And if you're the Baltimore Orioles and you're looking to send your best team into October, don't you need to bring Jackson Holliday back up and get him accustomed to Major League pitching? I'd do it. No, the pizza's upstairs. It was for the kids. I'll grab it later. Pizza's for the kids. And we have the kids are not upstairs this whole time by themselves. We have a babysitter today. For anybody that thinks I'm like parent abusing, hey kids, just have pizza. Just stay upstairs. Put your face in front of your iPad and have some pizza. No, we didn't do that. We got a babysitter. I do believe the Braves are probably done. I guess the question now is how far beyond last year's like goal can we get? We have beaten last year's like goal. We are setting a new like record for these live streams because we were at 1,800, then we were 2,200. Now we're 2,241. Keep smashing that like. Let's see if we can set something new. Also, make sure to subscribe if you have not yet. We are pushing for 47,000 subscribers. We are at 46,967. What? Wait. I'm afraid. Jeff Passan just tweeted. For who? For what? What is happening? Okay. It's going to get crazy. These guys are hysterical. Divine Sports Gospel, I love them. They are hysterical. They've done some stuff with my boy Borna from Hogwatch. Divine Sports Gospel is fantastic. Funny as hell. Great personalities, great dudes. Love it. Eloy Jimenez is going to the Baltimore Orioles. Let's talk about this for a minute. The Baltimore Orioles, Eloy Jimenez is a designated hitter. Straight up. He cannot play in the outfield. Dark Reaper, I kind of agree with you. Eloy Jimenez is a DH. The Baltimore Orioles have been using the designated hitter spot to sort of rotate guys in and around. Adley Rutschman plays a ton of DH. Eloy Jimenez is not going to play. Could you imagine Eloy Jimenez out there playing next to Mount Baltimore, whatever the hell they call that wall atrocity now? He's not going to be the left fielder. Colton Cowser, Ryan O'Hearn gets a lot of run at DH. Ryan Mountcastle gets run at DH. Adley Rutschman gets run at DH. Heston Kjerstad gets run at DH. I'm surprised. This doesn't feel like something they need. Eloy Jimenez, how many years of control do they have? Because and Anthony Santander will get some run at DH. Santander plays a lot of right field. The Baltimore Orioles do have an interesting situation looming, and that is that Anthony Santander is a free agent at the end of the season. Eloy Jimenez is $13 million this year, 13.8, and then there are two club options, a $16.5 and an $18.5 million club option. I don't think the Orioles are going to pick that up. So this is interesting because I truly think it's just going to be a rental. I don't see the Baltimore Orioles, I don't see anybody picking up that $16.8 million and that $18.5. No shot. So this is essentially a rental. But who are you giving up? And more interesting about this isn't really, yes, it's who you're giving up, but who's going to lose playing time is a fascinating question. Who's going to lose playing time? Guys, we are 29 subscribers away from 47,000. If you haven't yet, please subscribe. Irving Figueroa. Oasis, thank you for subscribing. Edgar, thank you for just subscribing right now. Jay and James and Nikki Norman, Unfit Umbreon, thank you for all subscribing here in the last couple of minutes. Welcome to our community. Welcome to BALLCAP Nation. We talk baseball all year long. So don't just subscribe. Stay close to us. Stay with us. Tonight, I will be working on the trade deadline grades, and that will be up tomorrow. So we will keep digging into everything around Major League Baseball. Who are they giving up is my question. They might not have to give up anything. Bob Nightingale is putting this as a salary dump. Jimenez was earning $13 million in the final year of a 6-year deal, $43 million contract, and White Sox finally found a taker. There are some club options, but they are most likely going to be declined. So there's a good chance that Eloy Jimenez, exactly, lefty masher, Eloy Jimenez goes to Baltimore for nothing, which you got to think, hey, could my team have done that? The Baltimore Orioles get it done, Eloy Jimenez, and I don't think it'll cost them anything of consequence. Robert Murray tweeting right now. What's Robert Murray got? Come on. What is happening? It just got really small for some reason. There we go. Philadelphia Phillies are getting a deal done, acquiring left-hander Tanner Banks from the White Sox. So, again, we are going to start seeing deals come in. Deals will be announced, and it is going to come in and happen at a rapid fashion. We got those Pirates deals. We got the Orioles getting Jimenez. We got the Phillies getting Tanner Banks from the Chicago White Sox. Tanner Banks is a lefty reliever. Tanner Banks has been all right this year. I like the K rate on Tanner Banks. I think for Philadelphia to grab him, it is a nice addition to that bullpen. I'm going to go out on a limb and say it shouldn't cost much, but it gives you another lefty arm. They got a lot of lefty options as it is with Alvarado and Soto and Strahm. This gives you another one. So the Phillies grab something more here. If you wanted something more, you got something more. You didn't get a splash, but you got something more. We are 10 minutes from the deadline. Strike Blitz, still not one top 100 prospect dealt. That is crazy. Was Snelling not a top 100 prospect for the San Diego Padres? I thought he might have been. Yeah, no, Snelling was the number 44 prospect overall. So we had Snelling. Flashman, Brewers need another starting pitcher. At this point, I think you're right. Because if somebody else goes down, they're back in the same position they were in before, which is trouble. Hey, 47,000 subscribers. Just hit it. I would love a few more. So keep subscribing, because what will happen is days will go by and some bots will drop off or some accounts will go down. And like if we just stay at 47,000 in like tomorrow, it'll clock back, because either somebody will unsubscribe or again, YouTube will clean out an expired account or a bot. So keep going. We're at 47,000. Thank you, guys. Josh Daniels, can someone poke Alex Anthopoulos? What did the Orioles give up from Evan? We don't know. I can't imagine it's much. Especially Bob Nightingale sort of shaping it as a salary dump. If they're just dumping salary, look at what San Francisco got for Cobb and for Soler. Literally nothing. If you're just dumping salary, teams know it. They're not giving you much back. So I have a feeling the Orioles probably get Eloy Jimenez for very little, because you also got to think if the Orioles, their mindset acquiring him is that of he's not going to be playing regularly every day all with us because you've got to still have the DH open for Adley Rutschman. He DHs a ton. So you still have Adley's going to be DHing. You like Ryan O'Hearn at DH. You like Mountcastle at first. So you can't just set Eloy Jimenez in as your designated hitter. But if Eloy Jimenez is coming in, you got a nice, you got a lefty masher there because right now, off the bench, if you're looking for a righty bat, there's not a lot to go on. It is a very left-handed heavy group. Christian Pache and James McCann are the two righty bats off the bench. That doesn't... Look, James McCann's a tough son of a bitch, taking baseballs off the face and staying in the game. Okay. Tough dude. But what he can do production-wise with the bat, Eloy Jimenez is much more dangerous. So he's really just going to be an extra piece. And for Baltimore, there's no way you're giving anything significant up for a guy who's going to pinch hit a couple days a week, maybe get a run at DH a couple more days a week. You'll see him like 3 or 4 times a week. Oh, yeah. All right. Wilfredo Lara to the Marlins in the Brazoban deal. There's more, guys. We have 7 minutes to go. Ken Rosenthal is tweeting something that I had come around on, that Garrett Crochet is not going to be traded. His value was nuked when his agent made the announcement publicly that if you trade for us, you better be ready to give us an extension or we're not pitching into October with you. That killed it. There has to be a fractured relationship for Chris Getz to be making public statements about how he would have handled it differently and how he was disappointed and how he thought he had a good dialogue going with the agent, with the management, and that still comes out. I'm telling you guys, no shot. There is there's going to be a fractured relationship between those two. And I'll say this. Some might say, well, it's still a bad job by the White Sox not to trade Garrett Crochet. I'll say this, though. Do you really think that Garrett Crochet is going to pitch more than 10 innings in September? They will shut his ass down because now it's going to be all about preserving trade value for Garrett Crochet. I see you guys spamming a new name in the chat. What do we have? Right. What? Donnie. LS Donnie. What the hell are my White Sox doing? Lou Bob and Crochet still on the team. Chris Getz is awful at trading. Well, Crochet killed you. And Luis Robert, I think you'll have better value in the offseason. What is happening? Hey, the Dodgers. The Dodgers are here. The Dodgers have made a move. The Dodgers are trading for Kevin Kiermaier. Oh, my. Ryan Yarbrough is going to the Toronto Blue Jays. Okay. We'll dig into that later because I think there's more. O's reliever Trey McGough is the return. There we go. Dodgers fans, all right. You can breathe easy. Sigh of relief time for the Dodgers. Jack Flaherty is going to L.A. Breathe. Dodgers fans, breathe. It's all working out. Finally happening. Jack Flaherty is going to the Dodgers. Patrick's pissed that he's not going to the Yankees. This was a beautiful move that I have wanted to see go down for since about a week or so. I've been in on Jack Flaherty to the Dodgers. It made sense. It works. It's a good trade. This Dodgers team needed to upgrade their starting rotation, and they needed to be sure that this rotation is good enough to carry them through the postseason. This team can leave nothing to chance. This is a World Series or bust year, and they are going to be going up against potentially the Phillies. To get there, they're going to be going up if they get through the Phillies. If they get through any other team, then they're going to be dealing with maybe the Yankees, dealing with Eloy Jimenez and the Orioles. You get me there, right? You understand the joke. So this rotation, so you have Glass now, Kershaw, Stone, Robleski, Ryan. Look, Ryan's look good. Stones look good. I need my veterans. I need my veterans to carry me through. And you add Jack Flaherty into the equation, and Flaherty's been phenomenal this year. And I think that's who he is now. He's fixed himself. You got Flaherty, you got Glass now, you got Kershaw. The rental always made sense. The rental always made sense for the Dodgers. They have no value in Garrett Crochet moving forward. This is a great trade. The Dodgers did it right. Do we have more? Dodgers also getting Kevin Kiermaier. I see some of you guys are telling me to check out Romero. What is Francis Romero saying? We are 2 minutes away from the deadline. That does not mean that deals will stop being announced. Martin Perez is going to the Padres. Now, Martin Perez had been a name that we speculated could be going to the Houston Astros because the Astros and the Pirates were talking. That is not going to go down. It does look like it will be Martin Perez going to the San Diego Padres. Let's put that up on the board here. Martin Perez to the Padres per sources. Good. We got a lot happening here. A lot is happening here as we are now 1 minute away from the deadline. The Padres are acquiring Martin Perez. Again, if you haven't, subscribe. If you haven't, hit that like. If you haven't, turn on notifications. We are counting down the last seconds on the trade deadline. The Dodgers getting a big one in under the gun for Jack Flaherty. The Detroit Tigers held out as long as they could to get max return. We'll see what that return actually turns out to be. Dylan Carlson, rumors that he was going to go to the Nats. Dylan Carlson is going to the Tampa Bay Rays, according to Mark Feinsand. That is coming in right now. The full trade for Jack Flaherty. It's coming hot and heavy right now. No time to even react to it. Thyron Lozano, Trey Sweeney are the pieces heading to the Detroit Tigers for Jack Flaherty. Detroit held out as long as they could, trying to get a return similar to what the Blue Jays got for Yusei Kikuchi, and they couldn't do it. This is a decent return, but it is not of that caliber. Thinking about the package going to the Tigers, Sweeney, they had just acquired from the Yankees. Sweeney was the number 22 prospect in the organization. Lorenzo is the number 8 prospect in the organization. So number 8 and number 22. It's a good return. Good return for the Detroit Tigers. I don't think it is as strong as what the Blue Jays got from Houston, but it is a good, strong return for a rental. That's what you're supposed to give up for a rental. Dodgers had to play a staring game with the Detroit Tigers, and I think in the end, the Dodgers win. It's a good return. It is a good return for Detroit, but it is not an overly inflated return. I think it is fair. I think it is a fair. Oh boy. Craig Mish isn't done, folks. Craig Mish isn't done. Craig Mish says he's got one more. Again, remember, even though we have crossed the deadline, it is now 6:01. We still will have deals announced. Sean Armstrong is going back to the Cardinals for Carlson. That's a good reliever. That's a good piece. Yankees acquiring De Los Santos from the Padres, another bullpen addition. So the Yankees add De Los Santos and they add Leiter, two pieces added to the bullpen. Luis Garcia is going to the Red Sox. Luis Garcia was one of the relievers that has sort of crept up and looked like one of the top arms available. Is going to Boston. Boston is adding more bullpen pieces. I like that. Good job by Boston adding multiple relievers today, bolstering their bullpen. They only add James Paxton to the rotation, which I think is kind of a disappointment, but grabbing Luis Garcia is a very good job. Very good job. Nothing more from the Cubs. Jameson Taillon stays. Started feeling like that a couple hours ago, that there wasn't going to be a Jameson Taillon trade. $18 million next year, $18 million the year after that. That's not that appealing. That's not interesting enough. What do we got from Mish? I know he says he's got one more. What happened? What's happening? It won't load. Let me go. It's down, man. Hold on. Why is Jock Peterson trending? Guys, if you haven't, subscribe. Subscribe to the channel. Turn the notifications on. Stay close forever. Don't ever leave. Just turn your notifications on. Stay close. We are a family here. What is happening? Dodgers fans feeling good, feeling excited. It is the deal that we've been waiting to announce all day. Jack Flaherty to the Dodgers. We are sitting here on Craig Mish because Craig Mish says he's got one more. Could we see a big jaw-dropping trade announced? I think we can. I'm not giving up on that. I'm not giving up on a big jaw-dropper. Tyler Anderson what about Tyler Anderson? How about the Colorado Rockies? Fucking up again. Elias Diaz. Cal Quantrill. Ryan McMahon. Nothing? Nothing. This front office in Colorado should be banned from baseball. They continue to just not do their job. If you didn't do your job, how long could you keep your job for? If you worked for the Colorado Rockies ownership, apparently you could keep your job for a long time. This Colorado team did nothing. One of the biggest losers of this deadline are the Colorado Rockies. Hands down, no doubt about it. Rockies a big fat L. Jack, wondering what my favorite team is. That's the whole point. Nobody's supposed to know who my favorite team is. I love them all. All 30 of them are my favorite. My favorite team are the Toronto Blue Jays. Flashman, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry that the Brewers did not add more to it. Keep on subscribing if you haven't. Turn your notifications on. We're going to stay on here and wait and see, because I really think for the next 15 minutes, we could get more announcements. No more deals can be done, but we can get announcements. And we're going to look at the strike blitz. Jim loves the Yankees. They are my favorite team. I am a closet Yankee fan. You got it. So we are in a situation where the Angels, they traded their relievers, but they did not trade Tyler Anderson. I don't know why. Maybe they feel like they can compete next year. Sure. Good luck with that. The White Sox do not trade Crochet. The White Sox do not now. Now, here's interesting. Ken Rosenthal said, you got it, man. Ken Rosenthal said no Garrett Crochet. He didn't say no Luis Robert. I still think Robert's probably staying, but he didn't say no. We are wondering if Taylor Ward is moved. We're wondering if Brent Rooker is moved. Doesn't look like Tyler Anderson's going anywhere. We have been hearing about Yandy Diaz for hours now. We had been hearing about Luis Rengifo. The Angels end up holding on to their controllable pieces. Liberty Kimball, you nailed it. There is no reason to hold on to Rengifo or Anderson. I can understand holding on to Ward. There is no reason to hold on to Rengifo or Anderson. I don't care if they're under control for next year because you're going to suck next year too. Poor Mike Trout. Hashtag free Mike Trout. They're going to be a bad team again. Hashtag free Ron Washington. I'm sorry, Angels fans. I'm not trying to crush your team. You should agree with me. This is bullshit. That your front office had an opportunity to turn Tyler Anderson and Luis Rengifo into pieces that could help your team. I want to help your team. Get rid of those two. You're not going to win anything of significance while they're here. Move them. Colorado Rockies, same thing. Diaz, Quantrill, McMahon. You're not going to win anything while those players are there. Move them. I understand if Oakland wants to hold Rooker. I understand if the White Sox want to hold Robert. I understand Angels if you want to hold Ward. Because you have multiple years, not just next year, but multiple years beyond. I get Garrett Crochet's agent tanked the value. There is going to be a video about that. I'm sure there's going to be more about that from Chris Getz as well. I get why Taillon doesn't get moved. I get why Jonathan India isn't moved. If the Rays decide that the offers for Diaz weren't there, I get it. We have a late announcement. Let's see what it is. Giants are getting Mark Canha from the Tigers. Good job by the Tigers. Moving on from Canha. It's a nice get for the San Francisco Giants. I like Mark Canha. He's a good baseball player. Ben, I don't know who Ben is, but he just tweets, Giants got fleeced. Mark Canha's a good player to have on your baseball team. All right, I'm cool with it. I like it. I think it's a good ad. Mark Feinsand tweeting, here it is, guys. The Carlson-Armstrong deal was the last made by the Rays prior to the deadline, meaning Yandy Diaz, Pete Fairbanks, Brandon Lau, and Zach Littell all remain with Tampa Bay, and I'm okay with that. I am perfectly fine with that. The Tampa Bay Rays next year are going to try to win some games. The Tampa Bay Rays this year are winning games, and they haven't had the core of their starting pitching. They were dealt a bad blow. They were dealt bad luck with Wander Franco, the Wander Franco situation, and they're still hovering around 500. Next year, they're going to want to compete and try to make the postseason, maybe win the division with their starting pitching coming back next year. You're going to need bats. And you got Christopher Morel for Isaac Paredes, so that works out. Paredes is better, but you got a guy who's ready right now. You need Yandy Diaz next year. You need Brandon Lau next year because they're going to try to win. The Rays were never going to blow it up. It appeared that way, especially with the Paredes thing. After the Randy thing, we all saw coming. The Paredes thing, you brought Morel back. The Rays are still going to be competing next year. We have more. So nothing going to happen. Nothing more is going to happen for the Tampa Bay Rays. This is new. Marlins are done. Reds have traded Austin Slater to the Orioles. That is coming in last minute here. The Orioles are getting Austin Slater. Depth piece. I like it. Grab it. Add it. I don't know who tweeted the Dylan Floro thing, but the Diamondbacks are going to get Dylan Floro. I like the Arizona Diamondbacks adding more relievers. I like Washington getting what they can for Dylan Floro. Floro's been good for the Nats this year. I got to think when we see that, that is going to be a solid return. We have a Bob Nightingale tweet. I want to get to that. Diamondbacks get Dylan Floro from the Nats for Andres Chaparro? Maybe? Who is that? What do we got here? Arizona. Wow. Really? Not even a top 30 prospect? Okay. All right, good job, Arizona. Jeff Passan with the tweet. Eric Silva headed to the Giants, or headed from the Giants to the Tigers in the Mark Canha deal. We're just going to wait and see if Jeff has anything more at this point. Give me your winners. Give me your losers. Put it out to the community. Give me the winners, give me the losers. Two losers that come to mind immediately are the Angels and the Rockies. And I'm thinking more about teams that did not sell what they had to sell. Yankees fans are going to be frustrated because you didn't get Jack Flaherty, you didn't get Tanner Scott. I understand there's going to be a lot of frustration with the New York Yankees fan base. But I really think the failures come in the form of the teams that don't capitalize on assets that are at their best value when you're not going to win anything anytime soon. Rockies and Angels take big L's. Heaven's grace, you've got the Astros as losers. James, you got the Mets as winners. So does the Morning Beer Podcast, has Mets as winners and has the winners Marlins and Cardinals. Jonathan, feeling good about the Dodgers. Mariners are prospect huggers. Look, I mean, the Mariners ended up getting Randy Rosarena. They obviously felt that that was good enough. I'm with you on that. Jays definitely winning with all of the pieces that they trade. Ross Atkins saved his job with this deadline. There's no doubt about that. Dodgers win. Marlins win. Padres lose, Wabu. Well, in the long run, the Padres lose. Right now, the Padres have a much better bullpen. Those prospects turn out, and it's a big fat L. Mark, you've got the Phillies as losers. Luke's Gaming, you have the Twins as losers. Marlins definitely win. Marlins winners. Silvio, you've got the Orioles as winners. The Orioles didn't do anything too extreme, but they did bring in a lot of pieces. John, you got the Orioles acquiring Austin Slater. Yes, we saw that. That is one that came in under the gun. We're going to wait a few more minutes here because I think we could still get more. And I'm also curious, is it possible? He's up H-Town, Astros, losers, and you're pissed. Is 2,500 likes possible? Like 150 away from that. Have you hit your like yet? Have you used your like? I'm curious. If we don't get there, we don't get there. Cody, Braves, slight winners. Jack, you got Padres, gave up the future for a rental. I know. It's bad. It's a bad look. It's a bad look. We've got Astros as losers from Timotheus. Flashman, Brewers are the biggest losers, like the show. Thank you, Flashman. Cubs, winners or losers? I will say the Cubs. The only thing they really could have traded was Hector Neris. Doesn't sound like that happened. I'll say the Cubs are winners. Bringing in Isak Paredes for Christopher Morel is a major upgrade. I like what the Cubs did. And Nate Pearson maybe turns into something. You didn't really give too much up for him. I'm happy with that. We are about 100 likes away from 2,500 goal. Make sure, if you haven't yet, again, our live stream has been powered by BetUS. Make sure to check them out. My podcast, the Barreled Up Podcast. Please subscribe to that if you have not yet. We've spent 6 hours and 43 minutes together. Some of you have been in and out. Some of you have been here for a long time. Those of you that have been here for a long time, please subscribe to the Barreled Up Podcast. If you enjoy me that much, you will love the Barreled Up Podcast. Orioles are getting Gregory Soto from the Phillies. Don't go anywhere. Mark Feinsand tweeting the Orioles getting Gregory Soto from the Phillies. Now, the Phillies had acquired the lefty Banks from the White Sox, right? So they move on from Soto. Soto's been up and down. Soto can be great. Soto can also be not great. Orioles get a reliever that they needed in Gregory Soto, swinging another deal with the Phillies. Interesting. That's coming in the last minute here. That's why we're hanging out a little bit longer. We're not going anywhere just yet. No, sir. No, sir. Let's make sure. Man, it is not. Okay, there we go. Here is the Orioles deal, getting Gregory Soto from the Phillies here. Last minute. Jeff Passan just tweeted it as well. Tweeted it, posted it. What's the proper terminology now? Here it is from Jeff Passan. The Orioles are getting, Seth Johnson. Really? I'm kind of surprised by this. Seth Johnson's the number 8 prospect in the organization, guys. The Baltimore Orioles have parted with 2 of their top 10 prospects today, Kobe Mayo and Seth Johnson. Seth Johnson is at Bowie right now, just down the road from me. Doesn't have a win there, but has a pretty impressive ERA and batting average against. K rate's fine. Let's see what Soto does for the Orioles, but this is all set up to be a win for the Philadelphia Phillies. The Phillies and Orioles trade 2.0. It was so good the first time they decided to do it twice. Soto this year has an ERA of 4.08. Eesh. I don't know, man. I wouldn't have done that. I just call Seth Johnson up and have him pitch out of the bullpen. I don't know. The Toronto Blue Jays will have Joey Loperfido active tonight, making his debut for the Toronto Blue Jays. Don't believe he's in the lineup, but he's active. Gregory Soto. This is kind of a surprise. I'm kind of amazed. Scott Wells is feeling good about the Rays. I think you should. In the end, the players that you traded, the players that you held, you got a great return for Jason Adam. You turn Isaac Paredes into Christopher Morel and a couple other prospects. Again, I grade Paredes higher than Christopher Morel, but you get a player that is here now, ready now, is going to be with the team next year when the Rays are back next year trying to do something of significance. I think it's a good idea. I think it's a good deal. Xavier, Phillies, you're not happy. It's tough because you get into a mode where you start thinking, hey, Luis Roberts, we start hearing all these names, and then it doesn't happen. Cody, thank you, man. Thank you for being here. Barry, thank you for subscribing. Jake, thank you for subscribing. Emmanuel, thank you for subscribing. Anybody that has not subscribed, make sure you do so. Jays can slot Bloss in tomorrow. Let's see if they do that. Scott loves the Carlson trade. I think it's a great chance. Take a chance on Dylan Carlson. Get him right. I'm with you on that. That's a good trade. Braves can sign. But what's the deal with Whit? What's the deal with Whit Merrifield? He's going to be back, right? He's going to be back before you know it, right? Keep coming in with your trade deadline thoughts. We are at a point now where we may see 1 or 2 more trickle in. We got this Soto one, but give me yours. Jamie Wyman, thank you for joining the BALLCAP Nation. Gold Group. G-Rob, what are you trying to tell me to do? Noel? What? Ben Noel? The weather guy? Oliver Noel? The quarterback at Calvert Hall? Hunter Noel. Okay. What do we got? Hearing that 3 AAA players are in return for Luis Garcia. Yeah, Luis Garcia is going to bring a strong return back. Design dudes, I think that Jack Flaherty trade was the last thing under the gun for the Dodgers, and that's a great addition. It, we want to say, saved the deadline for the Dodgers. I think it did. Everything else that the Dodgers had done really just elevated the floor marginally. You go out and you bring in Jack Flaherty, you're raising the ceiling a little bit. Jack Flaherty's been great. I think that was a fantastic deal. It was one we were waiting on, finally getting it done. I think that was the right way to go. Let's take a look at this real quick and let's update our final board as we can put the final pieces on here, because at this point, any deals that go down, I think are going to be really sort of not last minute, but under the radar pieces. Is that a good way to put it? So we don't have a Garrett Crochet deal happening. What? There we go. We do not have a Luis Robert trade happening. We do not have a Taylor Ward trade happening. We do not have a Brent Rooker trade happening. Tanner Scott to the Padres. Over here, Jameson Taillon. No go. And again, I think that's the right move. Jack Flaherty to the Dodgers. Jonathan India. No go. Tyler Anderson. No go. Yandy Diaz. Nope. Luis Rengifo. Nope. Tough stuff. We need to check John Heyman. What's John Heyman saying? J.D. Davis goes to the Rays. J.D. Davis had been DFA'd by the Yankees. So there we go. J.D. Davis will move as well. Man, what a day. Again, when it came to the big board, only saw 3 move. Flaherty, Blackburn, and Tanner Scott. I was hoping for Ward or Rooker for the Royals or the Pirates. Robert for the Phillies. I was hoping that we could see Tyler Anderson move for the sake of the Angels. Yandy Diaz made sense to 3 other teams. Rengifo made sense to a couple teams. Not getting those deals done, I think that is going to bite them in the ass, because they're going to end up trading them anyway. They'll end up trading them either in the offseason or at next trade deadline, and they'll get less because the teams aren't going to do anything. Asking price is too high, and that's a problem. Jack, thank you for the donation. Skull, 6 months. Thank you, Skull. A embarrassing day for the Twins. No Quantrill. I know. The Twins are the A's of the AL Central. SMH living of last year. That's on the Rockies, though. I think the Cal Quantrill thing's on the Rockies. I wouldn't put that on the Twins. I think the Rockies were probably being stupid. I understand you want the Twins to do more. And, hey, look, at least they didn't sell off pieces, because there was some talk that there was an issue with that. They didn't do that. I'm with you, though. I'm with you. I understand the frustration for sure here. let's get back over here. What a big day. For real. Huge day. J.D. Davis is on the move. He had been DFA'd by the Yankees. Again, our live stream has been today powered by BetUS. The link is down below. I want to encourage you guys to check them out. They are the #1 online sportsbook. Everything is here. Baseball, basketball, football, hockey, golf, Olympics, tennis, everything. You've got games. You've got futures. You've got live betting, casino, racebook. You name it, they've got it. Speaking about football, we're not going to take a look at baseball, but we take a look at football. And because look, I'll be honest with you, I feel like more people like to bet football than like to bet baseball. Super Bowl winners. Money lines on the Super Bowl winners are looking good. You think the Ravens can win the Super Bowl? It's plus 1,000. You think the Bills can finally get something done? You think the Niners are the favorite, not the Kansas City Chiefs? At plus 650, $10 will bring you $65 back. Get to BetUS. Sign up today. The link is down below. Use my link. Help me out when you go check it out to go that way and get you the 125% bonus. So if you put $100 down, you get $225 to play with. It's spotting you these bets. You can basically put everything on what BetUS is spotting you to do with that bonus. Again, online sportsbook, extremely fast payouts, online support, everything. Make sure to check out BetUS, #1 online sportsbook. Get that bonus. Link is down below. Grade for the Mets deadline, I will give it off the top of my head, I'll give it a B, TJ. Drake, thank you for the donation. Grade for the D-backs, solid with 2 relievers and over Bell. I think the Diamondbacks did what they needed to do. That feels like at least a B plus as well. All right, guys. Phil, thank you for coming in. The babysitter's clock is going to expire in like 30 seconds. That was the real deadline. So I got to go do that. David, thank you for the donation. I think the Astros' bad move was because of good. Wait, I think the Astros' bad move was a good one because it drove up the price tags on everyone else. Could have. It could have. All right, guys, I got to run. I hate to get out of here quick like that, but I got to. We got to go pay the babysitter and check out there. Everybody, thank you for coming in. Make sure to hit that like on the way out. Subscribe if you are new and you haven't, and turn those notifications on. And don't go away forever. It's true. We will be back with a trade deadline grades premiere tomorrow. Keep an eye out for that. And everybody go out there and enjoy the rest of your day. BALLCAP Nation, I salute you. Thank you for coming in and spending this much of your day with me. I enjoyed spending this much of my day with you. Again, everybody, I'm out of here. Thank you guys for watching. As always, in the game and in life, if it's low, let it go. If it's high, let it fly. I'll catch you next time.